Good morning. Thank you so much. We wanted to give everyone a chance to get in and get sat down. I'd like to call to order the third meeting of the Interim Finance Committee of the 25-26 Interim. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us here in Las Vegas, in Carson City, and online. I am Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop. I will be chairing the Interim Finance Committee this interim. And will the Secretary please call the roll?
Assemblymember Anderson.
Present.
Assemblymember Backus.
Present.
Assemblymember Brown-May.
Here.
Assemblymember Carter for Assemblymember Mosca.
Present.
Assemblymember Dickman.
Here.
Assemblymember Hafen. Assemblymember Hibbets.
Here.
Assemblymember Howdy.
Here.
Assemblymember Koenig.
Here.
Assemblymember O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblymember Roth for Assemblymember Yeager.
Here.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett. Assemblymember Watts.
Here.
Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Senator Buck. Senator Neal.
Here.
Senator Wynn. Senator Pazina for Senator Cannizzaro.
Present.
Senator Stone.
Here.
Senator Taylor.
Present.
Senator Titus.
Here.
And Chair Dondero Loop.
And I am here. I think everyone is present and accounted for, so thank you very much. Before we move on to today's agenda, I'd like to go over the standard housekeeping rules. I would remind all committee members and members of the public to please turn off or mute your phone and devices. And second, if those of you that are providing testimony today, will you please remember to state and spell your name for the record? And if you have a card, please hand it to the secretary. We have a full agenda today, so I anticipate the meeting going into the afternoon. I do plan on taking a lunch break around noon, but the exact time, as you all know, will depend on where we are on the agenda. And lastly, committee members, you'll notice that we do not have our regular blue books in front of us. We are going virtually on our computers today. So if you have any questions, please let us know. There are several items that generated thousands and thousands of more pages. And so at the risk of killing more trees, we decided to go to the computers. Earlier this week, you all received an email from staff with a link to the electronic meeting packet. So this link is also available on the committee's public website. So we'll move to the next agenda item, which is public comment. This is the first period of public comment today. There will be a second period at the end of today's meeting. So just a reminder for those of you that are giving public comment via the telephone, the number will be 888-475-4499. And when prompted, give the meeting ID 881-2680-8611, and then press pound. And when prompted for the participant ID, please press pound. So we'll start here in Las Vegas, and then we'll move up to Carson City. So please go ahead when you are ready.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cassie Charles, C-A-S-S-I-E-C-H-A-R-L-E-S, on behalf of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. I'm here today with union members and state employees who would like their voices to be heard in regards to current budget cuts, potential cuts due to the Big Beautiful Bill, and the fiscal constraints that we know state employees will likely be put through. Here at AFSP, we are bracing for impact. We know that the stress our members are feeling and cuts we are anticipating is only the beginning. We are watching our federal administration demolish public services to give billionaires tax breaks, and we have watched this committee tirelessly work to stop the bleeding. Every day I talk with members who show up to work to tell Nevadans that the state is unable to provide them with assistance. Every day I hear stories from state employees who are worried about their patients losing access to Medicaid. Every day I see state employees doing everything in their power to support community members with care and kindness when the federal administration has let them down. We know that this committee has done everything you've believed you could to support state employees, and we thank you for that work. But when Nevadans' jobs are on the line and there's impending special session with large dollar bills like a 15-year corporate tax handout to Hollywood corporations, will be considered at the expense of investing in our state employees, we have a few members here who would like their stories to be heard. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rosina Barrientos, ROSINA BARRIENTOS, and I am here as a member of AFSCME Local 4041, a union of public service workers here in Nevada. I'm also a developmental specialist for the Department of Aging and Disability Services. In my work, I help families with the disabled and medically fragile children get services they need and to live their daily lives through Medicaid. The therapies and services that these children need cost a lot of money, often thousands of dollars that very few families can afford out of pocket. Services that are the differences between life and death for children in need. I am here today with my union to highlight what we are going through and what we are preparing for. As a federal government prioritizes corporate giveaways over hard-working families. Cuts to Medicaid means hard-working Nevadans who are already struggling to put food on the table and a roof over their heads will have to choose between these essentials and affordable medication. This committee may eventually make tough decisions regarding our state's budget. As state employees, we've been here too many times when the state needs to tighten up its budget. State workers and communities are always the ones being asked to make those sacrifices. Over the years, we've been asked to take furloughs, forgo cost of living increases, and take on extra work while jobs are held vacant. And our communities have seen a reduction in services that have never really come back. This is why a tax giveaway for Hollywood is not the right investment for our state, as essential life-saving services like Medicaid and SNAP are being cut because of federal funding cuts. The state must step up and invest in Nevadans, not in Hollywood corporations.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Members of the Interim Finance Committee, my name is Austin Krabel, Krehbiel. I am a family services specialist and a member of AFSCME. I took personal leave today to come here and share my experience as a state employee. My job is to interview families and determine their eligibility for SNAP and Medicaid. As you know, federal regulatory changes tie our state's cost-sharing requirements for SNAP benefits to our agency's error rate. This error rate hangs over our heads, and we understand that every mistake we make on a case could result in millions of dollars of penalties, layoffs, and closed district offices. We ask public employees to face the toughest issues plaguing our communities, and we ask them to solve it with meager resources. This was never an easy job, but we didn't sign up for easy. We signed up for this job, or at least I did, because I care about my community, and I have had to be the one on the other end of the desk at some point in my life. Now, we as state employees face an amount of pressure that is nearly unbearable. We are subject to speed ups with our processing times, are tasked with additional requirements to do our job correctly, and are expected to produce fewer errors than ever before. We are asked to be mathematicians, therapists, investigators, tax professionals, experts in healthcare and welfare law, bureaucracy navigators, insurance agents, and too often times, punching bags for the public. State employees are often the first in line to make sacrifices for our community when times are bad, and the last in line to be made whole when times are good. Despite the cuts, we continue to serve the public every day to the best of our ability. You may be asked to make difficult decisions with our state's budget. Please remember the sacrifices of state employees when you consider whether tax handouts to Hollywood are appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Chair Don Darrow Loop and members of the committee. My name is Christian Solomon, CHRISTIAN SOLOMON, and I'm the West Regional Director of RISE. We are a Gen Z-led advocacy organization for college students and youth. I'm here to speak on the film tax credit and why this will have immense repercussions for our state. The proposal is committing $1.6 billion of taxpayer dollars over several years in a tumultuous time where we know the federal government is planning to cut significant lifelines of support to Nevadans. Lifelines like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and supplemental youth development, workforce training, and education programs. What we could be funding is universal breakfast and school lunch, sustainable transportation, and finding much more meaningful solutions to make Nevadans' lives better. The best story Nevada can tell isn't on a movie screen, it's in how we take care of our people, our land, and our future. I do believe that the prospect of having this industry in our state is a good idea. But if these studios truly believe that their investment is just as good, they should be providing the funds for it. Thank you for your time, and please reconsider your support for the film tax credit.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of IFC. My name is Gil Lopez with the Charter School Association of Nevada. Here just to express gratitude and thank the speaker for bringing the charter school raises during the legislative session. I also like to thank leadership on both sides and both chambers for making this a reality. Our educators in our schools really appreciate it, and we'll be here for a later item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please go ahead. Is your speaker on? Thank you.
Good morning, chairs and interim finance committee members. My name is Dr. Bobby Damrow, D-A-M-R-O-W. Serve as the CEO of the Culinary Academy of Las Vegas, commenting on item T, section 14. On behalf of our organization, I just would like to express our deepest gratitude for your leadership and investment, an investment that represented more than just expanding our campus. You invested in a vision for long-term upward economic mobility for our most vulnerable populations. Through AB 525, we received critical funding to launch a campus expansion and modernization, allowing us to double our capacity annually and train 4,000 residents in hospitality careers. But it isn't just about a campus, it's about the pathways that allow our graduates to go from unemployment or low wage work to family sustaining careers with benefits, career advancement, and dignity in work. Today, 85% of our graduates are entering hospitality careers with no cost health insurance for themselves and their families, transitioning off programs like SNAP and Medicaid because of the wages and stability that they receive. That is your investment in our work, reducing poverty, strengthening families, and fueling Nevada's economy. Through SB 341, you also enabled us to expand our outreach enrollment efforts, ensuring that our most vulnerable residents are aware of career opportunities and access to them. For many, it wasn't a lack of career ambition. It was lack of awareness and access. Our enrollments are already up 25%. This project is about a strategy and generational change. When a person earns a career with benefits, a family stabilizes. When a family stabilizes, the community strengthens. And when the community strengthens, Nevada thrives. Finally, your investment was a catalyst for us to leverage additional funding, nearly $5 million more, to further strengthen the scope of this work. Again, thank you for your partnership and your trust. We are proud stewards of public funds and remain committed to transparency, measurable outcomes, and long-term state impact. We look forward to a ribbon cutting in Q1 and hope many of you will join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the words. We will go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City for public comment? Seeing none, we'll come back here to Las Vegas for a real quick second round, and then we'll go to the phones. Go ahead, please, when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Steve Scott, common spelling, Steve Scott. I'm a resident from here in Las Vegas. Senator Dondero and the Interim Finance Committee, think back to this last legislative session. What was the one piece of legislation that you would have really liked to see pass, but it couldn't pass because the state just doesn't have enough money to support it? We don't have enough money to support a lot of the things that we'd like to see pass or things that are really essential. Why doesn't the state of Nevada why does it not have enough money to support things like solar expansion, which I'm interested in, or Medicaid? Committee members, please have the courage to just say to the film industry, welcome to Nevada, but we do need you to pay your taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jean Coquilla, Coquilla. I'm a proud Nevadan, small business owner and homeowner, daughter of an 88-year-old disabled Air Force veteran. My grandfather served in World War II, Army and Navy, and my aunt, an Army colonel physician, also a Nevadan. I'm asking you to amend NRS 116 to protect homeowners from overreaching homeowner associations. This proposal costs the state $0, and the draft bill is already completed. Texas, Florida, California have already passed similar reforms. Nevada should too. Nevada has 55,000 residents with Alzheimer's and many living inside more than 3,700 HOAs. Aggressive fines, ignored correspondence, lack of accountability turn small issues into life-changing financial penalties, destroying families and devastating seniors and veterans who've already sacrificed too much. Here's some examples. An elderly man repainted his house within 30 days. He paid also $1,500 in fines, yet still faces $9,900 in fines. In a community with one gate and no amenities. Another elderly man prepaid his HOA dues for the year and was still, penalized $2,000. Another veteran lost $400,000 in equity after HOA foreclosure because of unanswered letters and checks sent. So my solution is require the HOAs to adopt written internal dispute resolution policies, mandate a 10 business day response before any lien or foreclosure, pause collections while dispute is under review, require acknowledgement of all payments and correspondence. We're seeing egregious, overreaching examples originally created by developers for the people. HOAs now behave like private companies without guardrails, capable of bullying homeowners into submission, while the ombudsman hands are tied. Why? It's because the current statutes have no guardrails. They empower HOAs to fine, lien, foreclose, and they don't require basic fairness or response timelines. So my bill gives homeowners equal standing under the same law. Texas, California, Florida have already reformed. Nevada should give her citizens the same rights. These simple no-cost requirements will restore trust, accountability, basic human decency for Nevada homeowners, especially seniors and veterans. Thank you for your time for protecting the citizens who built and defended this state.
Thank you very much. And we will go back to Carson City. Go ahead, please, when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Cullen McGinnis, and I am a lifelong Reno resident and organizer with the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. I'm here today to speak out against the proposed film tax credit expansion that could be reintroduced soon in the upcoming special session. This is not in the best interest of our state and adds to a disturbing pattern of corporate handouts while working class people fail to have their basic needs met. Utility bills soar, the cost of transportation rises, and residents are pushed to the outskirts of urban areas without seeing meaningful investment in infill. We could spend this money in many better ways than a handout. We could be investing this money into public transit and use these funds to alleviate congestion in our most populated areas, lowering transportation costs for Nevadans and creating good-paying union jobs. We should invest in a light rail system that runs from the North Valleys down the Summit Mall in Reno, and another connecting the Las Vegas Airport Strip and Allegiant Stadium, and potentially even connect that system to the Bright Line train. These would be better investments that would create jobs and lower costs for working class people while reducing emissions and commutes. A film tax credit already exists in the state, and further tax credits are unnecessary and financially irresponsible. Do we not have faith that our state and our workforce are not enough of an incentive for businesses and industry to come here? Nevada already has some of the most relaxed taxation policy of any state, and we feel the consequences of that in our education system and social services. In my regular conversations with family members and friends from across the political spectrum, I've never come across anyone who supports continued corporate subsidies when so many Nevadans go without. I understand that we as a state need to diversify our economy and attract new business and industry, especially at a time when the Trump administration's disastrous policies are having an outsized effect on our economy. However, giving massive tax breaks every time a new business or industry comes here is not a long-term sustainable model, and it is a bad habit of the legislature that it pursues it so often. I hope that if the film tax credit is reintroduced in a special session that you will vote no and stand with your constituents rather than corporate interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Dundera Loop and committee members. My name is Barry Levinson, B-A-R-I-L-E-V-I-N-S-O-N. I am a resident of Reno and a volunteer with Sierra Club. I'm speaking today against consideration of any film tax credit proposals during a special legislative session. I understand that a film industry tax credit would entail handing back tens of millions of dollars to Hollywood over 15 years. Given the dire state of the Nevada budget and many other competing priorities that you've already heard about, I feel that this money could be better used in a variety of other ways that would be more beneficial to Nevada and Nevadans. For instance, Nevada just lost its prized $156 million Solar for All grant, which would have enabled thousands of Nevadans to install solar and save money on their electricity bills. What if these tax credits went instead to fund this initiative? And we know that the Maryland Parkway Bus Rapid Transit Program costs about $378 million. What if the film tax credits were used instead to fund a similar program for transit? We appreciate the interest in supporting jobs. Supporting public transportation, rooftop solar initiatives, or water conservation measures would result in a stronger return on investment for Nevadans. Nevada needs to fund programs that create jobs and lower costs for working class people, not provide funding to rich Hollywood companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll go to the phone lines.
If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. And if you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now.
Good morning, Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for 125 years. We're making comments related to item T6, detailing the usage funds pursuant to Senate Bill 231. 3 years ago, amidst the worst educator vacancy crisis in recent history, we launched our Time for 20 campaign calling on the legislature to take bold action. Additional funds for educators, educator pay appropriated in 2023 worked, with many school districts able to increase compensation by 20%. Educator vacancies were reduced across the state, and NSCA hoped the legislature would build on this progress by passing the plan from the Commission on School Funding. Unfortunately, Nevada schools were given just a $2 per pupil increase instead, and most of the progress made in 23 will now be lost. After the legislature adopts the budget and adjourns, NSCA and our locals negotiate contracts across the state, and this year, most of the local affiliates asked for moderate increases to help pace with the cost of living, now over 3% from last year. Districts respond that there was no way for them to offer COLAs with no increases from the state. A percentage of teachers in critical need positions will get the AB 398 funding, but most educators across Nevada will get no increases at all. With the last raise coming in 2024 and now on to 2-year contracts, Nevada educators will go without a raise for 3 years while continued costs go up. Over the next 2 years, we will experience another exodus of Nevada educators. This is the type of crisis that merits a special session. Yesterday, NSCA joined a coalition of community, labor, and taxpayer advocacy organizations who sent a letter to the governor asking him not to include the $1 billion Hollywood handout in next month's special session. As NSCA testified earlier this year, we should be prioritizing schools over studios because study after study shows that film tax breaks whether for an existing industry or to lure studios or production to a new location, costs more than they bring in. Even during the AB 238 presentation last session, the project sponsor said in the economic report that it showed the state of Nevada would lose $1.3 billion doing this project. This is the third time this body has attempted this misguided project. It is the tone-deaf trilogy. It's tired, it's misguided, and it's out of touch. Let's roll the credits on this proposal that is fiscally irresponsible and politically indefensible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Aaron Harris, and I am a community advocate for schools and libraries. I'm an educator as well as a volunteer with the Sierra Club. I'm calling to speak on behalf of myself and many of my friends who work in the local Nevada film industry. A lot of people don't know, but actually Las Vegas is in fact home to a award-winning film industry. It's tight-knit, and it is one that helps each other, and one that is bound by some of the highest quality and hardest working people that I know of. And everyone I know who works in the film industry does not want to see any sort of film tax credits for Hollywood, because we know that these tax credits for the large studios would come in and completely wipe out and eradicate the film industry that we do have here, and one that's uniquely Nevadan and uniquely Las Vegas. And so I highly encourage that the members of this body please vote against any potential film tax credits coming in for large Hollywood studios. We have to realize that Nevada's state budget is in crisis, and it really is a crisis, an emergency that we're seeing, especially with our cuts to federal funding. We rely on most of our funding from for a lot of programs that help everyday people actually come from the federal government, and it's time that the state has to step up and actually provide relief for the Nevadans that live here, that pay taxes, and not for the large corporations that are just going to go and try to pit states against each other for who can give them the sweetest handout. So for these reasons, I implore you to please reject any large tax breaks for major studios, and instead invest that money into jobs that we know are going to stay here and where that money will stay within the Nevada economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Maria Minich. I am based in Las Vegas. I'm a field biologist. Actually, I'm out in the field right now, so that's why I couldn't be there in person. I'm also a volunteer leader with the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. And I definitely ask you to vote against the film tax credits. They are about investment, and there's so many more worthwhile things to invest instead, like the aforementioned commenters already stated. But me, coming from an environmental and biological background, I mean, we got water conservation, habitat preservation, and myself, I specialize in the conservation of the desert tortoise. So a lot of that money could go to NDEL, the Nevada Department of Wildlife. I wrote an op-ed for the pollinators bill that got rejected in this legislative session, and it was due to not having enough funds. Well, if we wasted all those funds on giving these tax credits to Hollywood, we would have more money for very worthwhile projects in NDEL, like the pollinators bill. So, yeah, I kindly ask you to vote against it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 385. Please press *6 to unmute your phone. You may begin.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Chris Bell. That's CHRISBELL. I'm a resident of Reno. Good morning, Interim Finance Committee. I call today with an opinion about the proposed film tax incentives on the table. I call on your common sense to reject this idea, and frankly, any idea for tax abatements and offsets to corporations. This state policy of foregoing tax to companies is a burden on low-income families and the services they require and makes us exploitable. We can be proud of what Nevada has and do away with these incentives anymore. They were justifiable in tough times like 2009, but the people are hurting for better services like schools and healthcare. As if the film industry is not making insane amounts of money in this golden age of streaming and cinema. They have deep pockets and Nevada is worth their outlay. Nevada has amazing locations for films, urban and wild locations unique in the world. Let's be confident we have enough to offer them without this bribery. In this era of outrageous cuts to programs to help struggling families, giving tax breaks to corporations and their out-of-state speculators and shareholders really stinks. I thank you for your service to the state and good luck with this project, and thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no other callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. And so we'll come back here to Las Vegas. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee.
Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
screen.
Yes, either way, just get close enough that we can hear.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shelley Torres, SHELLYTORRES, and I proudly serve as the Chief Financial Officer of Health of Southern Nevada. My comment is based on the Assembly Bill 525. I want to express our sincere gratitude for the funds we received. These funds were immediately put to work at our Shannon West Homeless Youth Center, which serve at-risk youth aged 16 to 24 who are unhoused or at risk of being unhoused. With your support, we were able to provide safe housing, nutritious food, addiction and mental health services, employment assistance, and other vital resources. Your generosity helped us make a real difference in the lives of 563 unduplicated clients during the fiscal year. Each of these young people received not just shelter, but hope and the tools to build a brighter future. As we look ahead, we are facing a budget shortfall. If there are surplus funds or future allocations available, we would greatly appreciate the opportunity to access them. Every dollar helps us continue our mission and expand our impact. Thank you for your time, your trust, and your commitment to helping our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, the State of Nevada Interim Finance Committee, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Jody Lynn Higdon, Higdon, and I proudly serve as the CFO of HopeLink of Southern Nevada. I am here to report on the AB 525 funds we received. Pursuant to AB 525, HopeLink of Southern Nevada was awarded $2 million to support Hope for Seniors, an emergency rental gap assistance program for elderly Nevadans facing eviction or imminent homelessness, and to strengthen organizational capacity through strategic investments that ensure long-term sustainability. As of June 30th, 2025, the full $2 million allocation has been expended with measurable lasting impact. $908,590 provided direct rental assistance and case management through Hope for Seniors, preventing evictions for vulnerable seniors. $1,091,410 supported capacity building initiatives, equipping HopeLink with the infrastructure, technology, and staffing needed to expand future impact. Through this investment, 369 seniors remain safely housed. Simultaneously, strategic capacity enhancements empowered HopeLink to generate nearly $7 million in new revenue and pledges, ensuring Hope for Seniors and other privately funded programs remain viable for the years to come. The outcomes substantially exceeded original objectives. AB 525 funding enabled us not only to stabilize seniors immediately, but also to build enduring systems that positioned HopeLink to pursue and manage larger prevention grants with confidence and fiscal strength. We extend our deepest gratitude to Nevada's leadership and legislative partners for recognizing that true housing stability requires both immediate intervention and long-term investment. Your support has directly safeguarded hundreds of seniors and strengthened the very foundation of HopeLink's ability to serve Southern Nevada for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comment in Carson City? Seeing none. All right, I think that's it. Thank you very much. And so we will move on to agenda items C, D, and E, which I will take jointly. Members, in the electronic meeting packet, there are draft minutes from the July 16th, 2024, August 15th, 2024, and September 12th, 2024 meetings of the IFC. Unless there are any suggestions or edits or corrections for the meetings or for the minutes, I will accept a motion to approve the minutes of these 3 meetings.
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you very much. I didn't hear who said. Oh, DMM. Okay. Motion made by Assembly Member Monroe Moreno, seconded by Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will go to item F. And we will start with Brody Leiser. Mr. Leiser, are you ready for us up there? I can't see you. There you are.
Always ready, Chair.
Thank you. That's what I like to hear.
Thank you, Chair Dondero Loop, members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Counsel Bureau. I will walk through agenda item F1, which is a statement of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund obligations and remaining unobligated balance, and summarize the request submitted for consideration by the committee today. The table has been provided as a separate handout outside of the meeting packets. Members should have a hard copy. It's also available on the committee meeting webpage listed under meeting material agenda item F1. At the top of page 1 is a high-level summary displaying actual expenditures for fiscal years 2022 through 2025. The amounts currently authorized, inclusive of requests before the committee today, and the remaining unobligated balance, which is $0. Just as a reminder, the state did obligate 100% of its coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds by the December 31st, 2024 deadline to do so. Any remaining funding that has not been expended must be expended by December 31st, 2026. As a reminder, the table generally lists program descriptions and amounts in chronological order based on the budgetary approval date, and revisions or updates to existing rows following the last IFC meeting are identified in red text. And the major update for our table for this meeting, Chair, is that we have added preliminary information on fiscal year 2025 actual expenditures. These are currently under review and marked as such on our table. As I think everybody is aware, we had some challenges accessing online state resources since the last IFC meeting, and still do have some reconciliation work to do with certain allocations, as well as with the governor's finance office to get our figures aligned. After going through the initial fiscal year 25 expenditures, I did just want to make a couple observations for the committee. As I indicated, and as you are aware, our table is structured so we have a row for every approval that this body has made or that the governor has made. I think in total on our table, we have somewhere around 410 rows. In fiscal year 25, to start the fiscal year, there was about 230 rows on our table that still had remaining balances. 81 of those were closed out. In other words, had expended 100% of their funds in fiscal year 2025. On our table, we are showing that there's approximately $789 million remaining. What was expended in FY25 represents 19% of the total state's award. and FY25 spending compared to the amount that was remaining at the beginning of the fiscal year, which there was about $1.3 billion of the state's award remaining at the beginning of fiscal year 2025, and the FY25 spending represented about 40% of that balance. The last thing I would just note is that of the $789 million that we are showing as remaining, over 50% of that is associated with two projects. One of those projects is the Home Means Nevada initiative that this body receives regular updates from the Housing Division. Mr. Acroft and Ms. Hess provide this body updates on a regular basis. That program is well on its way to have those funds expended by the deadline. There's about $227 million left with that project. That represents about 29% of the remaining authority. The other very large project that the body will hear about and have discussions today relates to the broadband efforts with the Office of Science and Information Technology. There's about $173 million remaining for the broadband project specific to the state fiscal recovery funds. And that represents about 22% of the remaining balance. So again, I believe this body will have some discussion on the broadband efforts, including the state fiscal recovery funds later in this meeting, but wanted to just put those observations out for the committee. There are 3 items before the committee today under agenda item H, which reconcile budget authority for previously approved projects for the Office of the Governor, as well as the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, but does not increase or decrease overall authority for those projects. And Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks on the table and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leiser. Any questions from the committee? All right, Assemblymember Hafen, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Leiser, for the information. I just want to make sure that I was reading this correctly. It looks like there is still 85% remaining authority under the OSIT broadband projects. Is that correct? 85% is still unspent?
Thank you. For the record, Brody Leiser, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblymember Hafen. You are reading that correctly as it relates specific to the state fiscal recovery funds that were approved for broadband. Through fiscal year 2025, OSIT has expended about 15% of its total award. So there's approximately $173 million left from that award, which you are correct, Mr. Hafen, that represents about 85% of the award. What's not reflected there is any FY26 expenditures to date on this project. And I think when I looked yesterday, there was approximately maybe just over $2 million expended.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair. I think I'll have further questions under item T when we get to that. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I believe Senator Neal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just had a question on line, it's 7, and I know you mentioned that because of the cyber attack, certain things are under review, but on line 7, this is the learning loss grant to NDE, Nevada Department of Education. And so is the $17 million, basically $543,981, is that under review? Because during the cyber attack, you can't identify whether or not the sub grants went out. Like, can you break that down a little bit more for me?
For the record, Brody Leiser, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal. For our table, generally we have marked all fiscal year 25 expenditures under review just because of the reconciliation process and the time that it takes for us to go through these projects. the state accounting system was unavailable for a period of time. And so our office, as well as anyone within the state, didn't have access to those resources to review the information. And so when I made reference to those resources being unavailable, some of these projects are very simple to reconcile. If it's a single project in a budget account that only has one ARPA allocation and a dedicated expenditure, very straightforward to reconcile. Some of these projects have personnel costs that get mixed in with the personnel expenditure category. Some budget accounts have multiple projects, and so those projects are just going to take a little bit more time to reconcile. Senator Neal, you specifically were asking about row 7, which was for an allocation to the Department of Education for grants for learning loss. I don't believe that we had any issues reconciling that based on information in the accounting system, assuming that that information is correct, which we also have had some challenges with the information in the state accounting system being correct. But if that information is correct, this is not necessarily one that we had issues reconciling with. But if you have specific questions about where they're at on their spending, I believe that there are representatives from the department or maybe the governor's finance office could weigh in on those.
Madam Chair, I was more interested. I was interested in that because it was highlighted in red, and I don't know the answer to this, and I don't know if this is a GFO question or not, but on the learning loss grants, did any of that learning loss money go to the charter authority or was awarded to any of the charter schools where we're expecting this money to be expended in 25 through 26? Or were they excluded and it was just the public schools that received these subawards?
For the record, Brody Leiser, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal, I would have to defer that question to the executive branch.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think we have a representative from the Department of Education that's coming up that could answer that question.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson. For the record, the AB 495 funding was awarded to school districts and subawards, and those funds do expire in December of 2026, so we still have approximately a little over a year to finish expending those funds.
So, Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up.
Please, go ahead.
So, on the learning loss grants, which looks like they've been in play for a little while, do you have anywhere where I can find out the reports and how we can see from COVID to at least August of 25 that we can see where there were actual gains, where this $200 million actually changed and impacted the actual academic status of children? Where can I find like a breakdown of like a more detailed data around academic gains, because this was focused on academic loss?
Megan Peterson, for the record. That's information contained with the individual subawards, and we can provide those to you for additional review.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions, Senator Nguyen?
Hi, I might know some of these answers, but I'm just hoping you might be able to clarify. The total amount of ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds that we were allocated was around $2.7 billion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of that money, the money that is meant to be as so remaining, I think Assemblymember Hafen said it was around 28, almost 29%. Is that also correct?
For the record, Brody Leiser, for For our table, that is correct. We are showing that approximately $789 million of the $2.7 billion award is remaining, and that represents about 29% of the total award.
And I know we had some brief discussions during an IFC meeting during the legislative session about how those unused funds needed to be used by the 31st of December 2026. Have there been any changes to that, or is that still the date that these funds need to be expended by?
Thank you. For the record, Brody Leiser, there has been no change to the deadline date to expend these funds.
And I guess this kind of goes to some of that broadband project. Do you, and I don't know if you know this or if you can get this to us after the fact, but I remember that a lot of that funding was tied to some matching BEAD dollars that we were using to draw down even more federal funding. Do you remember how much of this allocation is being used to, I guess, match?
For the record, Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division, I believe it was around $100 million of the ARPA money that was used as a BEAD match. But if I am incorrect, I would ask Mr. Mitchell if he's there and is going to come to the table later when the informational item is discussed to correct me. But Senator Wynn, you are correct. I mean, the broadband project include, the initiative itself has about $414 million of BEAD money, and a substantial portion of the fiscal recovery funds were used as a match for those BEAD funds. That is correct. I believe the amount was about $100 million as the match, but we will work to make sure that we get that on the correct on the record before this meeting ends.
And I can ask Director Mitchell. I know that there's another agenda item where I can do some follow-up questions, but I appreciate that. I just wanted to clarify, because I know we had some of these discussions, but just to make sure it's clear, because I know there's new members that sit on IFC. Those allocated funds, there's still an opportunity to utilize those funds if we are not going to be able to spend them to other ARPA-approved programs. Have there been any changes to that particular, I guess, like order that came from with some federal guidance earlier in the year?
For the record, Brody Leiser, Senator Wynn, there have been no changes to those guidelines, and just to provide some additional context for those that are unaware, you are absolutely correct. States still do have an opportunity to reallocate funds in the event that a project doesn't need 100% of its allocations and there is savings. Those savings could be reallocated. There are two specific requirements that would need to be met for those funds to be reallocated. First, the project where the funds would go to has to be an eligible project under the State Fiscal Recovery Fund guidelines. And second, the project that the funds would be reallocated to would have to have been obligated or have a financial commitment obligated by the December 31st, 2024 date. So those are the two requirements, but yes, you are absolutely correct that there is still an opportunity to reallocate funds.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure we had that on the record, mostly because I think I'm going to ask some of the other people presenting later on this morning some more detailed questions, but thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if Mr. Mitchell's in the room, but if he had anything to add, I would welcome him to the table. Okay. All right. Any additional questions on F1? That would be the questions, not the race. All righty, we'll go on. We'll move on to F2. Ms. Greenemeyer, when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Tiffany Greenemeyer, the Director for the Governor's Finance Office, and here with me is Deputy Director Curtis Palmer and our ARPA Coordinator, Lisa Galloway. We're here to present F2, and before the committee today is a statement of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds, also known as the ARPA funds. This is a separate handout from the meeting packet. So at the top of page 1 is a high-level summary displaying the expenditures from fiscal year 2022, 2023, and 2024. A preliminary total expenditures for FY25 and totals for FY26, reported as of October 10th, 2025. The table generally lists program descriptions and amounts in chronological order based on the budgetary approval date and the items submitted for consideration by the committee. Today are on rows 292 and 293. These items facilitate a reconciliation or alignment of budget authority within the funding awards and do not increase or decrease overall authority for the related project. Due to the federal shutdown, the ARPA team has been monitoring the federal websites for updates for any impact on the ARPA funds. At this point, there is no concerns with the ARPA funds, as these funds have already been received. Today, we have expended approximately $1.921 million, or approximately $1.921 billion, or approximately 70.2% of the total coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. As reported in our response to the letter of intent from the 83rd session of Nevada Legislature, due to the cybersecurity incident and the resulting unavailability of numerous systems and records during late August and the month of September, state agencies and the Governor's Finance Office, ARPA fiscal staff, were unable to compile accurate lists of projects with funds available for deobligation and reallocation in time to meet the October 2025 Interim Finance Committee deadlines. The ARPA team is currently working on finalizing the closing projects and determining how much will be deobligated. With approval of the Governor's Office, we will be bringing back work programs to the December IFC for approval to utilize the unspent remaining ARPA funds on allowable projects. During the Interim Finance Committee meeting on August 13, 2025, the committee members asked that we provide an update on the Department of Human Services Division of Public and Behavioral Healthcare Workforce Scholarship Program, funded with the ARPA dollars. The Healthcare Workforce Scholarship Program was broken into 6 areas of discipline: community health worker training and certification scholarships, doula health worker training and certification scholarships, clinical rotation scholarships for student expenses and facility stipends, J-1 visa application and sponsoring facility funding, medical assistance training and pipeline programs, training scholarships for future healthcare practitioners. For the community health worker training and certification scholarships, there have been a total of 134 scholarships awarded to date. For the clinical rotations There have been 11 community healthcare workers, 11 medical students, and 1 preceptor that have participated in the clinical rotations. For the J1 visa program, there have been 16 J1 visa scholarships dispersed to reimburse the individual for the J1 visa application, legal expenses, and associated expenses related to the relocation to the Nevada clinical sites. For the doulas program, there have been 31 doula scholarship recipients. 13 scholarships have been awarded for medical assistance training. A total of 302 training scholarships for future health care practitioners have been awarded. The agency is reporting a total of $2.7 million spent to date, with $81,000 of that being spent on administrative and implementation costs. There is $2.7 million remaining for new scholarships. This concludes our report, and we have a representative from Public and Behavioral Health that can answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that information. I believe Senator Nguyen has a question.
Thank you. I'm back again. I feel like I'm a broken record. I just have some real concerns about this, especially some of these more construction-heavy projects that these ARPA funds are going to, on whether or not we're going to be able to honestly expend these resources by the end of next year on some of these projects that really haven't broken ground or have been locked up in other types of federal red tape over the past 9 months. What are you doing in your office? I know in your predecessor, there wasn't a lot of guidance that we were getting to make sure that someone was following up on some of these funds on a very regular basis, I would imagine at this point. So what kinds of things are we doing to make sure that this $789 million doesn't have to be sent back to the federal government? And if it isn't going to be expended, what are you doing in your office to see if it can be reallocated to some of those existing programs that were so successful that are listed on the first couple pages of your thing, including our schools and other health organizations and even cybersecurity and other things that I think are really telling right now.
Tiffany Greedemeyer, for the record. Yes, every month we go through, the ARPA team reviews everything that's outstanding as the ongoing projects and contacts the individuals that are the subrecipients and gets an update as to how the project is going, and are they still able to spend the money. So that is a constant monthly request to all the recipients.
May I follow up, Chair? Do you have any, do you have any kind of internal metrics to make sure, like when is the cutoff date where you're going to consider reallocating these funds to other programs? Because it is clear that they are still hovering at 10% unspent funds. Is there any kind of, for example, if you do it now, people might have the opportunity to spend it over the next year. But if you wait until next November, it's going to be very difficult for people to expend, potentially hundreds of millions of dollars.
Lisa Galloway, for the record. So as far as most of the big ticket items like the CIPs that are left, the permits and everything have been received on a lot of those items, and because they are construction projects, we expect a lot of that money to be expended very quickly. We do continue to meet with each of the subrecipients, as Director Greenemeyer said, at least monthly, oftentimes every couple weeks, where they provide spend plans and let us know where their projects are at. So that is being constantly monitored.
I'm sorry, I guess that doesn't really, it answers my question in part. I'm glad that there's regular communication and some oversight, but are there any, like, do you have internally any like drop dead dates? Like, we heard permits were supposed to be issued, in January, and then for whatever delay, they were delayed until like November. That could potentially interrupt an entire project from being able to be completed within that time period. So do you have any internal like procedures in place on when you're going to make those tough decisions on reallocating those funds?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I don't have any current drop deadlines right now with the ones that are still outstanding with the projects. The major one is Home Meets Nevada, and they seem to be managing their project quite well. The other one is broadband, and broadband, after contacting him every month, contacting Mr. Mitchell, there seems to be no problem with spending those dollars and no concerns at this point. Mr. Mitchell, if he's in the audience, he's supposed to be in Las Vegas, can definitely speak to how he is spending those broadband dollars.
Thank you. I think there's other people that have questions, so I can ask some of these questions offline if they're not answered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I don't believe Mr. Mitchell is here. So we'll go to Assembly Member Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report on the Healthcare Workforce Scholarship Program. It's great information. I've got two questions. The first is, does this include any of the possible tuition scholarships for for the fall semester, based upon the difficulty right now in double checking information? Didn't know if that also included it.
Lisa Galloway for the record. Yes, this does include scholarships that have been given out for the fall semester.
Great, thank you. And then my second question, it's a pretty large amount left. How is the advertising happening for next semester, which would be the spring as well as the summer? Because if I'm understanding correctly, you've got to have it all spent by basically fall of 2026 semester. So how is the advertising happening for that? And or are you allowing the Nevada System of Higher Ed to take control of that?
Lisa Galloway for the record. I would have to defer to the agency on that one, on how they're handling that.
Thank you, and they're coming up. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mitch DeValier. I'm with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. My first name is M-I-T-C-H, last name D-E, capital V as in Victor, A-L-L-I-E-R-E. I'm the agency manager for DPBH and oversee the ARPA funding here, as well as our public health infrastructure and improvement section. In Las Vegas is Ryan Mills. He is our subject matter expert with ARPA. To answer your question, the advertising has been left up to NSHE at this time. We do have our NevadaHealthForce.org website that also lists the information about the scholarship opportunities for ARPA funding.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I believe Senator Neal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on, I believe it is it's line 52.2. So in the notes, it says, this is for the Department of Administration, Human Resources. And it says at the bottom, it says it was submitted to reconcile an error in FY 2025, but it has a pending de-obligation of unspent funds. Can you explain what that means?
Lisa Galloway for the record. Yes, these funds, this project, I believe, has ended as of June 30th, 2025. And that $103,000 is part of the possible de-obligations for us to be heard at December IFC.
Follow-up, Chair? Well,
Please-
actually, it's a
please.
different question. It's a different question. So I have another question on, it's the Department of Corrections, line 52.115. So this is for the culinary equipment that is going to Southern Desert Correctional Center for roughly, I guess they had $1 million, and then they expended 582, and then it says actual expenditure of 483. But then on page, there's another expenditure for replacement of culinary equipment on line 257 for 1.8 million at High Desert, and then an expenditure of 1.299, and then projected 501. So I guess, it's something I've been tracking, right? I've been tracking washing machines and equipment. Can you help explain what exactly is the culinary equipment that is being purchased, replacement of culinary equipment that is purchased at High Desert and at the Southern Desert Correctional Center?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. We're calling up corrections.
Yeah, good morning. This is James Renda, Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. What we did with each of the facilities culinary, we had a company called Cooks come in to evaluate all of our equipment to find out, first of all, which ones could be repaired, which ones can't, which have to be replaced, what has to be upgraded. And they went in and gave us a list at each of the facilities based upon their expertise. In each facility, the equipments are different. Their ovens, their cookers, their steamers. It's a whole bunch of equipment. We have a list of that from Cooks. I don't have it all in front of me because every facility is different, but we do have a list from Cooks for each facility and what that's going to be covering.
Follow up, Madam Chair. I'm assuming this is a consulting contract for Cooks to come in and look at the equipment. How much did they charge you to look at each facility?
James Render for the record, I don't have that exact in front of me. I mean, we could provide that and know what the contract covered, but the company is Cooks and we should have a cover on that.
Madam Chair, I have a different question, but it's still corrections. So I also was reading, it's on the washing machines. So there is a line, it's line 5264, which it's the Lovelock Correctional. So I think this is an error because it says that 69,455 was given for the replacement of laundry equipment FY 2023. It says the project was 100% complete, but really in line 5266, there was a transfer of 69,455 from Department of Corrections to Carlin Conservation Camp. And in the note, it said that this was remaining funds to be used for biohazard washer system for Lovelock facility. And then it said C Road 288. So what I'm trying to figure out is, if 69,455 was expended and the project is complete, right, for the laundry then there was a same amount transferred to Conservation Camp in Carlin. And then there's a remaining amount for Lovelock facility, which is then documented on line 288 for 31,000 of the remaining authority of the 61. The remaining authority of the 69, which was 31,415. So was the Lovelock washing machines completed? Because it says 100% complete on one line, and then you see the exact number transferred. So did you finish the washer purchases or not?
Lisa Galloway for the record. There were 2 awards for $69,000. One was completely spent. The other one was spent and purchased the equipment they needed for the Carlin Correction Camp. They had that $31,000 left over, and an additional need for Lovelock was identified, and that money was transferred then to the Lovelock facility for the biohazard washer.
So you said it was 2 separate.
Correct. There were two separate awards for $69,000. One for Carlin and one for Lovelock originally.
How many washers were purchased so at Lovelock Correctional for the FY23 from line 5264?
I don't have that information in front of me. I'd have to get that for you.
Are you within DOC?
No, Lisa Galloway for GFO.
Oh, okay.
DOC is
I was
here.
like, yeah, because I was like, he's sitting next to you.
So this is James Render for the record. For Lovelock, I believe that was 2 washers. We'll get the exact on it, but those run about $35,000 a piece.
So you're getting a third bio with the remaining 31,000, which is on line 288.
James Render for the record, I believe so. That's what we're asking for, is so that we can cover it all completely with the additional money.
So the bio washer is actually cheaper than a regular one?
James Render for the record, I don't think so. It's the $35,000 comes with all the installation and all that, and I believe the installation is covered on the bio machine because we already have the company that prepared the installation piece. But again, I have to get the exact on that because that's overseen by a different department. So, but I believe it'll all be covered if we can explain it.
Okay, because according to this, you would be like roughly what, $3,800 or $4,000 short?
James Render for the record, that is correct. I know we'll probably be short on it and cover it from the agency.
So, and then my final question, because it's something I think I started to track last year. How many washers, laundry equipment have we purchased over the past 2 years?
That's another, James Render for the record, that'll be something else we'll have to provide. I can't provide, I don't have that in the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I believe Senator Titus has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you all for being here and the information. I know these are sometimes very specific questions, but they have to be asked and have to be answered. This money we very much are accountable for. Don't want to see anything go back if we can help it. So thank you for being here. So back to very detailed questions. I want to follow up on what Assembly Member Anderson had asked regarding the healthcare workforce scholarship information and the monies that have been spent. I need a little bit more information. If you don't have it, hopefully you can get it to me regarding the clinical rotations, the community health workers, and especially the medical students and preceptors. For over 30 years, I was a preceptor, and I had about 6 to 10 either medical students or residents rotate with me. So that's just me. In my career, we have a lot of medical students out there. They're all required to do a rotation. And we have hundreds of preceptors. I'm very concerned that that seems like a minuscule amount of folks that have been awarded or supported. And I'm just wondering, as has already been asked, and we need more clarification on how many applied, how is NC getting this out? And it seems like it's underwhelming of what's actually been awarded, where the need is so great. So can somebody get me some clarification on that? If you don't have that, I'd really like to see the number of folks that applied, what's the advertising, because these are very dismal numbers of the potential folks that could have been awarded that. And nursing students, and some of those folks, it's like, whoa. When we had a bill in to support rural nursing, nursing access, which, quote, again, as I've been stated many times and in our public opinion, we didn't have programs awarded because we didn't have funds for them. And I'm seeing here that with an opportunity with funds, some of these needs weren't filled.
This is Mitch DeValier for the record, and my colleague Ryan Mills is in Las Vegas, and I believe he has more of the information for that.
Ryan Mills for the record. Those clinical rotations were just for this semester. We do have more than that. We can give you an update with the numbers later if you would like us to send you all the detailed information.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Just a comment. I absolutely would like to see these numbers because I know that, and certainly the folks that I have taught and worked with, that it was, again, I never got paid for it, and I always had these students stay with community members for the full rural experience. And so I'm just thinking that there's more opportunity here. And so I'd like a detailed report on how many existed, how many applied, and not just for med students, but the community health workers, the J1 visas, the doulas, medical assistants. This just seems completely underwhelming to me, and an opportunity is being missed here. So thank you.
Ryan Mills for the record. To date, they've had 311 clinical rotation instances for student facilitating in the Rocks. Estimated that the remaining time through 11/30/26, there will be 219 more students facilitating in the Rocks.
Thank you for that. And Madam Chair, thank you for the questions. Looking forward to more detailed information across the board in this healthcare sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe Assemblymember Hafen, do you have a question?
I have a couple, if that's okay, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Director Greenmeyer, for this. Lots of good things have taken place. And I've had the chance to reach out to some of the agencies where we're seeing some of these funds. There was one on here I was just communicating with SNWA on where 0% of the funds have been spent. They ran into issues with right-of-ways and BLM acquisitions. But they've got that resolved now and are moving forward. So I feel like that project is good and going to get completed. I also reached out to some of the companies that are working on the OSET funds for broadband, and they were telling me that they were having similar issues where they were having issues getting right-of-way access or entitlement agreements. Some of them have purchased the equipment. I don't know if all of them have to do it once they get those entitlements in place. But as some of my colleagues have said, that there's some serious concerns that nobody knows how long the federal government is going to take to give those easements or right-of-way access, as well as some of these other companies who are just now applying for local entitlements. And so I have some serious concerns after the phone calls that I was able to make and some of the email exchanges. And so I just feel like we really need to get a better handle on where these things are before we come back to our next meeting. I know you mentioned possibly de-obligating some of these funds and bringing back recommendations. It is almost too late right now. But I think that December is our drop deadline for some of this because it is concerning. And I know, I think Mr. Director Mitchell just walked in, but he's on the agenda for later. So I will have some specific questions for that project as well. But I do feel like we need a lot more information. We do need to make sure that these projects are actually moving forward. And when I'm hearing that they're still trying to negotiate contracts for entitlements, and they haven't actually broken ground on any of the construction, that's very concerning. Just in my background, I know that projects will take longer than 12 months, especially with some of the broadband infrastructure being miles and miles of infrastructure that has to go in. And so I do want additional information, and I know Director Mitchell is here to discuss that. Hopefully he'll have a lot more for us, but I do want to put that on your radar for our next meeting, that we do get additional information on some of these projects that are either currently at 0% or only 30% funded. So we have a better level of comfort that we're not going to be giving back the money to the federal government. If I knew the federal government was going to spend it wisely like the state of Nevada does, I would feel more comfortable, but I'm not 100% sure the federal government always is fiscally responsible like the state of Nevada. And so if we have projects that are needed that we can re-obligate these, I would like to see that at our December IFC meeting.
Tiffany Greenemar for the record. Yes, we can provide that at the December IFC meeting.
Thank you very much. And I believe Assemblymember Watts may have some questions.
Thank you, Chair. This really follows up on the questions or statement that came from my colleague before, as well as from Senator Wynn. So does the Governor's Finance Office have a list of projects that are of concern? Because basically what we've heard so far is there's monthly check-ins to ensure that the agencies say, yes, we believe we can spend these dollars. We heard a little bit about some of the capital projects. And again, that was just discussed around still there being some concern with being able to get those dollars fully deployed on time. But my question is, and it sounds like there's not currently a drop deadline by which we're deciding that projects are not on track, but are there projects that are flagged, right? So we get things that come to us when, where things are noted that there are funds that can be deobligated and moved around. And so those come to us at IFC. I think what you're hearing from many of the members of this are is there a step before that where a project has been flagged and is of concern and needs to be dug into more to make sure that we're getting in front of that and then determining if we need to move those funds elsewhere?
Yes, Tiffany Greenemar for the record. Yes, the ARPA team does bring any concerns to my level. And at that point, I have a meeting with the sub-grantee to see where they're at and how they're going to spend the funds. But with the concern as to these projects that haven't hit the ground running, I will get with the governor's office and we will develop a drop deadline as to what we're going to deobligate and bring back to IFC to have recommendations. And I'll have that for you. I will have that for you for the December IFC.
Thank you. So I think that is wise because we are going to be entering a time crunch. And so as was stated earlier, we do not want to be finding out about some of these things where we only have a month or two to make a course correction. So yes, if you could provide that as well as provide some information on those projects that have had concerns sourced to your office, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions from the committee? Assemblymember Haven.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I did have one actual question. It's line 239, the B&I project for the Windsor Park. It looks like only 1% of that has been spent, but it appears that it was obligated through contracts and land purchase agreements. I was just hoping that you could confirm or explain a little bit more on where that's at with those contracts, and if those contracts are currently executed. Just a little bit of status update, because that is just only 1% has been spent today.
Tiffany Greenemeier for the record. I do have the housing here. Nope. Christina Hess should
I believe
be in
we
Vegas.
have housing. I believe we have housing in Vegas.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Assemblymember Hafen, and thank you, Governor's Finance Office. I appreciate all your support and all your check-ins. They are checking in with us. I will confirm often, often more than a month, and keeping us on track. Assemblymember Hafen, Christine Hess for the record with the Nevada Housing Division. Assemblymember Hafen, regarding your question around the expenditures for the Windsor Park project around ARPA SLFRF. So currently that project in total has submitted 5 draws totaling $12.6 million. This was going to be part of a later presentation, so perhaps that won't be a pulled item. They've submitted expenditure requests for totaling $12.6 million. $12 million of that has actually been paid using the state general funds that were appropriated by Senate Bill 450 in the 2023 session. Those state general funds had an expenditure deadline of September 19th, 2025. So we met that deadline. So currently we are drawing down. If you're in North Las Vegas, there is so much activity happening. I actually have a video on my phone this morning of some of the work. So we're really excited. We are not concerned at all. Well, we're always concerned, but we do not have concerns that this project will meet the 12/31/26 deadline for the ARPA funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And not seeing any additional questions, although we may have one. No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And thank you. We look forward to having the additional information that we will be needing. All right, with that, I will we will go to item G, and I will hand the microphone over to Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I will go over the items on lists G, H, I, and T that the committee would like additional discussion on. Beginning on with list G, these are 9 work programs that were submitted as 15-day expeditious action work programs under NRS 353.220. These are all, the 15-day period is all expired, so these have all been approved and processed and are provided for informational purposes only. There are no items on list G that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. Moving on to list H, this is the list of the 3 ARPA work programs that Mr. Leiser briefly discussed in his testimony earlier. There are no items on list H that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. Moving on to list I, this is the regular 45-day work program list. There are 45 work programs on this list. I'll start on page 1. Work program I-1. Office of the Governor, Office of Federal Assistance has been identified to be pulled for discussion. Then I-2 and I-3, these are both from the Governor's Technology Office, Nevada Office of Cyber Defense Coordination. These will be heard together. Moving on to page 3 of list I, agenda item I-16, Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation, Employment Security Division, Office of Workforce Innovation. This item will be heard together with I-17, which is on the top of page 4, also from DEER, the Employment Security Division Workforce Development. Then staying on page 4, agenda item I-18 and I-20, both from DEER, Employment Security Division. These will be pulled for discussion and heard jointly. Moving on to page 5, agenda item I-26, Nevada Health Authority, Nevada Medicaid. That item has been identified to be pulled for additional discussion. Then on to page 7, still on list I, agenda item I-37, Department of Wildlife Director's Office. That item will be pulled for discussion. And then on the very last page of list I, this is page 10 that lists the proposed position reclassifications. The first, there's a table on page 10. The first item on the table from the Department of Administration, Division of Human Resource Management, that proposed position reclassification has been withdrawn. That withdrawal request was received after the agenda had been posted, so it's not on your your materials, but that item has been withdrawn and will not be considered. That's everything on list I. Then moving on to list T, this is the information item list. Agenda item T1A, this is from the Office of Science, Information and Technology, a semi-annual report on the ARPA funds for broadband. Then going on to page 5 of list T, agenda item T6. These are reports from the 17 school districts regarding their usage of the Senate Bill 231 funds from the 2023 legislative session. All 17 school districts submitted reports. However, Clark County School District, Elko County School District, Esmeralda County School District, Mineral County School District, and Washoe County School District have been identified to present on those reports. So again, that's Clark County, Elko County, Esmeralda County, Mineral County, and Washoe County School Districts. So those 5 school districts. And in addition to those 5, if there are other school districts who would like to briefly present or summarize their SB 231 spending report, the chair would be happy to hear those presentations as well. That's it on list T, and that concludes all the items that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. And if there's any questions from any of the members, I'd be happy to go over those.
All right, at this point, I will ask if there are any members that have something that they would like to have pulled. Any hands raised up there in Carson City? I see none. All right, I think we have our pulled items. So I will take a motion to approve all items not pulled from H and I.
So moved.
Assembly Member Monroe Moreno, second by Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And if you need to get up and excuse yourself, you're welcome to do that. No, Mr. Hafen, not you. I don't know whether to have my feelings hurt that everybody got up and left or. All right, we will go to I-1, the Office of the Governor, the Office of Federal Assistance.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I am Akia Sanders, for the record, the Director of the Office of Federal Assistance. And with me joining is Phoebe McKnight, Deputy Director of the Office of Federal Assistance, and Richard Brenner, the Chair of the State Emergency Response Commission. So I'll go ahead and start. So we were notified by Department of Transportation on June 12th that there was some concern about the Hazardous Material Emergency Preparedness Grant going back to the federal government, as well as potentially not being able to apply. And so within that time frame, I did reach out to the governor's office for some support. And I reached out to their Homeland Security advisor, of which he connected me with the commission that's in charge of managing that grant. So I was connected to Richard Brenner. And we had a few different conversations on how to navigate these funds. So fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 hazardous material emergency preparedness grants were at risk of going back to Department of Transportation. And so we worked with the CERC Commission and the Department of Public Safety and came up with a plan to get an extension on those funds to September 30th, 2026. So that way we could still expend those funds in the state. And I stand by for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions on this particular item? I believe Senator Pizzina has one.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. What is the Office of Federal Assistance's long-term plan for directly administering federal grants for state agencies?
Thank you, Chair, through the Chair to Senator Pizzina. Akia Sanders, for the record again. I appreciate this question. As I've taken over as the state director in August of last year, I had a statute, right? And that was kind of my marching orders on what to do for the state. And I think the bigger issue, as we all know, is we leave a lot of funding on the table as a state. And we're not coordinated in how we manage our federal funds. And so with our statute, and also with the support of our Nevada Advisory Council on Federal Assistance, we've been very creative in how we've been reaching out to our state agencies. I've really prioritized our state agencies, even though we have other stakeholders per statute, because I believe if we can provide support for our state agencies, then we can shift some of the issues that we're having in the management of federal funds, and it'll trickle down to our organizations and our communities. So with that being said, this was something new for us, but it does say per statute that all state agencies are required to report to us when they're applying for a federal grant, when they're receiving a federal grant, when they're amending a federal grant, or when that money is at risk of going back to the federal government. And so this was almost an anomaly because Department of Public Safety probably didn't even know that statute existed, and they utilized us in that format. I do see if this office is able to expand its resources, because we're definitely understaffed. We have 6 folks, and two agencies, two state offices, one in Vegas and one in Carson City, and I'm based in Carson. This is something that could provide direct support and triage to our state agencies as they struggle with capacity issues and funds potentially being at risk of going back to the federal government. I hope I answered your question.
Senator Pizzina, did you have another question?
I did for the Department of Public Safety. Okay, you ready? All right. Can you explain why the Department of Public Safety is unable to assist the State Emergency Response Commission with grant administration at this time?
Hi, this is Joe Rodriguez. I have the privilege of serving as our new state fire marshal. My name is Joe, J-O-E, last name Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z. And moving forward, I do foresee, especially coming out of this last session, we were able to obtain 7 new PCNs. And as our new fire marshal, I was able to do some reorganization. And I do believe moving forward, we'll be able to fulfill this grant and manage it appropriately.
Akia Sanders for the record, can I make a comment? Kelly Hutter, who is in Northern Nevada at the table, she was working directly for the state fire marshal's office at the time when this grant came online to the Office of Federal Assistance. She was offered from the Department of Public Safety to assist, as well as I think at that point in time, she was an admin too, and already managing 5 other grants. So since then, Kelly has been promoted to the State Emergency Response Commission's administrator within the support of Richard. These are fiscal year 22 and 23 grants that we're going to go back to the federal government. So we're going to make sure that this money is spent appropriately, and we're going to make sure the reporting is done. And moving forward, we'll make sure Kelly has the training she needs so she can apply for this grant moving forward on her own and be successful as a CERC administrator.
And one other follow-up question. I'm happy to hear that DPS is ready to assist moving forward. What steps will you take to ensure federal grants within the department are spent in a timely manner?
Well, there we go. Joe Rodriguez for the record. I think that goes into, back to what I previously stated, that reorganizing our division and having additional fiscal oversight. So we do have a larger fiscal department, and what we've done is actually move CERC and fiscal together. So that and the help of the governor's office, I think I have all the confidence, especially with our CERC chairman, that we'll be able to manage this. I mean, any further questions on that? I will look to my staff to answer that, but hopefully it answers your question.
All right, thank you. And I will go to Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Department of Public Safety for speaking up and saying, hey, we need help, because we've worked so hard in this state to bring federal dollars in because we were leaving so much money on the table, and to work with the Office of Federal Assistance to make sure we didn't have to send the money back. My question is for the Office of Federal Assistance. You talked about the way the statute is written right now. Your division wasn't set up to directly administer grants, but to assist. Moving forward, we may see more of this happening, especially with what's happening at the federal level. Do you anticipate that we would need to make changes or updates to the statute to give you the authority to do the direct administration?
Thank you for that question. Akia Sanders for the record. Yes, Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe-Moreno, that is exactly where my mindset is going when I'm looking out 5 years for the Office of Federal Assistance. I believe that we could potentially be a fee-for-service based office that provides that support for those smaller agencies, very similar to our Administrative Services Division and Department of Administration, where we can do the management of grants. And I like to say grant portfolio management, and I don't want to nerd out on grants, but I know you understand what I'm saying. and where if we are that centralized office per statute, then let's actually walk the walk and do the work. But with that being said, not only would it need a legislative amendment, it would also need more staff.
Thank you for that. And that was going to be my next question. When you look for resources, when you look at that 5-year plan looking out, have you thought about what those additional resources and number of staff you would need to carry out being that fee-for-service grant management?
Thank you again, Vice Chair Monroe Marino, for that question. Yes, we are actively working with the Governor's Finance Office as we're in the very early stages of GovRec. But I work very closely with GFO Director Tiffany Greenemeyer, and she's been providing a lot of knowledge and support and how we need to build that out and what that looks like right now. So I know we're in the infancy stages of preparing for GovRec, but we are having those conversations right now.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I believe Assemblymember Watts has a question or a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Really just following up on Assemblymember Monroe Moreno, I just want to thank you for your dedication and tenacity in making sure that that these funds do not get returned. And again, the bottom line is that this is deploying services for the people of the state of Nevada. And so appreciate everybody, but particularly you getting creative to make sure that we're able to get this grant deployed, get these funds out the door and serve the community. I know we have a new state fire marshal, but I did just want to make sure that I note a little bit of my frustration having sat on the subcommittee that handles these budgets. Obviously we did make some investments in the fire marshal's office, but having been there for 2 sessions to learn that we have these funds that are from several fiscal years ago that have been sitting unspent, and that it took the very kind of innovative efforts of the Office of Federal Assistance to make sure that we now have a plan to catch up for several years that we fell behind over the next year is frustrating. So we've got a couple of issues with kind of transparency, and so I wanted to make sure that I got on the record that we want to make sure that we are finding out about these issues as far on the front end as possible, so that we can make sure that we get that addressed. I don't want to see the Office of Federal Assistance or this body scrambling to figure out what to do because we let things get too far down the road. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. So for any agency that is administering these grants, for them to keep an eye on it, to reach out to the Office of Federal Assistance, make sure that we get members of this body informed so that we can get that taken care of sooner rather than later. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions on item I-1? All right. Seeing none, with that, I'll accept a motion.
I move to approve.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno. Second from Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much for your time. And we will go to I-2 and 3, which will be heard together. And this is the Governor's Technology Office, the Nevada Office of Cyber Defense Coordination. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Timothy Galuzzi, and I have the honor of serving as your Chief Information Officer for the state of Nevada and Executive Director of the Governor's Technology Office. For you today, we have 2 work programs for the Office of Information Security and Cyber Defense, both of which are for the accepting of funds for the state and local cybersecurity grant program to help improve the cyber defense for the state of Nevada. The first work program for your consideration is work program Charlie 77280. The purpose of this work program is for the creation of a shared technical threat analysis platform that further improves the threat analysis and detection that we can then expand out to executive branch and rural partners. It improves upon the capacity that the executive branch currently enjoys and expands that out to our rural partners. The second work program, Charlie 77278, is to build upon the work that our partners at University of Nevada, Las Vegas have already conducted with their planning efforts to begin the statewide Security Operations Center. And with that, I brought along some help. I've got my senior deputy, Darla Dodge, and I also have Deputy Adam Miller of the Office of Information Security and Cyber Defense, and we'll stand for any questions you guys may have.
Thank you very much. And I believe that Senator Wynn has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming up. I had some specific questions. I appreciate that we are reacting to the cybersecurity attack that we recently underwent and are probably still dealing with those like ongoing implications and consequences of that. But in going back and looking at previous requests and previous budgets, as far back as prior to the 2023 legislative session, I know that the Department of Public Safety, Nevada's Office of Cyber Defense Coordination, which is now your office, had requested approximately $34.7 million to establish a statewide security operations center to coordinate cybersecurity efforts across the agencies. And that item for special consideration request was not included in Governor Lombardo's executive budget in that 23 session. And in light of that, this recent attack, can you speak to whether or not the establishment of that type of security operations center might have helped prevent or mitigate this incident?
Thank you for the question, Senator Wynn. Timothy Galuzzi for the record, Chief Information Officer. I believe that initial $37 million request was probably a very substantial initial request. And while I do believe that a statewide security operations center is imperative, it requires buy-in from all participants, and having a significant upfront capital investment, while it's nice, I think everybody needs to have a bit of stake in the game, and everyone needs to have investment. And having that upfront capital kind of takes away from that. The way that we're trying to build it right now, we're attempting to use the federal opportunities that are made available to us through the state and local cybersecurity grant program, and build it with a grassroots effort with incredibly willing and able participants. And our hope is that they will then be able to peel off their current duplicative investments to really leverage the economies of scale that the Security Operations Center would then be able to offer them. We don't get a lot of funding opportunities. There's been times where we've asked for significant investment in information security, and it has not been provided to us. And there's an incredible opportunity now to continue with some momentum that the state and local cybersecurity grant program affords us to kind of build upon some of that maturity now. Adam, I'm not sure if you had anything.
Yeah, Adam Miller for the record, Deputy Director of OISCD. To your specific question on whether that $34 million to establish a statewide SOC would have prevented this specific incident, you can say yes, you can say no, you can argue it either way. I think what we do know is that the security infrastructure we have in place with the resources we have at our disposal caught this security incident early enough to where we were able to triage, we were able to prevent, and then we were able to rebuild and reconstitute. And so I think, more resources, especially in information security, is never a bad thing. But with the resources we currently have, we were able to maintain this security incident as best we could.
And Timothy Galuzzi, for the record, I can kind of add to that a bit. It's not always about resources as well. There's been some very large, notable other cyber incidents that have been in organizations that have been incredibly well funded. Some examples, Jaguar Land Rover. Just this year in 2025, they suffered an AI-generated ransomware data breach. And that has estimated losses of about $2.67 billion total. It has completely frozen out all of their production. And we believe that sources are showing that one is nation state backed. Salesforce suffered a data breach, over 1 billion records, billion with a B. And then that one is showing as a data extortion. Salesforce is one of the largest IT service providers in the world. There's also Spam GPT is an AI-powered phishing platform, was launched in 2025. This is a dark web phishing toolkit that is now available on the dark web that anyone can go out and buy for $5,000. And this is the threats that we are having to deal with today. And these things are constantly evolving. What we ask for is an opportunity to continuously diversify our security platform, to look for opportunities to mature our threat hunting, to look for additional ways to build the cybersecurity layer cake, to build stability in our environment, and also to thank the incredibly talented IT professionals that we have across the state that responded in such a way that we've received praise from all the partners that we worked with on this. So I think that to look in retrospect and try to cast blame is not what I want to do personally. I want to look for how we can build a more resilient Nevada.
May I follow up, Chair?
Certainly.
I'm sorry. My question wasn't an attack on the hardworking professionals that work in our IT that have got us back up online. I guess my question I just really don't understand why would having upfront capital prevent buy-in? Wouldn't it allow all these agencies within the executive branch to have buy-in if we had that capital and we invested it in that program, because they wouldn't have to sacrifice other budget priorities? I guess my question is what I'm getting from you in, learning about other agencies that are funded. Are you saying that no amount of funding, because we can't compete with these outside agencies like a car company that may have hundreds of millions of dollars invested in security, or some of these other companies that we shouldn't even bother? Or is this something that moving forward that your office is looking to bring back in requests because it would be helpful? Or are you just saying this office wouldn't be helpful and that's why it was rejected in 2023, and given another opportunity in 2025, we would again reject it?
Oh, thank you for that clarification, Senator. I didn't mean to impugn you in any way, shape, or form. I just wanted to kind of highlight how serious these risks are and how really any entity can be a victim of these. I believe I'm a little sensitive because of what has gone on from folks outside of this room in trying to impugn our organization. But I think, one of the challenges our organization has constantly faced is more of a structural issue when it comes to how we fund cybersecurity and technology efforts. When we weigh when we weigh opportunities for funding, we look at if we receive that capital, it immediately gets turned into rates that all executive branch agencies then have to pay. And we immediately hear from those agency partners on how debilitating those rates feel on their budget and how that impacts their budget cap. And so what we would love to do is have conversations with LCB and the fiscal team to talk about what other options there might be on how to be able to provide funding opportunities and investment opportunities that wouldn't have that sort of negative impact on our executive branch partners or looking forward our municipal partners, and still invest in cybersecurity and technology infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry. I feel like maybe I'm not being clear, so I'm going to be more direct. Moving forward, does your office plan to revisit this concept of having a centralized security operations center, period?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Once again, for the record, Timothy Galuzzi, yes.
And then my next question is there any other proposed alternative mechanisms that your office plans to propose to strengthen statewide cybersecurity threat monitoring and response?
For the record, Timothy Galuzzi, yes. We are looking at opportunities right now to strengthen our current toolkits, to look for best of breed when it comes to platforms, to look for opportunities for increasing training and awareness amongst the executive branch, to look at other governance and policy considerations across the executive branch to ensure that we are following best practice across the entirety of the executive branch. So yes, there are proposals that are currently in the works. As we are pretty early prior to GovRec, some of those are still in the ideation phase.
So in addition to having that timeline sometime in the fall of next year, what type of potential timeline or funding strategy or interagency coordination framework is being considered in the immediacy before we head into that 2027 legislative session? It seems like this is something that can't and maybe shouldn't wait until 2027 or even governor's recommended budget like due dates in the fall of 2026. So do you have any other kind of strategic plan that you are utilizing to deal with this in the immediacy, other than some of the proposals that were brought forward today in IFC?
Thank you for the question, Senator Nguyen. We are currently working with the governor's office on some of the more emergent needs. And until those are fully baked and the prioritization list has been completed, we won't know which exactly of those proposals we'll be able to come forward with.
Adam Miller for the record. Senator Nguyen, yeah, and to clarify as well, we had a work program that was approved, I think, sometime this summer through IFC for, it's roughly $500,000 for staff support. And so what we've done now is we've leveraged bringing in a consultant and potentially looking at a couple more to do a top-down review of our security policies. So that's incident response, that's governance, that's training. I mean, it's a true top-down policy. Everything that affects cybersecurity policy in the state of Nevada is going to be under scrutiny. And so that is going to be the first step on how we progress towards building a more robust security policy. And then, as Director Galuzzi mentioned earlier, UNLV also received a similar SLCGP grant last year, and we are working with them and leveraging them on a feasibility study for how a statewide security operations center will look moving forward. And so leveraging their grant the grant funds that we've been awarded and are asking for in these work programs, that is going to kind of just build the pathway to not only strengthen the Security Operations Center for the executive branch, but allow us to reach out to our state and local partners to bring them into the fold and kind of build out that holistic security platform.
So I realize it's difficult to go back and say, oh, we should have done and we could have done this, but I think it's really important that we do that. And so that was the basis of my first question, is if we went back to 2023, obviously there was a request made by the Department of Public Safety's Nevada Office of Cyber Defense Coordination that they thought that this $34.7 million was necessary to establish this back then, because I think everyone knew that these threats were just increasing. So I'm glad to hear that we are considering it moving forward. But I think my answer is yes. In retrospect, it probably would have been good to fund this. Is that correct? I see you shaking your heads, but I just want some verbal confirmation of that.
Timothy Galuzzi, for the record, statewide cybersecurity operations center, for the record, yes. It would move the needle for statewide security maturity for the state. But without a crystal ball, we don't know if it would have stopped this, but it would add more security infrastructure, more tooling to hopefully have mitigated this from happening.
Thank you for your responses, and thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. And I believe Assembly Member Brown May has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Galuzzi, for the presentation. I have a number of constituents that have reached out. I don't believe that I've seen it yet. Can we expect a report from the results of the cyber attack, the fiscal impacts across the state, the departments that are affected? Are we up and running? There are a number of questions that I know a lot of people in my sphere have, and I don't feel like we have those answers. Can we expect a report?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Brown May. For the record, Timothy Galuzzi, to kind of respond to that, I can give some high-level details right now. Obviously, there is still an active investigation, and there's some details I just cannot go into because of confidentiality, because of privilege. But we are engaged with the vendor right now to create a holistic after-action report that our intent is to be able to make that public, because this is a learning opportunity, not just for us in Nevada, not just for Nevadans, but for all state and local governments across the nation. We just got back from the National Association of State Information Officers annual conference, and there was an incredible amount of interest because all states are worried about just this event happening to them. A lot of state governments have had similar events happen within their departments, within their elected officials' offices. But this level of an event, they're all worried about it. And they want to know exactly how we were able to react so quickly and so well, so they can learn from it and how to prevent an attack like this from happening to them. So what I can tell you is that once that report is available, we will be able to publish it. Our intent is to make it publicly available. There may be some details that aren't available for quite some time. The data that was impacted from everything that we have seen is not public constituent data. It is a very incredibly small subset of internal data. And so if that helps people with their sense of assurance and confidence that it was not a major data leak, then hopefully that is helpful. And that is to the best of our knowledge. We have a significant for for a long time, have invested in excess cyber liability insurance when a lot of states have not had that opportunity. And that is because our level of cyber awareness and maturity within the state of Nevada. And because of that, the state is well protected. We have a $7 million coverage. And so we believe that that level of coverage is going to be ample to cover the direct expenses from this. And the direct expenses at this point are well under that. And so we believe that that is going to be ample to cover our direct expenses. And so that should give, especially this committee, some significant reprieve. At this point, if there are any other questions, I can probably answer those questions a little bit more directly.
Thank you. Follow-up, Chair?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Galuzzi, for that information. I do appreciate that. I do have a number of questions, and I'm going to ask you to follow up on, and not necessarily today, but in the report. I did hear you say that we were looking at a vendor. I would really like to know who the vendor is, and did we vet them through state purchasing, and did we go out to bid? Like, who is the vendor? How did we get them? I'd like to know when was the attack initiated, and how long did they have access to our systems before we discovered that they were there? Did we pay a ransom? Was one requested? I appreciate that we do have insurance coverage and the cap is at $7 million. I hear you say that we are going to utilize that insurance coverage. It's your belief currently, so that the cost to the state is under $7 million total. I appreciate that. I'd like to know each of the departments that were affected and for how long. What is the fiscal impact to those departments? And I think it's with the intent that we can help to build your state infrastructure so that those IT expenses don't hit the Department of Health and Human Services, but instead hit IT, right? Where they perhaps belong in the overarching structure of our state infrastructure. I think that's really important as we go forward. I appreciate the state's response and that we had every department head in a press conference. I don't know that they really were able to respond probably as effectively as you could have if you were to handle that. And just knowing that there are a lot of people that are watching what's happening with regard to the state. It's also really important to know that every division is up and operational currently. I'd also like to know if there are workarounds that are still happening across the state. I realize that's a lot of information, Mr. Galuzzi, and I do appreciate what you've been doing. I will just offer this. Know that this is not an attack from the legislative body. It's simply just trying to be really great partners. And someone once gave me the advice as a legislator that you have to have a thick skin and a warm heart, and that they have to balance each other, because these are some really hard questions that we have to respond to as well. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Galuzzi.
Thank you very much. And I believe that Senator Neal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So before I ask my question, I need you to go back. So when you ran down your list and you were talking about Salesforce, I'll tell you what I heard, then you tell me what you said. So what I heard was that Salesforce is a large company that's been hacked. That's what I heard. But what did you say?
So thank you for the question, Senator Neal. So the public reporting has shown that a breach for a Salesforce affiliate, it is a data extortion via third-party app compromise. And over 1 billion records have been stolen from 39 plus Salesforce customers, to include FedEx, Toyota, primarily on the commercial side of their business. And that is where it is isolated, it looks like. It appears that the ransom was demanded at approximately $1 billion. And so that is based off of publicly sourced reporting.
Madam Chair, follow. So, and I'm assuming you were providing this information so you could help provide context for what happens to private entities that may be third parties on a commercial side. Is your statement commercial side different than a government relationship?
Timothy Galuzzi for the record. Thank you for the question, Senator Neal. My statement was to really just to be able to provide context on the landscape of cyber attacks, both nationally and internationally, and what the scale of some of these cyber attacks could potentially look like.
Thank you for that. So now is my question. So if Salesforce has that level of threat and interaction through a third-party agreement, and we know that DMV was one of the agencies affected, and DMV has contracts with Salesforce, which is owned by Amazon, then what then does that mean for the relationship of Salesforce having access to data that is within the DMV system, which was a part of the cybersecurity attack?
Let me see if I can capture that. Once again, Timothy Galuzzi for the record. So in any of these situations, on any cyber attack, you have to follow exactly where the attack leads. You have to only follow the facts of the actual attack. You have to follow the footprints of the attackers. And so what we would do in any one of these scenarios is scan the environment and look for those footprints, look for anything that attacker might have touched. And in the case of DMV, they have an amazing cybersecurity team, and I am certain that as soon as news of any Salesforce vulnerability or anything like that popped, the first thing that they would have done is scan their environment for any type of vulnerability. And if they saw any inkling or any hint of vulnerability, they would have locked that down and reported that up. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe that they saw anything in their environment. Nothing was reported of it. So, and so you have to take each incident as its own independent and individual event.
Thank you for that. And then final follow-up, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
How many state agencies are using Salesforce or Amazon, which they call it, I guess, AWS? How many of those agencies have contracts with either Amazon or Salesforce, which is a subsidiary of Amazon? And then there's a third subsidiary, the name is eluding me, that is also owned by Amazon. But how many agencies have a contract with Salesforce or Amazon?
Thank you for the question, Senator Neal. I don't have that data right in front of me, but I would note that with each of these environments, there is often a segmented commercial environment that is often segregated from a government environment. So if something happens in the commercial space, it does not necessarily equate to something happening in the government space, as we often see with Azure or any of the other major cloud providers.
Senator Neal, if I can clarify too, Adam Miller for the record, I think we want to be clear too that the correlation between the Salesforce data breach and the security incident that we faced in the state of Nevada are not connected. That correlation was solely to show context on billion-dollar companies and the true impact that cybersecurity events can have, and the resources that the state of Nevada has allocated towards cybersecurity, and the reduced impact that we were able to defend against. And so we can obviously get you those Salesforce numbers as far as contracts are concerned, but from an agency's perspective, when they enter into an agreement with an outside vendor for whatever, if there is a data breach, it is incumbent upon those outside vendors to notify those state agencies if their data has been impacted. And so that would have been a conversation between DMV and Salesforce specifically, but we were not read into any data leaks from Salesforce's side on DMV. But to reiterate, the Salesforce data breach was not a cause for the cybersecurity incident for the state of Nevada.
Thank you for that. I just thought it was an appropriate question if you start off a conversation saying, well, Salesforce has experienced X amount of breach, right? So I immediately, drew the lateral line to try to understand, is there a correlation? Because it started off with saying, well, see, Salesforce is not safe. And so that created a therefore, right? So if Salesforce is not safe, then how could a government system that is having a third-party relationship with the same entity be safe? And then it begged the final question of how then do you protect a system when everyone is subject to being hackable? And clearly the answer isn't give me $1 trillion and we'll be good, because it must be something else.
Adam Miller for the record. Yeah, and just to kind of foot stomp your point, Senator Neal, is cybersecurity is a constantly evolving sphere. We get alerts from my office in particular daily, many times a day, in fact, from federal partners, from private vendors, highlighting new vulnerabilities that we need to then secure. And so this kind of ties the bow on a security operations center and a threat intelligence platform that all of that information, both from private sector companies to federal partners to state partners, are all going to be able to feed that information into one centralized platform, and that provides security for everyone involved. And so, as we talk about executive branch versus our state and local partners, if City of Las Vegas or Washoe County are seeing threats to their devices or to their platforms, that will then feed up into a state security operations center that we can then transpose to executive branch platforms and network entities that allow us to harden those in a cybersecure way. And so it really is a whole of state encompassing security platform that benefits all participating entities.
Darla Dodge for the record, and if I just wanted to make a statement here with this. In IT, it's not a matter of when, not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so this, as you're hearing in the last few months, has been incredibly challenging for the entirety of the state. And so these questions are a great opportunity, and we greatly appreciate them.
Thank you, and we appreciate what you do. I believe Senator Titus may have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you all for being here today. I have a couple things. First, a comment. I just want to acknowledge the legislative branch was not as impacted as the executive branch. So I want to kind of give a shout out to our IT folks in this building who really have done a really good job. Not saying that the rest of the agencies haven't, but it was truly different on who was impacted and how this happened. And having said that, I'm wondering, have you worked with the folks here in this building to see what we did different and what has happened? How did this happen to so many state agencies and when we were somewhat protected from that? So that's my first question.
Thank you for the question, Senator Titus. Timothy Galuzzi for the record. The reason why the legislative branch was not impacted was because of how the attack was actually initiated. So I can't obviously speak about the specifics of this this specific attack, but generally speaking, ransomware attacks are generally either from a compromise in your environment being brute forced, or they come in as a victim initiated. And by victim initiated, that's either via a phishing attack that someone clicks on a link, or they download something that's nefarious. And so that's kind of localizes where the attack comes in from. And so the Legislative Counsel Bureau, being another branch of government, is pretty segmented and compartmentalized away from the executive branch. And so that's kind of protected this side of the House from what was going on in our environment. and our quick action when the attack initiated by isolating our environment really protected everyone around us, all of the environments that are connected to the executive branch. It protected those environments because we isolated ourselves. And that really protected a lot of the other departments from seeing that event spread even further. And that helped us with our recovery time as well.
A follow-up, Madam Chair? So I appreciate that comment. A lot of folks have reached out, and I know other members of this body have had their constituents reach out because of the concern about personal data. And again, we don't know no final thing on what actually was breached, if any. I certainly, and I know probably everybody in this room, have received some notice at some time that there was a potential data in whatever they have, their bank, for whatever, and they've had to change their password, et cetera. So that the attack on personal data really isn't a shock. One of the things that, and hopefully we can find out and will be informed, and I know people will be reimbursed, all of those things that will be covered. One thing that we haven't heard a lot about is nor did you say anything about, you said we may not be, the state won't probably cost us more than $7 million, et cetera, or whatever that figure is. But there's a big disconnect between what the state will pay and what the citizens of the state have paid because of this. And so I just want to point out that the impact of my constituents and everybody's constituents who tried to go to the DMV to register a car couldn't. The local sporting goods, gun dealers who tried to stay in business by selling various firearms, they couldn't because they couldn't do background checks. Folks who couldn't get employment because they couldn't get a background checked. The impact is far greater than anything the state will pay. It really was an impact to our citizens, and I know that it's going to be greater than the quote, the amount you said. And so I just want you to be cognizant of that you're an employee of the state, but we represent our constituents. And this impact not only personal data, but our small businesses who still, some of them cannot go on our Secretary of State's website. All of these things are part of this discussion, which is why we are really asking these tough questions of you. And no, I know some of them you can't answer. But the reality is we don't live in a vacuum in the state. We were all in this together. And as soon as we can see, are we completely back up? Can we get background checks? And the other thing you haven't mentioned is the impact on the federal side. And specifically, I'll use background checks because there's so many different ways that you go through a background check. Those were truly impacted. So I just want to make sure that you understand that these questions are really for the citizens of the whole state.
Thank you, Senator Titus, for that. And for the record, Timothy Galuzzi. And that impact is not lost on me, and it's not lost on my team. I have the opportunity to work with incredibly amazing public servants. I don't have a lot of staff that we require mandatory overtime of. It's not in their work performance standards, it's not in their job descriptions. And these staff, they showed up for Nevada. They showed up for those exact constituents that you spoke of. They worked 18, 20 plus hour days for weeks. They didn't take days off, they didn't take vacation, they gave up holidays, they gave up everything just to get Nevada back to work, just to get all of those things back online for Nevadans. It wasn't required of them. They volunteered it. And that was out of that sacred sense of duty. That's out of that sacred mission that they all believed in. That's because they cared. And it would be very easy for them. Their position would allow them to, as classified employees of the state, to show up and work 8 to 5 and call it good. And these aren't your stereotypical state employees that everybody wants to just dump on. And we heard it all on social media. And that's why I'm sorry if I got a little defensive, because we heard it all. But, our staff showed up for everybody. And they put in the time because they do care. We heard it all about the background checks. We heard it all about people not being able to get employed, and they really prioritized. I think the governor's office and their leadership. They really prioritized what was most important to Nevada. They prioritized public safety, to make sure that when law enforcement officers were out on the street, they would know who they were pulling over and who they were engaged with, to make sure that they were safe. And then they were prioritizing economy and getting the state back to work. And they did a really fine job of that. And this recovery was tough. You know, I really equate it to draining a Olympic-sized swimming pool with a garden hose. And so how do you prioritize where you put that garden hose and which water do you pull from first, right? And so we heard from everybody and what their chief priorities were from each of the departments. And while we understand that the impact was incredibly significant on constituents in Nevada, you know, we heard them, and we did everything that we could to get the state back as quickly as we could, as safely as we could, because that honestly was the most important thing. The last thing that we needed to do is pull something out of a quarantine environment that was potentially still impacted and then hit the reset button.
Yeah, to be clear, I was actually acknowledging the hard work you're doing, not attacking your employees. I know they were working hard. I know they were trying, and everything you just said about getting priorities up to date is clear. I was actually giving you an opportunity to let folks know that it wasn't just about getting Nevada online, that there wasn't a single subject issue about, okay, we have to get up, that there was federal things that you had to go through before you could get back online, because this is trickle-down effect where once that's breached, then the next thing is breached. So I was actually giving you an opportunity to explain to everybody why it was so delayed, because believe me, my folks were going after you, especially over background checks. So there's this federal stuff and lots of checks and balances here. So just to be clear, you kind of blew that opportunity. But I know you want to defend your folks, and I think they worked hard. The other thing I wanted to point out very clearly is that you couldn't give out information on what was happening, because then the bad guys knew, okay, they're vulnerable there. So every time you fixed one little leak in that dam, 5 more opened up. And so you didn't really explain that, and that was the other opportunity I was trying to give you. So to be clear, I was giving you an opportunity and not to put you on the defense. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator Titus. Yeah, and you know, with the cybersecurity, Timothy Glees for the record, with the cybersecurity incident, I think we are all really accustomed to other disasters like fires, floods, et cetera, where we in government can give out a lot of information all at once. Anytime we get information, we can push it out. In a cybersecurity incident, we have to be incredibly careful. There are active adversaries watching our every single move and watching for any new vulnerability. And we saw that after every single piece of information went public. And it wasn't necessarily the threat actor that initially tried to take advantage of us. It was other opportunists that were out there trying to get an easy win. And so we saw upticks of attempts, upticks of opportunist attempts on our infrastructure every time new information was made public.
Very good. That's what I wanted you to say. Thank you.
Are you having a good morning? That's all I would. Sorry that the questions are tough this morning. Lots of them across the board. Do we have any additional questions from the committee at this time? Thank you. And thank you for what you and your staff has done. I know that the questions are tough. I know that the social media is tough. And I personally appreciate what you do for the state of Nevada. I know sometimes you can't give us all the information for privacy reasons, or sometimes it's too much information. I don't know. But with that being said, if there are no more questions, thank you, and we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. It's always been a pleasure to work with all of you and with all of your guys' support. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, with that, committee, I will take a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you from Vice Chair Monroe Moreno, second from Senator Wynn. Do we have any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that 16 and 17 may be fairly short. And so we'll do I-16 and 17, and then we will take our lunch break. So items 16 and 17 that are being heard together are the Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation, Employment Security Division. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Well, now I can't say good morning, so good afternoon. For the record, Chris Sewell, Director of the Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to appear before you today. I will try to be as brief as I possibly can with these two items, and so I'm going to really cut it down to the agency determined additional programmatic needs that were unknown at budget build and things of that nature. And due to the fact that these were identified following budget bill, we're asking for requesting additional authority for these obligations. Some of these obligations include incumbent worker training programs for Nevada Works and Workforce Connections. We also have workforce readiness programming. We have Hope for Prisoners. And there's also a segment here that is transferring to our Office of Workforce Innovation for incumbent high demand healthcare pathways. Sorry. So I'm going to stop there. I have Team Dieter behind us, and we are definitely ready for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. And I do believe that Assembly Member Torres Fawcett has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and it's good to see you again, all the way up in Northern Nevada. My questions are in regards to the program that you have. What parameters are going to be utilized to determine the success of the demonstration program? Additionally, I'm interested to see what accountability metrics the office will be using to ensure that stipend recipients maintain long-term employment within the healthcare industry within the state.
For the record, Chris Sewell, I believe we have the Executive Director of the Office of Workforce Innovation right there. Marshall has all the nice details that you're asking for. Marshall?
Marshall Sneed, Executive Director of the Office of Workforce Innovations. So the scope of work for the contract is very broad. It includes work-based learning opportunities, internship opportunities, program development money for schools to develop curriculum. Success would be for the work-based learning would be to per the scope of work would be to at least have a minimum of 75 to 80% successfully complete the training. Any student that is hired on as a result of that would be an additional success. For the professional development aspect, success would be for staff to provide proof of successful completion of training. Any developed curriculum, we would need a proof of concept for that. for the career pathway program implementation piece, the selected vendors should be able to demonstrate how the program can and will be self-sustaining and meet the measurable objectives outlined in AB 428. AB 428 called for specifically teacher pathway and then also 2 other pathways for the Office of Workforce Innovation, one of which is clean energy, and then the other we chose was healthcare. So ultimately, the goal of this scope is to increase awareness for those individuals that are in high school, K through 12, an opportunity for them to develop skills and awareness within healthcare, and then to actually implement. The bulk of the funding is going to go to actually implementing accelerated career paths into healthcare. That would mean dual credit opportunities and things like that.
Thank you. And a quick follow-up, Chair, if that's okay. And how is the program ensuring, tracking the students once they have completed that high school program to ensure that they are moving into a healthcare program or something similar? And what is going to be used to identify whether or not the individual is participating in specifically that later part of the program for post-secondary students, whether or not those are individuals that would have otherwise gone into healthcare anyway, or if they're just kind of like shopping around for what would be the best program for them?
That would be a part of the RFP. So we would build that into the questions for the vendor to determine how they're going to measure that. That would be a report that they would be required to give to us ultimately. But again, our goal would be to hopefully have at least 75-80% successful completion. And we would put ramifications on that for the vendor that is chosen.
Thank you very much. And I believe Senator Neal had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm on, really, I have a question, I guess it's on 17. This is the Career Pathways Demonstration Project around healthcare. But so can you tell me how is this different than Dieter funded a project with Goodwill of Southern Nevada for $993,000 that focused on a healthcare sector strategy project, and that was funded with ARPA money. So how is this different?
So the goal for this, and I'll toss it to, I believe, Chris to speak on the Goodwill portion, but the goal for this program is to provide accelerated paths into healthcare. I'm not sure the scope for the Goodwill portion, but for this one, ultimately, we're looking at dual credit opportunities, students that have work-based learning where they can actually work, receive a stipend, and then also earn credit for college or high school or both. So we're looking at ways to accelerate individuals into healthcare for this scope.
A second question?
To Chris for the.
Well, I'll let Director Sewell, you're going to answer the difference on the Goodwill Healthcare Strategy project, because I just visited there like 2 weeks ago. So
For the record, Chris Sewell, I'm going to be tossing that to the other Chris in my executive team, Chris Nelson, who's the administrator of the Employment Security Division.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Christine Nelson, the Employment Security Division Administrator for Dieter. I believe you're referring to the Goodwill contract that was the community service grant funded under the governor's ARPA programs. And so that is closed. And I don't have the details of that sub-grant right now, but I do have somebody in the audience from the program area that I'll call up, Kara Abe, who's the chief of the Workforce Innovation and Support Services Unit, to see if she can answer that. If not, we can follow up with the committee.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Kara Abe. It's ABE. And if you wouldn't mind repeating the question specifically for the Goodwill ARPA grant.
So the question is, it is Goodwill received money from Dieter, $993,512 to support workforce development and it was a healthcare sector strategy project. It's my understanding that Goodwill services 16 through 24. So that includes high school students and after they graduate. So from high school. So what is the difference between the career readiness program that's being put up here and the healthcare sector strategy project? One is called a demonstration and the other one is a sector strategy project around healthcare. What's the difference?
So again, Kara Abe for the record. The difference for this ARPA funding was to be used as, it's been a while since this was brought up because that subgrant has been closed. It was a project that was initially submitted to be used for ARPA funding to be awarded, and it came to DETR to provide additional funding for that initiative. It was an initiative that was brought to us back in 22 and again just recently closed this past year. The difference being this was in line with high school kids, creating them a pathway into the healthcare field. It is different than the OWN contract. And I'm going to need help with Marshall for that because I'm not familiar with her contract she has in place.
Madam Chair, for the record, Chris Sewell, we can get a point-by-point difference for the committee. We don't have all of the facts of the Goodwill, and we would be more than happy to provide that to the committee.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, follow up, but a different question. Sure. So on item 17, the career demonstration project, how did you select? I saw that you selected the CNA, medical assistant, and registered nurse for the internship for post-secondary students for $300,000. I also saw the $150 for the workforce learning. So how did you come up with those categories? And let me phrase it for you, because when I was reading the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, they have a recent Nevada Rural Data Book, which is the 12th edition, which is 2025, January 2025. They laid out where the actual health care workforce gaps were. There was also another report on its NPWR research portal, which is on Owen's website, where they had a UNR Nevada health report. And then there was a third report from LVGEA that talked about leakage within the healthcare sector. And they listed very different things in regards to how we could overlap within healthcare and also connect with economic development needs. And some of those, well, it did not include the CNA. It did include nurses. But when it talked about medical assistants, it talked more about medical technicians and actual, at the college level, it talked about technicians that are needed for medical equipment. It talked about training and surgical appliances and the need to make sure that some of the UNLV students and CSN students who are currently in an engineering degree are crossing over to the mechanical and technical crossover between medical servicing of medical equipment and machine, and how the machine operator degree or certification at CSN could be leveraged into that position. They also talked about a shortage in EMT, and they also talked about a shortage in dental laboratories specifically. So how do we come to those categories knowing that there are potentially 3 reports that are speaking something different around healthcare industry sector shortage and supply chain?
Is your mic on, please?
Marshall Sneed for the record, sorry. So the contract actually provides examples. The funding is not specific to those categories or those examples listed. Those are just examples of different program pieces or different, I should say, professions underneath the healthcare umbrella. Our goal is to, obviously there's a shortage across all of the healthcare professions. So our goal, once the contract is awarded, is to actually look at those areas based upon the vendors that actually go after the RFP to ensure that we encompass all of the areas under healthcare, or the bulk of the areas that we are able to under this funding. So it's not specific to those. There are needs though in those categories as well.
Okay. Because that's what I thought I read in the backup that was online, that those were the 3 categories that were listed in the breakdown. And so I just wanted to be clear that there is at least a focus in trying to align research and efforts and dollars that have already been spent on workforce documents that are saying, here are the high needs, here are where we need to grow. Because if we don't do it that way, that means the money and time that was spent by DPPH, the money and time spent by UNR, there all of a sudden it's like the research, and even research that's listed on the ON portal, will then not be applied to the actual need for the high school and post-secondary students that are actually coming out, because it's very specific on what's needed. And there is a clear overlap in the 3 documents that speak to really what are the higher need, because it literally spells out over a decade increases and decreases. So thank you, Madam Chair. That's what I wanted to put on the record.
Thank you very much. All right. Any additional questions on this? Assemblywoman Brown May. You have 30 seconds. Go.
Thank you, Chair. I want to follow up on yesterday, as part of the Governor's Workforce Development Board, there were a couple of principles that came forward that really talked about investments in this career readiness diploma that we have been working on, and then changes that have been made so that kids that have invested their time in CPR as a way to get ready to go into this type of medical field is no longer being recognized. There was a lot of confusion around who had responsibility relative to that yesterday. And I'm curious to know if we can invest out of DETR, perhaps in a letter of intent to further clarify for those principles, that while that certificate may not be singularly recognized under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, that does not mean it's not a stackable credential for those students, so they do have this opportunity to move into that medical field.
Yes, Marshall Sneed for the record. As a follow-up to the board meeting, I did contact our partners over at NDE. They are going to actually provide additional guidance to the districts about what requirements are needed for the college and career readiness diploma, which does include any of the credentials that are on the list, but they're also going to provide guidance moving forward that will grandfather those individuals and that have already taken the CPR or the food handler certification, and also look at guidance for the entire class of 2026. So, and that just came through this morning as a result of the conversation that I had after the board meeting.
Thank you for closing the loop on that and hearing those principles come forward with regard to those concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. All right. If there are no additional questions, then I will take a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno, second by Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And before you go, Mr. Sewell, you and your team, If you want to really quickly do I-18 and I-20, maybe we can just hear that information on that. We will be taking a vote, but I know that there's just a little information we needed on this piece. So please go ahead.
For the record, Chris Sewell, Director of DETR. In a nutshell, we have a call center. It takes claims. It answers questions. We also have a new, brand new program called NUI that came out on budget, on time, and it's working wonderfully. As a matter of fact, we're almost reaching 90% of our clientele claimants are filing online and or using their mobile phone. 70% of the individuals are using their mobile phone, and it's working great. It also brought forward a problem in our call center. And we've tried numerous items on opening up the phone lines to, throttling the phone lines to, I've also moved some additional personnel over into the call center. And one of the other items is utilizing overtime. And what we're asking for is utilizing, transferring some money so that we could utilize overtime to expand the call center hours. And we believe that this is going to help. With the new NUI system, it's claimant self-service. That's brand new. And we're really changing the whole outlook. You can do a lot of things online. You don't have to call the call center. You can verify your weekly certification, and you get a notice that says, we've got it. Where with the old system, that didn't happen, so people would call. And now we're seeing that change. When the new system came online, we had a lot of phone calls into the call center, and now it's actually starting to decrease the number of calls in the call center. And we believe the overtime is going to help that, but changing that culture. And it takes a little time to change the culture. But we're actively looking at the call center. The last thing that I've requested is having a expert in call centers come in and take a look at what we have. Do we need more technology? Do we just need more people? What do we need? And that's this in a nutshell is for overtime.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I believe Assemblymember Watts has a quick question.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Really appreciate this. And as you know, when folks start having trouble getting through on the phone lines, then we start hearing from them as well. Excited that we're taking some action. Appreciate everything that you've said. So I would guess first a request. So can you just please keep us in the loop as some of those things you mentioned move forward, so that we can also kind of understand where we're at and making sure that we're getting folks in a need served. And then, you mentioned this would help. You said there's a few different things. And so I just wanted to put a fine point on it. Do you think that by getting some of this additional overtime capacity that we can fix the issue where people can't get through on the phone lines? Or do you think that it's just going to kind of reduce the severity of the issue that we've been seeing?
For the record, Chris Sewell, I believe it's going to help fix the issue. And I think the other point of fixing the issue is getting the consultant in and having a person that knows call centers. I certainly don't. But having someone that knows call centers and what they need to do and how they need to do it will also help fix the issue. But I think opening up the number of hours is going to help, along with, people are now getting used to the NUI system. That's going to help. So I truly believe, and I hate to say this, but I'm going to, I don't think we'll be back before you to ask for any more overtime. And I think this is going to do it. barring any unforeseen circumstances coming from the East Coast. But I think this is going to fix it.
Bold prediction. I hope so, and appreciate all the work that you've been doing with the rollout of the new system. Congratulations on that, and making sure that we're getting folks' needs served. So just please keep us in the loop on this as it moves forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I appreciate your question, and thank you, Mr. Sewell, for what you do. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that what you just said really happens. I have no doubt if you're in charge, it will, but we'll just move on. All right.
Madam Chair, for the record.
Yes, sir.
I did bring up the issues going on the East Coast, and I want to make sure that our Nevada citizens know. If you are a federal employee and you are still working without getting paid, please file for unemployment. We can assist you. If you've been laid off, file for unemployment. We can assist you. We need to make sure that our federal employees that live here in Nevada, that are our neighbors, our friends, and maybe even relatives, know that they can get help from Dieter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell, and thank you for making that comment. Really important information to those that may be listening today or may be able to tell their friends, family that is available to them. And once again, I have no doubt of any department that you run, so thank you very much. All right, with that, I don't see any more questions, and so I will accept a motion.
I move to approve. Second.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno. A second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Sewell, for your time and your staff's time. With that, we are going to pause for a minute and take a lunch break. And so when we come back, we will pick up with I-26. And it is 12:26. How about we reconvene at 1 o'clock? Thank you very much. We stand in a recess. Okay, welcome back. Thank you very much. And we will continue on with I-26, which is the Nevada Health Authority, Nevada Medicaid. When you are ready, we will be ready to listen as well.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name's Lynette Aaron.
Did we catch you by surprise? Welcome.
Yeah, I was testing the mic.
It's okay. It's all good. We're easy to get along with in the afternoon. Go ahead, please. The morning, I don't know. You'd have to ask the morning people.
Lynette Aaron with the Nevada Health Authority. So this work program establishes the authority to fund a new program within the Nevada Medicaid budget account related to the passage of Senate Bill 424 of the 2025 legislative session. This bill requires the department to impose an assessment on private emergency medical transport providers and provide an enhanced rate of reimbursement for providing emergency ambulance services to Medicaid recipients. And with that, we'll pause for questions.
Thank you very much. And we will go to, I believe, Assemblymember Brown May has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for hanging around until after lunch for us. It's great to see you both. Can you please talk about the federal approval? When is it expected to be received, and do we anticipate any challenges with that?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record, Director of Nevada Health Authority. So there's a couple things just to note about this program. The tax itself does not need federal approval, but to use the revenue for the new payment and rate increase, it will need federal approval. We did submit the state plan in June to lock down an effective date of July 1. Typically, CMS has 90 days to review and approve, but I will tell you, they love to submit questions during that time, and then it takes it off the clock. And so right now, we're currently still waiting for questions and feedback from CMS, but we are intending to move as quickly as possible. We have not, when we do get those questions. So hopefully we can get that expedited. But as you guys know, there is a federal government shutdown, and so nothing right now is moving. So hopefully we'll have more updates in the future. But once we are able to get that update, we can then, our goal is to then start collecting the tax. We didn't want to start collecting it too soon and not be able to pay back, through the payment rate increases back the providers. We didn't want to cause any cash flow issues. So we're waiting as long as we can for the approval before we collect the tax.
Thank you, Chair. Follow up? Thank you. Thank you so much for that very detailed information. I appreciate that. First, I want to say congratulations to you all in the Nevada Health Authority and Medicaid. I know that we sent you, I believe, 53 bills to implement as part of the Health Authority and Medicaid. So I know that there's a lot of really good work that you all are doing. I've been spending a bit of time learning about the OB3, I think is what we're now calling it. The federal bill that was passed with regard to the provider taxes in general, and what are some of the implications to the state. So I just want to, I didn't pull that item right off of a later agenda item. I know that we have a provider tax that funds the hospital system. Are you anticipating any difficulties with regard to how we're going to be able to continue to fund hospital systems, emergency providers like this with that provider tax?
Madam Chair, committee member, Stacey Weeks for the record. Very good question. We are still waiting on federal guidance on the changes in the OBBBA. I think that's the appropriate acronym. But I can tell you, a lot of these changes won't fully take effect until 2032. It starts officially, though, some of the ramp down for our current provider tax program with the hospitals will not start for another 2 years. And then when that begins, it will ramp down, which today we can collect up to 6% in tax revenue, and it will only allow us in 2032, under the new law, to collect up to 3.5%. Now, yes, that does change the program. Once we see federal guidance, we can do some modeling with our actuaries about really how viable that program will be for the hospitals. Because as you know, some of the issues are when you have too many losers in the program where they're paying more than they're getting back. There's no guarantee that that's always, everyone's a winner, but when it's sometimes too much for some hospitals, we may have to reconsider that program, but that is farther out. We are expecting in the next biennium about a $600 to $800 million shift down in those payments out, but just to kind of put that in context, that is supplemental payment, not rates. They still get their base rates. It's also, they will also still be getting over $2 billion back through the program annually. For the EMS program, I would just say that we think we met the deadline under federal law to move forward. When they're reviewing the state plan and they decide to look at the type of revenue we're using for the rate increase for the EMS providers, that's when we'll get into the tax conversations. At this time, it's hard to predict whether or not this will be a problem, but right now we think we met the letter of the law and that we did not meet, that this one is protected from the changes and exempt from the ban or moratorium on taxes. And, but we will have to lower the tax down to 3.5% as well for EMS by 2032, which may change the outcome of that program as well. We'll do more modeling when we get guidance though, and we'll have that hopefully next year.
Thank you for that information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions on this item? Okay, not seeing any. I will accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno, and second by Senator Wynn. Any discussion?
Discussion, Madam Chair?
All those in favor?
Sorry.
Yes, Senator Titus.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm going to be a no on this item. I think it's premature. I was concerned about the EMS tax right from the start, as was just provided to us. It's kind of a moving target on the amount, the percent, and so I just can't support this at this time. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
A nay from Senator Stone and Senator Titus. Thank you very much. Motion passes, and we will move on to I-37. Department of Wildlife, the Director's Office, when you are ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Alan Janae, Director of Nevada Department of Wildlife. And so what our proposal here is in agenda item 37 is seeking $475,000 to purchase.
An office building. Oh.
Pardon me. Seeking $475,000 to purchase the Tonopah field office. This is currently an office that we are occupying, but with a lease. We were notified that the current owner was going to sell the property, and at that time, we weren't involved in that purchase, but as his previous agreement fell through in March, then we brought forward a consideration for him for the department to purchase his property. And so what we're looking to do is get that $475,000 to now purchase this property that we occupy, and we've occupied for nearly 20 years. We have 3 staff members that reside there in Tonopah and use that as their base of operations, but we also have multiple personnel that, as I'm sure most folks are aware, there's been a lot of activity from lithium mining to energy projects that have been in that Tonopah area, and also there is a good substantial portion of our wildlife resources that resides in that center part of the state. And so that's the staffing for our folks in that country, but also for those visiting and helping out, given our small staff capacity. So understand there may be questions, so we'll stand for those questions at this time.
Thank you very much. And we do have questions, and we'll start with Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, my understanding is that that space has only been partially utilized by the department. So what is the department's plan for the unoccupied office space moving forward after the purchase is completed?
Thank you for the question. So what we're looking at is, as I mentioned, we have 3 staff that are currently residing in that building. We are looking to add some additional meeting space, but also, as you're familiar, we have hunter education is one of the major components that the department does, and we're looking to use the other portion of that building to help facilitate that, both as classroom, but also as possible indoor archery range. It's to the dimensions where that fits that really well.
Thank you. Follow-up, Chair? Thank you. So what are the construction costs associated with making some of those modifications? Would there be any revenue generated as a result of adding those services? And what are the maintenance costs going to be for this in future budgets?
Thank you for the question. I'm actually going to pass along to our Deputy Director, Caleb McAdoo, who's kind of been the lead on this transaction.
Good afternoon, Caleb McAdoo, for the record, CALEB, MC, capital A, DOO. Chair, through you to Assemblyman Watts, appreciate the question. So as far as revenue, I don't believe there's going to be any other revenue generated. If you look at the building, we're currently occupying about 40% of that building. The remaining 60%, the building was kind of split in half, and that was a lessee, a physical therapy lessee that has been vacated for some time. And so the plan would be that we would actually, upon purchase approval, that the department would move into that other side of the building, which has been recently renovated. It's a nicer piece. And then the other half, we would essentially open that up and create into the indoor archery range, as Director Janae discussed. The anticipated costs of that are relatively low. It's not so much construction. It would be more removing some existing walls to just open that up to allow for that longer distance for the archery range. So pretty minimal cost there that we are projecting. Maintenance, of course, we have annual maintenance just like any building. We anticipate that to be relatively low, kind of projecting maybe in the neighborhood of, $500 to $1,000 a month at most. And then large maintenance, of course, whether that's roofs or parking lots, those types of things, the department anticipates approaching capital improvement project funding should that need arise down the road.
Thank you. And then why was this issue not brought before the legislature when we were in session?
Again, for the record, Caleb McAdoo, through you, Chair, to Assemblyman Watts. It really was a timing issue and a funding source, and Deputy Director Goshert can maybe further expand, but we were made aware that the owner of the building was going to sell to another buyer in December of 2024. And at that time, our lease was going to expire in September of 2025. And as Director Janae had previously stated, that deal proceeded, and we became aware that we might not, that the new owner might not be interested in leasing to the department past the September of 2025. And so the department began looking for other space available. That deal again fell through in March, and I think the funding at that time was some AB 84 funding, some non-executive budget account funding that I believe we were intending to utilize for the purchase of the office at that time. And so it was kind of something we weren't planning on, but we realized we needed to pivot and try and make accommodations to ensure we had stable office space for our employees.
Okay, so I guess one comment. I mean, looking at this, right, it looks like you were notified in March that the original sale fell through, and then signed a letter of intent to purchase the property also in March. That was the second month that the legislature was in session. And so understanding there's moving targets, pivoting, there were a lot of pivots related to the budget during the last legislative session that we were all involved in. And so again, it's surprising and a little bit frustrating for me to learn about this at this point in time. It sounds like a good project, so I don't want to speak negatively about that. But again, for us to not know that this was something that was in the works during the months that we were reviewing and making recommendations and ultimately setting the budget for the department is frustrating. And so we've also had conversations, I have with your department about sportsman's dollars. And I actually remember during a conversation on another bill, concerns about allocating even a couple $100,000 out of the sportsman's dollars, given some of the economic uncertainty. And now we have this proposal before us. So my follow-up question is, are there any more projects on the horizon that you plan to come to IFC for approval for sportsman's dollars before the legislature meets again in 2027?
Thank you for the question. For the record, Alan Janae. And so, as you can imagine, dealing with natural resources, there are many things that I cannot predict. And so I can't guarantee you that we're not going to be bringing something back in front of you. But to the point of your question relative to the March and the timelines and the shifts in this is that, we trying to find a permanent home for our employees in Tonopah was something that, we thought we had been leasing this space for nearly 20 years. And as this came around, we started contemplating, trying to figure out what we were doing, thought we were going down a path of AB 84, and now have realized, since the end of session, that this is the better path forward in funding this. As far as using the sportsman's revenue, that is the best case at this time. And to put that forward, to make that long-term investment that I believe will save the agency money over the long term is the best thing that we can do. And so that's why we went down that path. But as far as making a guarantee that there won't be another project that was unplanned in the scheme of the budget development, I would love to say yes. But I absolutely understand that I manage natural resources and I can't even predict the weather tomorrow. So I'm sorry, but I would love to say yes within the scope of what we know right now.
Thank you. And Chair, I appreciate the indulgence. Again, I think, you mentioned AB 84, conservation bond funding was also included within the CIP that was considered by the legislature. So again, it is just this, I think this is the right investment to make. But we also, as the legislative branch, as the entity that budgets for the state government, need to have the transparency and information on that. And so I understand what you're saying about unexpected items, but again, this was something that was in the works when the legislature was in session. So I guess my question is there anything else that is in the works right now to use additional sportsman's dollars that this body is not aware of?
Thank you for the question. And for a very direct answer is there is nothing more that we see in the future outside of what we budgeted in our legislatively approved budget.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. I was thinking the same thing, that I know I had multiple conversations along the way during our session, especially after March, and with members of different entities from your department or the governor's department, and I never heard this. So I'm not sure why there wasn't even just a mention of, hey, we have this great property and we don't think we're going to be able to buy it, but here's what it is, and if we do, we'll let you know. But when we get these little surprises along the way, I think that it would be better for us to know that people are looking or wanting than to all of a sudden have something on IFC agenda, by the way, in October. So we've been out of session since June, and I've never had a phone call or a discussion or an email or an anything that, hey, we might want to put this on the agenda. So I think you probably can predict the weather easier than predicting what's going on here. So it doesn't make me real thrilled. All right, I believe Senator Titus has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And I also kind of want to ask some questions along the same line that the previous two legislators did. I too, as Assemblyman Member Watts we have been very protective of sportsmen's dollars. And I've asked you many questions sometimes and objected many times to ways that you asked to spend it that I always wondered, is this legitimate use of sportsmen's dollars? I'm also very concerned that you did sign a letter of intent in March of 2025. So obviously you took that upon yourself, sign a letter of intent, and I have big concerns about that. However, I need to know that truly this is going to be advantageous for the sportsmen whose dollars you're spending. And so what three personnel, you said a little bit, who are the three personnel that are in the office? Not by their names, but what do they do?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator Titus. And so the three positions that we have there is we have a law enforcement position, we have a game biologist, and we have a diversity biologist, wildlife diversity biologist that are housed there. And as I mentioned, just given the level of activity that's occurred in that Tonopah area with everything from the lithium mines to the energy projects, is often that office is served as a landing space for other biologists or personnel that are coming to that area to, assess those projects. And so it's served in that capacity as well. And as the legislature is familiar with the capacity of the agency, we are not very well staffed. Ideally, if we were appropriately staffed, we could probably bring some other positions to that location. Ideally, a habitat biologist would be incredible to have in that central portion of the state, because we're servicing that area from more remote Reno, Fallon, Vegas. And so it would be nice to have that possibly at some time in the future, and I could possibly see that coming as the opportunity arose.
Thank you. And follow up, Madam Chair? The key for me was that it is very centrally located. It's in my district. And having a game warden, I wanted to make sure you had game warden, law enforcement, which is critical to somebody calling in or just a need, and sometimes assistance because of lack of other law enforcement. The second thing is, will that biologist hopefully be able, if we finally get some regulations on a bill that was near and dear to my heart, this roadkill bill, will they be able to take the specimens there for the analysis of the chronic wasting and do other services along that would benefit sportsmen?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator Titus. And so yes, that office currently serves in that capacity of, as you're aware, bighorn sheep check-ins, things like that. That office is serving in that capacity currently. We do not have administrative staff in that location, but we do have field staff that are there to assist with those matters like check-ins.
A final question, what will happen if we don't approve this?
We will be without a home, but I will pass to my partner here.
Jack Robb for the record. This community is one that I know extremely well, and this is the newest building built in Tonopah. It's 30 years old, but it truly is the newest commercial building built in Tonopah. When I was at the Department of Wildlife, I looked far and wide to try to get other locations. They are not available. And with the amount of development down there, mining development, energy development, everything is used up. In the past, I've had to check in sheep at private residents and other things that are not optimal for the employees or for the people from the public having to do that. So I've looked hard, and I'm down there on a regular basis. This is the only option NDOW has at this point. And to give you some framework on the cost of this building, everything we purchased in Las Vegas, $256 a square foot. The building we purchased in Reno, $257 a square foot. This building is $137 a square foot. It's a cinder block building. It's a long life building. It's not wood construction. It is modern construction for a facility like this, and probably the only one like it in Tonopah. So this would be the only option at this point.
Thank you for that. I was going to make some comments about hoping that you wouldn't have to move within a certain hotel that's down there that I don't like even going by, let alone moving into. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And just as a side note, I appreciate that it's $137 per square foot, but I'm not sure we can compare Reno, Las Vegas, and Tonopah prices. So I will still say I was, in your framework, not informed. Assembly Member Monroe Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And your answer to the question of Senator Titus, what would happen if we did not approve this work program? You said you would not have a home. If there's been 2 previous sales that fell through, why would you have to move? Does the current property owner not want to continue renting to you, or they're just going to let it sit empty?
Thank you for the question, Alan Janae, for the record. So my understanding is if this sale does not carry forward, is that the owner does not want to maintain the property, does not want to maintain their ownership, and so they will seek another seller or another buyer. And at that point, we wouldn't know whether or not we would be in or out, much like Deputy Director McAdoo stated earlier, is the previous buyer at that point when they were in that transaction did not appear as if they wanted to maintain the state as a leasee at that time. And so again, we would just be in that place of not knowing our future, I guess is a better answer to the question.
Follow-up? Thank you, Madam Chair. Since you signed a letter of intent back in March while we were in pretty much the start of the legislative session, this never came up. Have you made any improvements to that property in between March and now it's October? So have you already invested money into that property that you thought you were going to purchase but didn't bother to tell us about it?
Thank you for the question. No, we have not invested into the property. My name, again, for the record, Caleb McAdoo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
Any additional questions, comments, Senator Neal? I'm sure you can feel our frustration, even 440 miles away and $257 a square foot. So, all right. With that being said, I will accept a motion. Assemblymember Watts, so moved. Second from Senator Wynn? Any discussion? All right, with that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And I hope in the future, if you need a room to buy or a building to buy or whatever you're buying, that we know more than 6 months, especially when we're up there living for 6 months.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and so noted, will not happen again.
Okay, I'm writing that down. It is exactly 1:40. Thank you. All righty, with that, we will go on to item J, and I will turn this over to Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Wayne Thorley, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Agenda item J is the statement of the IFC contingency account balance. You can find this statement in your packet in the electronic version. It's packet volume 2. And then beginning on page 132 of volume 2 of the packet. That is the summary page. I will begin, however, on the next page, 133. This is the detailed statement for fiscal year 2026, year to date. The first thing to notice is at the top half of the statement on page 133, there are 12 reversions to the unrestricted portion of the IFC contingency account that occurred at the end of FY25. These were allocations that the IFC approved last fiscal year for these various agencies listed. And the reversion amounts are the amounts that were not used by those agencies. And so by law and pursuant to the resolutions that the committee issues, they all reverted back to the unrestricted portion of the contingency account. So that added about $4.8 million to the balance because of those reversions. Before the committee today on the agenda, there are 6 requests for allocations from the contingency account. 4 of those requests are for unrestricted allocations. 2 of those are for restricted allocations. So that's money that you all set aside for allocation pursuant to the passage of legislation last session for specific purposes. The total amount of the requests on the agenda today totals $37.9 million. If all the requests are approved, the remaining balance if they're approved at the amounts that are listed on the agenda, the remaining balance in the contingency account will be $181.6 million. That is broken out in the following manner. There would be $33.2 million or $33.1 million in the unrestricted general fund portion. There'd be $1.6 million in the unrestricted highway fund portion. And then there would be $146.8 million remaining in the restricted general fund or highway fund portion. That's it for the statement. If there are any questions that the committee members have, I would be happy to answer those.
Any questions, committee members? All right. This is informational only, so we will not be voting on this. So with that, we will move on to item K. And we are request for allocation from IFC contingency account for the Department of Taxation. When you are ready.
Good afternoon,
Madam Chair and members of the committee, for the record, Bonnie Long, Administrative Services Officer for the Department of Taxation. Before you today, we are asking for an allocation from the IFC Contingency Fund in the amount of $1,124,750,000 to cover costs associated with the transportation, storage, and destruction of other tobacco products that were seized as the result of the enforcement efforts of our department. The amount requested will allow the department to continue to contract with the vendor to destroy seized product currently in our possession. Due to the nature of the product, the department is unable to dispose of the contraband at a local landfill, as it is classified as acutely hazardous waste due to the nicotine it contains. These funds will ensure compliance with both federal and state requirements to safely destroy the seized product. And I think I will add right at this moment that the reason that these funds were not requested in the budget was because it was unknown at the time. The amount that was our actuals that went towards this contract for destruction of vape products in fiscal year 24 was below the legislatively approved amount of about $250,000, and that same amount was budgeted for FY25. So that's what our budget had been built on, was that amount. Later in the year of fiscal year 25, based on the efforts of products seized, we received our first invoice that we would not have been able to pay, and we couldn't pay it because we didn't have enough funds in our budget. These, since then, we have calculated and determined the amount needed, and along with our $251,000 in our budget currently, this amount will allow us to be able to destroy the products this fiscal year. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And I believe Assemblymember Hattagig has a question.
I have two, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Please.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick question. And you mentioned it in your remarks too, how the previous budget, it was under 200,000 is what you needed for the destruction of the products. And so 251,000 is, made sense. And now you're coming back asking for 1.1, which is, understandable. Nobody knew how much it was going to cost. But do you anticipate coming back and asking for more revenues, or do you think the 1.1 will cover it for the rest of the biennium?
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Damon Hernandez for the record, Hernandez. I'm a tax program supervisor with the Department of Taxation, and I also oversee the enforcement efforts for tobacco and liquor. It's very difficult to predict exactly how much we're going to need year to year. Basically, these seizures are obtained through the process of inspections. Out of NRS 370, we go in and we inspect, and if we find contraband tobacco products per NRS 370-415, we're required to seize it. So, and we do so. So it's difficult to predict from one inspection to the next what we're going to find. The amount that we're asking for is, I would say, probably a good representation of what we might find during a year. But again, it's hard to exactly pinpoint how much we might need.
Okay, and so just to kind of recap that, so the 1.1 plus the 251,000 that you currently have will be what you need to budget for the current product destruction, but in a year you might be back, because there's no knowing. In a year there might be back to possibly ask for more funds for continued destruction of seized product.
Damon Hernandez for the record. Yes, the amounts we're asking for are for product that has been seized and is ready for destruction. And yes, it's difficult to predict the future on these inspections. Thank you.
And if I could, one more question, Madam Chair. Okay, I do want to ask about the civil penalties, because I know you've now been authorized to collect civil penalties, and I believe the first round of penalties went out this month on October 7th. Can you give us an update on how much you think you'll actually be able to collect, if 100% of that will be collected, and what that amount is? Yes,
Damon Hernandez for the record. So back in February of 25, we were able to bill for 32 separate seizures. We have billed all of those seizures that went out the first, towards the end of September of this year. We have collected one of those seizures in the amount of approximately $830. we've gotten contacted by two other taxpayers who intend to pay the same amount. The reason for the same amount is that represents a minimum depending on the quantity. So that's why they would have the same amount. So we have one received, two we're expecting next week. Right now, after the civil penalties are issued, they are afforded due process. So they have 30 days to appeal these civil penalties if they wish to. So the remaining taxpayers that were issued civil penalties for destruction are in that 30-day period. So that's pretty much where we're at.
Okay, one more question. Okay, and just, do you happen to have that number off the top of your head of the 32 civil penalties that were issued? What's that total amount to that you could collect back to help with future destruction of product?
Damon Hernandez, for the record, it was approximately 98,000, a little bit more than 98,000.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for answering the questions.
Thank you very much. And I believe Senator Titus has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two, if I might. First, these seizures are from stores or locations that have legitimate vape products, or are these from somebody gets pulled over and they have a ton of vape products and they're trying to avoid taxes? So is this, because I'm hearing civil penalties versus any kind of illegal activity?
Yes, Damon Hernandez, for the record. So when we conduct an inspection and contraband is found, that product is seized, as we're talking about the funds for. At the same time, NRS 370 also provides for civil penalties for any violation of the statute. So many times a business who was subject to a seizure, the fact that they had products seized also means that they violated NRS 370, and so they could also be subject to civil penalties. Now, those civil penalties are different from the civil penalties that we're talking about today, because the civil penalties that we're talking about today are specifically regarding the cost, the civil penalties to recover the cost of destruction of the products after the seizure has occurred. And the other part of your question, as far as the types of business, the vast majority of them are usually smoke shops. So they're like storefronts, retail locations. We go in, and the smaller seizures are usually the smoke shops not purchasing the other tobacco product, the vape product, from a licensed wholesaler, which is required in statute. So that's how that product becomes contraband. The larger ones are usually a warehouse, for example, that's operating without a license. So those are the larger seizures where by them operating without a license, all the tobacco product in their possession is contraband and subsequently seized.
And then follow up on that, if I might, Madam Chair. So when you identify these, when you collect these or confiscate these products, then is there like a maximum amount of money that or penalty that you look at that's worth going after to collect? Because what I have here in the documents is it's not collected due to variables, including timing. So do you look at and say, okay, this fee is only worth $100 or so there's no sense going after these folks? Is there a point where it's like have to be an X amount of dollars worth it to go after them? Before they obtain their attorneys and all of that? Is there that kind of process, or everybody gets fined a certain amount based on how much they have there, and then you try to collect it?
Damon Hernandez, for the record. So regarding the civil penalties to recover the destruction costs for the products that are seized, at the time of the inspection, when we go in, first of all, obviously, we don't know if there's going to be contraband found. But if we do find contraband, we don't know at that point whether it's going to be contested and potentially the seizure overturned, in which case we would return the product, or whether if they do contest it, whether the seizure will be upheld, in which case we will ultimately need to destroy the product. And then after that destruction, we will know what the cost will be for that destruction that we can build back. I hope I answered your question. If not, maybe I could
No, that's what I was kind of, you can't destroy them if they're going to protest and say they had a legal product. You can't destroy it before you've identified that indeed it's illegal or you're entitled to destroy that. Final question, Madam Chair, I promise. Are you also in charge of the alcohol that is not, you might find that's illegal? And if so, how do you destroy that?
Damon Hernandez for the record. Yes, I am also over the liquor enforcement. Slightly different statutes to work with. First and foremost, on the liquor side, we don't have a statute that allows us to bill back. However, because liquor is not considered an acutely hazardous waste, we can freely dump that at the local landfill, which is much more cost effective.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Wynn.
I had some questions prior to this, and you kind of answered them before we came in here. It was around, I was curious on whether or not you were having a difficult time levying these civil infractions. We could give them $1 million fine, but if they're operating illegally and take off, there's no one to really get that from. And so it sounds like some of the illegal product that you're seizing and trying to destroy is from some of those illegal warehouses. But you had also indicated to our staff that it was a lot of smoke shops and other tobacco related stores or convenience stores that might have legitimate businesses that would do that. And I know in looking at NRS 370.415, in addition to any other penalty by law, that civil penalty could be up to the amount of $10,000 or the total costs incurred by the Department for Transportation, Storage, and Disposal of those products. And so you had mentioned something that one of the fines was, or a couple of them were around $800 and some change. So are we not seeking that maximum amount now that we know how much it costs to store or destroy this product? Is there any reason we haven't been seeking at least $10,000, knowing that $848, I think you said, was not really going to cover it?
Damon Hernandez for the record. That is correct. At the current time, we are seeking the amount of the actual cost. This is the initial round of civil penalties that are issued for destruction. As such, we anticipate a fair amount may be contested, especially since it's the first time these civil penalties are being sent out. And from a case standpoint, we were staying with the facts of each individual case and billing in that manner. However, statute does provide for up to $10,000 per occurrence.
And are you reading that per occurrence? Like if you were going into one business and they had, I don't know, hundreds of products, would that be one occurrence or would that be 100 occurrences?
I apologize. I mean, occurrence may not have been the best word. Per seizure, for example, is what I really meant to say.
And I guess my question is that, for example, in the $800, example, do you have any more details about how much product that was and how much the cost to destroy that product would actually cost? Was it the amount that you levied in that fine?
Damon Hernandez for the record. So the vendor that we use is obviously permitted to compliantly dispose of acutely hazardous waste. The prescribed method for products containing nicotine is through incineration. I'm just giving some additional background information. There are only maybe 3 to 4 permitted incineration plants in the nation, and they either own or control most or half of them. Long story short, so there's a minimum cost for product to get destroyed, a quantity of product to get destroyed, taking into consideration the transportation, the temporary storage that the vendor takes, needs to store prior to gathering enough for their destruction, and then the ultimate destruction. So it's not a cheap process, but there's a minimum cost for a certain quantity. They basically put it in a certain canister. And so the smaller seizures would fall under the minimum cost, which is around that $832 amount. And that's basically where that cost comes from.
Thank you. I mean, obviously I saw this, it was such a drastic increase in the costs that were anticipated as to what you're asking for here today. And I just want to make sure that as we're looking at some of these products that are being seized illegally, that the bad actors are the ones paying for the storage and destruction of these products and not the state. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions on this particular item? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the civil penalties that you guys are expecting to, I guess, get in the future, is this going to technically be a loan from the legislature? Are we going to get paid back when you start collecting those penalties?
Thank you for the question, Senator Neal. For the record, Bonnie Long. We're not sure. This is the very first year that we've had this, but I would think that when we come to close our fiscal year, that we would definitely return anything that was, that these penalties would offset these funds, and or if there's other seizures in the year that we would somehow report to you that we would then need to utilize if there is penalties that come in that would offset it. If there's another seizure that happens that we're not aware of now because it hasn't happened yet, and or additional products seized and stored in this fiscal year, we may need to then work with you to utilize any savings to cover those as well. So I guess it would be kind of a constant in and out and checks and balances that we would report.
Madam Chair, I just feel like, and listen, I like Department of Taxation, but if you're going to get 1.1 million and ultimately you're going to assess fees, which is now a new ability, we should get the money back. It's like a trade-off, okay? Give you 1.1, you have an invoice, and then you pay us back. That's how that should work, instead of you getting money twice.
If I may, Damon Hernandez for the record. One of the difficulties in predicting how much we're going to get back are the amount of variables that are involved in the process. For example, we can take the 32 taxpayers that or businesses that were issued civil penalties that were destroyed in February of 2025. So, once those civil penalties are issued, obviously they have the ability to contest those. And once they do decide to contest those, it would go to an administrative lodge hearing. And then if the seizure was upheld, they could appeal that to the Nevada Tax Commission. And if the Nevada Tax Commission upheld it, they could continue on through district court and all the way up to the Nevada Supreme Court. We have had one a couple of years ago that did go to the Nevada Supreme Court. Happy to report we prevailed, but and the Nevada Supreme Court scenario is obviously a very unlikely event, but they do have the ability to do that. And during this time, during these various opportunities for them to appeal the decisions, time is passing, and some of these scenarios can be months. The higher they go up, sometimes years potentially. If they pay as billed, obviously we were able to get the money back in soon. Another option that they have is to request a payment agreement, and that's something that they can engage in with the department. So to the extent that they pay as agreed, first off, that will inject some additional time in recovering the funds because the payment, depending on the length of the payment plan. Usually depending on the financial position of the business and the amount that we're talking about, it could be stretched out over 1 to 5 years. And then there's also the potential that they may fall off or default on the payment plan, in which case the department has many tools, I would say, compliance tools to go after and collect that, but that could take some collection effort. Interjecting some potential time in the ultimate collection of the civil penalties that were billed out. So I just kind of giving some background information on some of the variables involved in trying to predict on how much we will actually get back, or putting a time frame on that.
Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up.
Please.
So when Department of Tax asks for the authority to seize OTP, you clearly must have come to the legislature and stated that this was a problem, or that you believe was going to be an ongoing problem, right? So why have authority for a one-time problem? So this is something that we expected to be an ongoing issue in terms of having to destroy items that were seized. Yes? Because why would you come and seek authority? This is new authority, correct? You didn't have this authority before. This is new authority. So I'm not going to go and ask for authority for something that is a one-off. I'm going to ask for authority for something that I believe is going to be an ongoing problem related to OTP. Because I believe that there are actors and there are trends that I am seeing that is going to give that you're going to provide to the legislature to then say, please give me this authority because I know this is a problem that we need to fix. So I'm hearing your statements around, payment plans, potentially the Easter Bunny coming stealing some money. However, I feel like the 1.1 million, regardless if it's paid back over 5 years or 3 years, you're going to collect 1.1 million. And I mean, I'm not the chair of this committee, but I feel like the whole point of having the civil penalty is so you could have a structure to pay for a behavior that you then ask for authority to do. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Any comment? All right, Assembly Member Hibbets.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that I understand. You're asking for 1.1 million for the storage and destruction of illegal OTP. And then you're going to fine civilly the people that you received the OTP from that shouldn't have had it in the first place. And let's say you get 500,000 out of it. That for whatever reason, that's all you're able to collect from them. So you've now got 1.6 million for what only cost 1.1 million. Am I understanding this correctly?
Well, actually, our ASO may be a better answer to that.
For the record, Bonnie Long. I'm not sure. It would appear that to be so. And all the while we've got all this amount, 1.1 million, we already have invoices prepared for these for the product that's existing. All the while, we've got investigators out there who are constantly. So it's a cycle of them going out, the enforcement efforts, seizing product. It's a constant. So it's going to be up and down with the funding that's coming in and going out. We're going to have to keep track of it very carefully and be able to, like I said, at the end of the fiscal year, determine if what gets returned, what's on our cash on hand, if there's any, which there shouldn't be. But again, the revenue that comes in is not guaranteed. That $1.1 million is not guaranteed. Again, there's the process. Go ahead, I'm sorry. I hope I answered.
Supplementally, so if this helps, the process would be that the vendor has to go ahead and destroy the product in order for us to ultimately be able to bill it. So that's why we would need the authority up front to pay the vendor to actually do the destruction, and then the civil penalty is designed to recover those costs to the state.
Okay, so we front you the 1.1 for the storage and destruction. And then at some point, presumably and hopefully, the offender reimburses. And then, but you're asking for that money to just stay in your account and not be reverted back to the general fund, is what I'm understanding from your testimony here today.
For the record, Bonnie Long, I'm not sure that that's our intent. Like I said, if at the end of the year I have to return funds, we would do that. We would not be balancing forward anything that's on hand. But then again, next year we'd be in the same boat of anything that was seized this year that's been destroyed. As Damon had mentioned, with the destruction happens before we can even build them. So at that point, then we are out, that money, because you have to have the certificate of destruction to turn around and present the civil penalties. So this is the first year that we've had this. So there are some unknowns. It's not our intent to hold on to any money that's towards this process program.
Additional questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for the.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Chair. May I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm confused, and maybe my sick, addled brain is what's creating this confusion. And so sorry about my voice as well. I'm confused about the process. So the investigators seize the items. They get taken to this facility. They have to be destroyed before the billing can take place. So I'm really confused by all of this as to the process. So if you could explain that again, so that way it's maybe a little bit clearer for us as to why we have to pay the money right away before the other reimbursement can possibly be given.
Yeah, Damon Hernandez for the record. So we conduct the inspection, we find contraband, then we seize the contraband, and then subject to the due process rights of the business, once the seizures either upheld or they waive their right, what have you, we then accumulate product for destruction. That process, we have a contract in place. We get a quote for the product. We issue a PO, and we don't know how much the destruction costs are going to be at the time of the inspection, or even whether there's going to be contraband there. But when there is a seizure, we do remove that product. We take it to our evidence warehouse, and once it's final, meaning due process rights are exhausted, and or they don't contest it, we collect a amount for destruction. Then the vendor conducts the destruction, and then once we get the certificate of destruction, we use that as part of the billing of the civil penalty. So the certificate of destruction is evidence that the product has been destroyed, and we include that in the packet in which we issue the civil penalty. So the business has proof that the product was actually destroyed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for walking through that for me, because the amount for destruction that is fined, is it always the same, or is it different? Is it a percentage? I'm really not getting how that amount is figured out still. If there could be like a flow chart or something, that'd be great. But how is that amount decided upon?
Damon Hernandez for the record. So for each seizure, we obtain a separate quote from the vendor under the contract. And so in most cases, we can attribute the specific destruction costs for a given seizure. And that way, we, on the back end, when we issue the civil penalties, we know how much to issue to each business based off the construction costs for their particular seizure. There are also some cases where they don't align exactly like that. For example, where we, on larger seizures, we do have in our warehouse at this time a collection of a few large seizures, a couple of large seizures, and several smaller seizures. That entire quantity was billed, was invoiced or quoted, I should say, at at a single amount. So that one varies from what I just said, but that's another way that we can arrive at a total amount. And that's that $423 quote that we have for a lot of the existing product in our warehouse. So the way that the amounts are arrived at are generally aligned with the cost of the destruction for the seizure attributable to the different businesses. That's billed in aggregate that's quoted in aggregate, but also by seizure by the vendor. It's the civil penalty is issued according to the civil penalties are issued according to the cost for the particular business involved.
Thank you. And I apologize, Chair. Thank you so much for that time.
No worries. Are there any additional questions up north or in Las Vegas? All right, seeing none then, I will accept a motion on this particular item.
So moved. Second.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and second by Senator Wynn. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on to K2, which is Department of Corrections. Thank you very much for your time today. Go ahead, please, when you're ready.
Good afternoon. This is James Arenda. I'm the Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. We're asking for a request for an allocation of $349,125 to fund the cost of a comprehensive operations study. And this will be specific for High Desert State Prison.
Thank you very much. All right, with that little bit of information there, I believe that Vice Chair Monroe Moreno has got a couple questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a few questions. I thought the explanation would be a little more information, a little longer, but that did not happen. So my first question is going to be, have there been past studies and what has happened with those past studies for your staffing patterns?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is James Arenda for the record. So there was a staffing study which was done by Corrections Consultant, Inc. And what the staffing study does, which is different than this, the staffing study was coming in to look at what you're currently doing in the department, how many recreational schedules you have, how many offenders you have in each housing unit, what's the classification in there, how many come out at each time, how many officers actually working in those areas. They were looking at our current process that we do. They didn't come in to recommend or look at how you can change things, how you can make things look different. It was basically what you are actually doing today and what the National Institute of Corrections says you need for staffing levels for what you are actually doing today. So the study that we first had recommended the staffing level adjustments that would look at what you're doing and what you really need for staffing to run things safely and a smoother operation to reduce violence. They also looked at, the first staffing study also looked at what's called a shift relief factor and reevaluated to say, look at all of our time off, our releases from staff, our leaves to say, with one position, how many officers you would actually need to hire to cover one 7-day position, 24/7 post. So that's all they did. They came and made recommendations to say, in accordance with NIC, this is what you should have as your staffing level for each facility. What's different with this study is it's a specialized company that are experts in the field of changing operations. So what they would look at is look at your classification and make recommendations to change classification either to reduce out-of-cell time, they could reduce programs, they could reduce how you're doing medical trips, what you could be doing in-house. So they're coming to make recommendations to change or say what they recommend to change what we're doing. And it could even be to, if you're doing 8-hour shifts, it would be safer and better to do 10-hour shifts. And this is how you can do it. And this is what it'll look like because you'll have these overlaps where the staff can actually talk about what security and safety issues are happening that they need to relay to each staff because of an overlap. Right now, we don't have that even with muster pay. They don't have enough overlap in the shifts to be able to give enough information from one officer to another. So that's what they're actually doing. This other company is going to come in and make recommendations to change things and what they say you can change to make things safer. This is actually a life and safety operation evaluation and study because they're going to come and say, right now you have exhausted staff. The overtime is outrageous. Staff are being burnt out. This is how you can reduce things to get based on your operations, changing of your schedules, changing of your operations plans to make things so that you don't have to have as many staff out because you're going to have less inmates or activities going out that are probably either unnecessary or that you don't need or that you can do it other ways, whether it's through tablets or whatever it is. They're going to come through and make those suggestions to make things safer. The first company that came in was not to make things safer or for changes of operation. It was how to make things safer based upon the amount of staff you have of what you're currently doing. So there's two different things. And another reason we need this as quickly done is because they're going to come in and help us to see what we can change in operations to reduce overtime so that we can actually start seeing a reduction in our overtime based upon if those recommendations actually will work for this agency. Hope that helps.
Well, that was a lot. And I hope the day will come I'd never have to hear muster pay or overtime from you all again, because we heard it a lot during the last legislative session. And as you know, during that session, to help with the overtime, there was an appropriation of $41.2 million to help. And it included funding 47 new positions for Central Transportation, 10 new positions for Lovelock Correctional Center and Ely State Prison, and the new training academy. First of all, can you tell me, have you been able to hire in those positions, what your current vacancy level is? And you have some amazing leadership staff. So tell me what your agency's efforts have been to reduce overtime for FY26, even without this study.
So James Render, for the record, this is going to be a long answer. So first of all, we only got those.
It doesn't have to be.
Well, there's a lot to it. So those staff that we got during the legislative session actually only were given to us 2 weeks ago. They did not come effect on July 1st. The budget was changed on July 1st to become effective to give us those position allocations on October 1st. In order to fill those positions, we have to do recruiting, hiring, and sending the staff to the academy. That's currently going on to fill those positions. The next academy that they're going to be filling into is January. Our academy is 10 weeks long. In order to get them out of the academy, you won't see those positions being filled until April. So we will not see a reduction in overtime with utilizing those positions until April. We got the money to fill them, so you'll see position vacancy money, but you're not going to see overtime reduction because they don't come in until April. The only positions that came in on July 1st that were actually utilized early was the 90 positions that we got for the academy to hire correctional cadets, they call them, to work at the academy. So we don't, not to work at the academy, to use at the academy to fill for new cadets so we don't have to pull the positions out of the facilities. That's the only thing that has started immediately in July 1st. When you talk about the positions that you mentioned on transportation, those just got to corrections on October 1st, so they will not go into effect until we recruit, hire, and train and get them out of the academy by April 1st. So that won't happen. What is happening currently, which I think is important to mention, are overtime, now that it was brought up. The overtime costs are still going up. So what's happening is and it's related directly to medical transportation costs. When I testified during the session, I mentioned that there were 66.7 on an average day on overtime for correctional, whether it's emergencies to the outside hospital, doctor's appointments, or hospital stays. Currently, we're about 80. It's going up and up, and the majority of that, or I would say almost all of the driver factor in that, is because of synthetic drugs that are coming into the facilities. I had a study done on our overdoses that have happened. And when you follow the tracking plan of what happened in overdoses over the last 5 years, if you even talk 5 years ago, we only had 12. If you talk 4 years ago, we only had 5. 23, we only had 22. In 2024, we had 59. In 2025 to date, we are at 127. When you look at these overdoses, every overdose requires an emergency trip to the outside hospital. Every overdose is usually 1 to 2 days, sometimes 3 days hospital stay, which requires 24/7 emergency stay for inpatient care. That's all driven by the synthetic drug problem we have. When you talk about synthetic drug problem, you're talking about we had 7 homicides and 9 accidental deaths. Out of those 7 homicides, 6 of them were all related to the synthetic drug problem. And when you talk about synthetic drug problem, what is it? You and I cannot see or tell or smell a piece of paper that is laced with synthetic drugs. It looks identical. What they're doing out in the community now is they have ink cartridges, and they wait for the ink cartridges to be empty to about 25%. What they do is they refill those ink cartridges 100% with a synthetic drug, and most likely it's going to be a wasp killer. That is the most utilized synthetic drug that's out there because it has the most dramatic effect. When they reprint these letters, and they reprint, we received budget bills that were reprinted by people to make us believe that they were budget bills going to the offenders. You and I couldn't tell. It looks just like a professional budget bill that the LCB printed out. When it comes in, it's laced, each letter that is printed, the ink is laced with synthetic drugs. When they cut these papers up and they sell them to each other, those synthetic drugs affect everybody differently. One person can die. One person can be seriously changed of behavior, where their behavior becomes so erratic and violent. Others can just collapse and pass out and become unconscious for hours. We've used over 42 cases of Narcan since January 1st. Narcan does not work, in each case comes about 40-something bottles. When you use Narcan does not work on synthetic drugs, but we still use Narcan because sometimes the synthetic drugs, sometimes they lace it with fentanyl or some other drug. Still, again, we can't tell. When they use them, we sometimes save your life with Narcan. Sometimes it prolongs the death of the offender or the affection of the offender. So the offender then has enough time that we can get them to the emergency room to save their lives. When you look at the effects of this, here's what's happening too, which I think is important for me to educate. They smoke the synthetic drugs. And what they do is they cut them into strips. Each piece of paper that they send in can run upwards of 500 pieces for each piece of paper that the gangs are selling to everybody. When they cut them up and they smoke them, I could go through housing units and I could smell it. You don't know where it's coming from. And every housing unit, I could somehow smell some type of synthetic drug. And that's how prevalent it is in the prison system. So what are the staff smelling? Staff are smelling it. And what is a synthetic drug? It's actually a carcinogen. So that means the staff are actually breathing in and smelling carcinogenic material every day. We have to stop this. This is a lot of our big driver in our emergency hospital trips lately. And it drove it, like I said, from 66.7 a day to 80 officers on overtime every day now. And it's only going to get worse. We can't detect it. We got help from Health and Human Services to do a pilot program on a machine that can actually scan and test the mail for synthetic drugs. We can only do about 200 pieces of mail a day. Unfortunately, places like High Desert State Prison get about 4,000 a month in, and they do detect it. We have file cabinets after file cabinets that I just went down and observed myself of synthetic drugs that actually were coming through the mail. And we have a log of all this that we're going to present during some next session to try to change the law so I can scan it into tablets. It is out of control, and we can't stop it because we can't even see it or smell it or know what it is. They're actually doing legal mail coming in that has legal official, looks official, letterhead that comes from an attorney's office, letterhead on the mail, looks official, comes in. It could be a reprint of a habeas from court, looks official, comes in, but it's actually laced with synthetic drugs. They smoke it, they're dying, they're getting hurt. The long-term effects on some of them that actually didn't consider as an overdose are having long-term effects on traumatic brain injury as well, which isn't even in with my data. All these are playing a factor, and I think it's important that I brought it up because it is our driving factor of overtime. And when you mentioned hopefully it'll stop with what we were given from legislation, it's not. We have to stop the root of this, and we know we have to stop the root so it can start decreasing the overtime. Thus is why another reason why we're going to try to get these scanners in to test the mail. We're also looking at ways of trying to stop how the drugs are actually being transacted, which is through illegal cell phones, where we have another system coming in, checking that, so they can't send these Cash App money to be able to purchase the drugs. The homicides we haven't were related to debt because the offenders that were buying all these K2 and spice lace letters can't pay. And then we have to start really looking at the real issue and the real root of this, substance use treatment. We have to start in the future really looking at how we increase our substance use treatment in the prison system to reduce overtime. And the reason why it will reduce overtime is because you have offenders coming in with drug habits. The gangs are targeting them to be victims. They target them to sell them the synthetic drugs, and they end up using it because they can't get anything else, and it's cheaper. And it's not detectable. We can't do shakedowns and find synthetic drugs. It just doesn't happen. The substance use treatment will help those that really do need help and can hold off their addictions or their drive, so they're not searching for these drugs and letting the gangs be able to benefit by targeting them to become victims. I'm not sure that helped you at all, but I just wanted to bring it up there that this is an issue that is national issue. It's not Department of Corrections in Nevada. You'll see everywhere this is going up. Most states and most agencies out there scan their mail coming in and put them onto tablets. It's against the law in Nevada for the prison system to scan their mail in. It's not for jails. Jails scan their mail in, it goes on tablets, but it's against the law in the state of Nevada to scale it in and scan it into a prison system. So we're dealing with it. We're trying to figure it out so that we can reduce the overtime costs and also reduce the health costs, health benefits and distractions on the staff and the offenders themselves. So hopefully that helps. I'm not sure even if I even answered your question.
Madam Chair?
Please.
I don't think he did. No. We were discussing overtime and you just opened a whole can of, well, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking, but you've opened a whole can. We talked about drugs, homicide, safety, the safety of staff. But the question is, you're here today asking for $350,000 for a study to study overtime. We ended the legislative session and we provided money for new staff. You could have started recruiting that staff with a hire date of October 1st. You could have already started that. So I need to know, have you already started trying to recruit? Because yes, you could recruit and have people ready to be hired and go to work on the 1st. Don't tell me you couldn't, because I know for a fact you could. Have you done that? And then if yes, how many trainees are currently in the academy? How many do you think you're going to be able to get in the academy? And since you opened the door about the drugs and everything and you need scan, have you asked the governor to add that to his crime bill that he's talking about for the special session? If we have inmates dying, and you're saying that's causing overtime, and they're smoking in the prison, which is a safety issue for the staff working there, and you have a responsibility to keep them both safe. Have you asked the governor to add that to his criminal justice bill that he's talking about having for the special session?
So James Render, for the record, first of all, recruiting and hiring, we don't stop. It didn't even stop because of that we were filling positions. We do it constantly. We don't stop our training. We don't stop our recruiting. We don't stop our physical fitness tests. We're constantly. We have right now, we actually went over the 90 number of the PCNs that we were given for putting into the academy, and we're actually just over 90. And we're going to continue that, and we don't stop at the academy training. Once that stops, we open up another class. But those 90 that are in there right now is to fill the overtime posts that are actually current, not the new ones that we just got 2 weeks ago. Those 2 weeks ago, they'll be filled on the next academy class, even though it'll still cover overtime posts that are not filled. It's just a constant recruiting, just those academy classes that is in there right now that actually get out in December are filling these regular posts that we're short on for safety and security posts that are in there right now. The overtime posts that are being filled for the medical trips and everything that you mentioned will be in the next class so that we can backfill it. When you talk about what have we done and what if it's going to the crime bill, I hope so. I have a couple a BDR hoping that I can get pushed through to make sure that we can scan the mail into the tablet so we can save lives and not see this continue. What else is always happening when you're talking about the drug issue is we have a company now detecting all the cell phones, the illegal cell phones in the facilities that is now at the High Desert and Southern Desert Prison as of today. And we got approval from the FCC to shut those phones down permanently. And we got approval to read their text messages on those phones coming in and going out. And that's happening today. That's going to help with the drug issue and the overtime issue. And we also are looking at a purchase, which we did purchase, emergency mail scanners. Those are coming in hopefully in 3 weeks. We ordered them from the company already through emergency funds that we had that are through HHS. And those are coming in to start scanning some of the mail. But when we have one scanner at every facility, it does not hit all the mail. Like I said, it only could do about 200 pieces a day. We get thousands. So if I can pass this to go through, those mail scanners will actually be mail that is just for the legal mail for scanning in. But yes, we are trying to do things in place, putting emergency measures in place, trying to protect the staff and the offenders and reduce the overtime at the same time. And I do believe that the Falcon contract will help us with things that we're not even looking at and help us along with trying to change the shift rosters and schedules so that we could do overlaps and potentially even look at abolishing even the muster pay because the overlaps will cover that on a 10-hour shift if that's what is going to be feasible and they recommend.
So a 10-hour coupled with 8-hour shifts, so you would have some overlap, might be the way to go. I have a question about in the 23rd legislative session, there were funds that were authorized for a study, and that study was completed in June of this year. And that's the one that you talked about that reviewed the existing post charts. Have you already implemented items from that study into how you're operating today? And if so, what are those things that you've implemented?
James Renner, for the record, no. That's what I mentioned even in the legislative session when we were getting this study. I said that I would look and break down this study over a 3 biennium study or implementation. We're going to be looking into our next budget bill to be able to add those positions. What they came up in the study came to about, if I could recall off the top of my head, about 1,200 new additional correctional officer positions that they recommended. Shift relief factor, which they did, would also recommend a change in the shift relief factor, but that would also add about 1,000 positions. We don't have the money to implement that right away. I have issues with the way they did the shift relief factor that I think would contradict. I think it needs to be done again. The shift relief factor, they did it at a time when looked at our numbers when our vacancy rates were the highest, which means more staff would take a leave off, more staff would be on workers' compensation, more staff would be calling out sick, which means that it would drive your shift relief factor higher. So I do believe that the shift relief factor they did is flawed, and I do, not on purpose from them, but just on the timing. But I do have a plan that I'm going to put in place for developing over 6 years, over 3 bienniums, so it's not a draw on the state. And I do believe Falcon could come in and help me to be able to do that safe, because they could actually recommend some changes to our operations that can actually reduce those numbers at the time of the offenders coming out. So it won't be a safety and security issue.
And I'm sure I have another question about the audit that was completed in July, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So in that audit that the Governor's Office Finance Office, the Division of Internal Audits. It was completed July, I believe, the 29th of this year. And it found that improved overtime management by NDOC reduced the overtime expense. And it specifically went to the facility, the root causes of facility level overtime. And it didn't say that there was perhaps unnecessary overtime, an abuse of overtime by employees. Have you seen any of that? And if so, what are you doing at the supervisory and management and even the administrative level to address any abuses of overtime?
So James Render, for the record, the study that they did, the audit, not the study, but the audit, didn't come by and say that that staff were abusing overtime. What it came back to say is that the way they were charting and the way that they were coding overtime, it couldn't prove a lot of the overtime of where they actually worked. So it came back to say that we needed training. We needed to reduce our codes for payroll purposes. We needed to do training of our staff, which all of our supervisors have now been trained in. What was happening, to try to explain this, so you may understand this, but when you call someone in for overtime and you're telling them they're working Unit 1, in the middle of the facility, they now have an emergency where they have to send someone to the outside hospital, and they can lock the offenders down in Unit 1 and have less officers working there. They'll pull one officer. They'll pull the officer that came in on overtime, have them go to the outside hospital. When the outside hospital gets returned, they don't put that officer back in Unit 1 if they need them somewhere else. They need that individual for visits because they had a last-minute call out from sick leave from some officer that was supposed to do visits on the split shift. However, the overtime is looked at as Unit 1. That's where they came up and said that the coding was not appropriate, that it didn't show that they were working in unit. It showed that they worked 8 hours or 10 hours, whatever they worked, but it showed that they worked in Unit 1 where they did not work. They had to go back to the shift schedules to find out they actually worked in 3 different locations. That doesn't happen anymore, where we do overtime and code it based on the hour. So it'll show that that person today worked actually 3 different posts, even though they were there for 8 hours. That was the issue they found on the overtime. They also looked at recommended that we hire recruiting company to come and actually help with more recruiting. Today, and I think this was a question you asked that I didn't answer too, today we're at 19% overall in the agency for vacancy rate. However, it's split up. If you look at the South, we're only at 8%, which is Indian Springs, Las Vegas, and Jean. If you look at the North, where it's higher than 20%, that's where our problems are, and that's where I do believe that the recommendations they made in that audit would help to get more recruiting where the places that we need them, the North. When you look at how much we've hired, even the first year of 23, we hired over 600 new officers. We lost over 520 that same year. So even though we're constantly battling it and we're doing better because we got more coming in than going out, our attrition is still pretty high, about 20 a month that we actually are losing on attrition. That's really all that came out of the audit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that there's others that have questions. I just have one last question. So with that, all of the facilities are using the same coding for overtime, so it makes it easier. So if and when this is approved for that new company coming in, they'll have standardized items to look at when they look at scheduling and overtime?
James Arenda, for the record, they are now. They were not in the past, but they are now. And I think that was important to do the training with all the supervisors all together and how they did the same training at every location. They reduced the codes, the payroll codes, from over 100 codes down to about 24 codes. So it's easier for them to track overtime. It's easier for them to code it, so it's not all over the place. We have now a individual that was assigned to us to audit High Desert State Prison. That's going to be there, I think, for like 6 months as an auditor to do the payroll, looking at that and making sure that there's consistency in the coding. That person started about a week, 2 weeks ago, maybe. and we'll be there for at least 6 months looking at this. But I think that issues has been resolved, and especially with the new payroll system, with positive reporting, I think it's going to stop, and you won't see any of the miscodes or wrong codes or not finding where people actually worked in their full 8 hours of overtime.
Thank you. I have other questions, but I'll let other members go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions from other committee members up north?
I have a question,
please.
Chair. Oh,
Please go ahead.
thank you. This is easy one. If the funds are allocated, when do you anticipate the study starting, and when would we have the results of that?
James Renda for the record. So I told them I would contact them the second I'm out of this meeting. They could start, they're going to say immediately, but I don't know what immediately means with getting their staff on board. But they were given a deadline of 24 weeks to have it in and out and completed. So I'm hoping by mid-November when they can actually fly out here and get the staffing that they were looking for to do with this, and 24 weeks from the middle of November.
Is that it, Assembly Member?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have one question. So when you were answering Assemblywoman Moreno about mail scanners and how offenders, I guess the monitoring of offender areas, et cetera, I wanted to understand something specifically. So in the ARPA sheet, there was in 2023 $268,041 that was spent on replacement equipment for staff work areas. So I'm wondering, why were mail machines not included? Then there was a comma that said offender monitoring areas, and then another comma that said medical facilities and visitation areas, and that was FY 2024. So when I saw that and I was listening to your explanation to Assemblywoman about, Narcan and all this activity that's happening, where did the $268,000 go in regards to equipment for staff work areas if it wasn't for a mail machine, which you're saying is a problem in how they're getting contraband? What did we do in offender monitoring areas? What did we actually pay for? And what did we do related to medical facilities in regards to either, I don't know, because it's just so generic, beefing up when you say that there are all these medical concerns, not just transport, but you also said in your statement that there is a need for treatment because of overdosing that is actually happening within the prison itself. So can you explain what that actual expense was? For FY24, this was December 13th, 2023 IFC. It is in the GFO report on line 52.116.
Yeah, James Renda for the record. I can't specifically know what that looks like without looking at it, but I believe that number looks like one mail scanner was that same cost or pretty close to it. And I'm not sure if that was it. With the medical areas and the monitoring was actually for testing kits, for drug testing kits. And that's why if I'm not looking at what that actual ARPA fund was from, I can't say specifically. I mean, I could get the answers to that. But those mail scanners are purchased at about $250,000 each. One was purchased, and the reason why it wasn't added in through the session, because when the bill just came out that we can't scan mail into the tablets. That was just a new bill that just happened in this session that we can't scan. So, and if you look at those numbers I gave you of the overdoses, those overdoses of synthetic drugs really started growing and happening 2 years ago. So this is a new phenomenon of the national phenomenon of the synthetic drugs. Those scanners, we do have one in place, and that was only given to us as a pilot for $250,000. We ran it so that we could keep a whole year of data of what we found on it, and that's what we're going to be presenting to get the new scanners, which we already have them coming in. But I can't specifically answer what all that money went to without looking at what it was for and looking at it through our business office. I'm not sure, but can get that.
Thank you. Just quick follow-up. So let me get this right. So 2 years ago, you had an influx. So in FY 2023, the total accrued overtime was 38,436,000 and some change. Then you had a sharp increase in FY 2024 to 54,619,391. So you're saying between FY 23 and FY 24, there was a breakdown, because this wasn't the new law where you're talking about scanning, where there was a law that said you can't scan from the tablet. That means that a mail scanner was purchased in 23, according to the ARPA. And then in 23, you then see an increase of OT that's related to potentially mail coming through that allowed drugs to enter the prison, and there was a scanner in place in 2024. So what would be, I think, what it would be helpful, right, is for you to be able to break down in 23 and in 24 how much mail came through that actually had contraband in it that was not picked up by the mail scanner that was purchased with ARPA money. So we could get an indication on why an equipment purchase did not help to mitigate activity, just specifically mail and contraband, right, from 23 to 24. Is there any way to produce that data and submit that to the committee?
James Renda for the record, and just so you know, the mail scanner has only been here for 12 months, and no, you can't give any data of what mail actually came through that was not picked up on a scanner, because you won't find out until the person's dead or they're overdose going to the hospital to get tested. Like I said, a staff member cannot go into a cell and know what is real and what is synthetic drugs on a letter. There's no way to detect it. It looks just like a regular letter. And when I mentioned we have one mail scanner that does 200 pieces of mail, when you have 4,000 pieces of mail coming in, we're only hitting 10% at one facility. All the other facilities have no scanners right now. They're all the mail that comes in. If it has synthetic drugs on it, it's all getting in. We're not going to pick up on it, and there's no way to detect it. I don't care how good you are, you can't detect it. Only a scanner could, or you don't allow it in. Even we're getting legal mail that has these drugs infused in the letters. We can't pick up on it, and it's legal mail, and they do that because they know it has a special, we can't refuse and we can't reject legal mail, so we have to let it in. So we are running only 10% of the mail at one facility, and I have the data for that of how much we got in, and it's hundreds, just with one scanner doing 10% of the mail at one facility. Then we're getting all these other scanners in at all the other facilities. It's only one per facility, and that's only going to get a certain percentage, up to like 20, 25% of the mail, depending on the large size of the facility. But you cannot figure out what mail came in that was laced that we did not catch until the person's dead and we smoke it. They smoked it and we get them tested. There's no test kits for it because you can't test synthetic drugs. It's not a Narcan. It's not a narcotic. It's like going into your cabinet in your house and testing for, you can't test to say if you had bug spray on your clothes. You can't. You could if you had cocaine, if you had heroin. Synthetic drugs you cannot test. You can test the blood. If you drug test the blood and you do a complete scan of the blood system and send it to the laboratory for testing, which we do during when we have the coroner does autopsies, you can pick up synthetic drugs in the blood in the system, but we can't. So it's hard. You can't detect synthetic drugs after they got in if we did not detect it through a mail system.
Yes, Senator Wynn, did you have a question?
I have a comment, and I don't need an answer to this. I'm just, I'm honestly kind of at a loss for words. Enough to make this statement, though. All of these studies that we have so far, including these staffing studies, and everything that you've ever provided to us in any kind of context during the legislative session, during previous IFC meetings, during conversations that we've had regarding these ridiculous $50 million plus overtime costs, have all come down to, for the most part, staffing. I mean, up until today, when I realized from your testimony today that apparently the staffing issue is not the big part. The big part is apparently illicit drugs in the mail. But prior to that, because this is the first time we've heard about this mail debacle, we have staffing issues. We need more staff. But I find that really interesting because when you look at the actual numbers, we look prior to 2023, we had vacancy rates of 33.6% throughout your agency, 33.6%. I will give it to you. At 33.6%, you probably have a lot of overtime because that is a huge vacancy rate. But we look at the vacancy rate leading into even the 2025 legislative session, the one that we just got out of. And because of those significant raises that this legislative body granted in 2023, those vacancy rates at NDOC went to 11.9%. We heard our vice chair talk about how we came up with this plan during the legislative session, and obviously you haven't filled those positions yet, but I think it was upwards of 40-something positions to create and alleviate some of that overtime-like issue. I think what is most shocking to me is when I look at what the overtime rate was when we had a 33.6% vacancy rate. Overtime has actually increased now that we have a vacancy rate of 11.9%. That is utterly shocking to me. So we have a huge problem here that I'm looking at, and we're looking at you for solutions. And all we're hearing is now overtime is not about staffing. It is not about vacancy rates. It's not about any of that. It's about mail systems. It's about illicit mail coming in and the drug culture and apparently smuggling culture of phones and other illicit products and illegal and synthetic and organic drugs that are coming into the system through the mail for the very first time, October 16th, 2025. So I don't have any kind of statement. I'm just shocked that we are sitting here again now talking about this, and the cause of the overtime is now not staffing issues. It is now mail. So thank you, Chair, for that indulgence.
James Render, for the record, can I just give a quick answer to that?
Sure, if it can be quick.
So James Render, for the record, is not the first time you've heard this. AB 151, I explained this specifically in testimony when they were going over the mail scanning and the letters that were coming in laced. It's just the first time that we heard it at this level with the numbers of overdoses that are actually happening at this. If you go back to 23, like I mentioned, there were only 22 overdoses. Today, we're at 127 to date just from January 1st. That's all overtime that we did not suspect from last year, even from last session. So the numbers are changing, things are changing. It's like whack-a-mole. We hit this and it goes away, something else pops up. It is not about the vacancy rates. It's the post that we do not have staff, that we have to staff every day, and it's not funded. And that was the whole issue I brought up when I talked about overtime last session, was because we are paying overtime on posts that I'm not funded for, and it has nothing to do with the vacancies. If you look at, I think what would be good to produce is when you look at our emergency hospital trips that have increased even by the month from last year, it's almost like tripled. When you look at our hospital stays and overnight stays, I think it's important to look at, it's tripled. When you look at those numbers, that didn't happen last year, it changes. When we did this overtime reduction plan where we cut the facilities down in half and we locked people down and We stopped visits from happening every week. We reduced our overtime, and guess what? Now all of a sudden we got a problem with the people going to the outside hospital on all these overdoses, and it balanced out where it didn't make any difference. We have less staff doing one thing, more doing another. So it's not as easy as just you hit this part and you knock the overtime down. It pops up somewhere else, and we got to hit it all. And that's what's happening. That's what, when I said you got to start looking at what's happening today is different from last year even. And it affected our overtime, and we did not even predict it because this was something new nationally with this synthetic drug, and we need to hit it off. But I did bring it up when we talked about AB 151. I said how bad it was then, but it's 7 times bad today.
Chair, can you just, you know what? I will let I think she has some questions that will cover this.
Not a question, just frustration, Madam Chair.
Well, frustrate away.
When you talk about AB 121 from the 23rd legislative session, if that bill did not come before the fiscal committee to have a discussion on it, but it was discussed in another committee, you can't say that this committee heard about it. And if you did not ask this committee, this fiscal committee for funding for that, it didn't happen for us, right? That could have been a discussion you had in a judicial committee. We don't sit on that. They meet at the same exact time that we meet, okay? So let's just start there. But the fact that this last legislative session, we started it behind the 8 ball, but we jumped through hoops. And when I say we jumped through hoops, we jumped through hoops to make sure we put money aside to help with overtime. So it's frustrating to be sitting here in this seat now, just a few months out of the legislative session, and now we have to do another study to determine how to help you with overtime, and hearing about this synthetic drug problem that we did not hear about during the legislative session. I have mad respect for you and your staff, but the fact that the ball just keeps being moved to get more money, that the state just doesn't have millions and millions and millions of dollars to cover overtime, that I truly believe you have the manpower, you have the management staff, and they have the knowledge to understand how to do a staffing plan. I don't know why we have to spend more money to hire someone to come in and tell us how to manage the staff that we have. If that's the case, why the heck do we have a warden that runs a facility if he can't manage the staff that he has and figure out what's the best way to manage that staff? I hope you understand my frustration, because there's so many other needs in this state, so many other needs. And there's so many cuts coming down from the federal government that are going to impact families. But yet again, we're going to have to find money to pay overtime because somebody's not competent enough to do the job they have right now. It's frustrating for me. And you don't have to worry about telling the governor about you need money for a scanner, because I just sat and text with them that if they're going to have a crime bill, we need to add that into it, because now it's all of our responsibility to take care of something that you should have told us you had a problem with. But if you didn't, that's okay. I'm taking care of it. I am frustrated up to here with overtime because somebody can't sit down with a pencil and paper and say, I have X amount of employees that need to cover this many hours, and it's going to take this many people. And if I can't do it on a 12-hour shift because they're coming in back to back, then I need to make some changes and have some people on a 10-hour shift, some people on an 8-hour shift, and have an overlap. If I can do that, then the people we're paying that work for you that are running these facilities should be able to do that. I shouldn't have to give you money to hire a firm to come in and tell us to do that. I'm frustrated. I know we need to do this, because if we don't, then you're going to say the legislature we asked and the legislature didn't give it to us. But I want you to know, this is the last time. Y'all need to get it right. You need to get it right, because there's not a lot of money out there to keep throwing away. And if there are people that are misusing overtime, shame on you. Shame on you. Because if you're misusing overtime and you still have people dying from synthetic drugs, you have people getting beat up and there's homicides, they're not doing their job either. So there's a whole bunch of cleanup that needs to be. And since you mentioned it, I get to comment on it. There's a whole bunch of things in your department that need to be fixed. But you can't keep coming back to this body and saying, I need another 100,000, I need 300,000 for this, I need a few more millions for that, because we don't have it, especially when there's kids I got to feed, right? I got to keep people in their homes. That's what we all have to do with the small amount of money that we have in this state. We cannot keep giving it for overtime. You need to get it together. And if the people you have in those positions can't do their job, then maybe you need to reevaluate who you have in those positions. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I will go to Senator Taylor up north.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions about the studies, the staffing study that we did. I know we recently got that back, and then it looks like we're going to be approving potentially rather study to dig into this overtime issue a little bit more. You mentioned the staffing study. You gave us a bit of a review, Director, on here are the things that you got out of it. Sounds like there was some things of value, but maybe not so much. It didn't matter. I'm wondering, as a legislative body, since we're putting out the funds, do we get an executive overview, a summary or something, so we have an opportunity as well to look at what are these experts that we're spending money on, what are they telling us? And that is for the staffing. I mean, I've only been there like 10 minutes, right? And there are 2 studies. And so I would like to be able to see, hey, what are we learning?
Yes, James Renner for the record. So the first study was submitted to the LCB at the end of June. Which is out there, and that's what I said. It's about 1,200 correctional officer additions, which we cannot get in the middle of a session. I have to get that into a budget build, and that's why we're going to split it up over 3 bienniums, just so we don't get stuck with all that money all at once. That's going to reduce the overtime when you fill it appropriately and staff it appropriately. And then the second study, the 24-week study on the operations, they have to provide a study response and overview of their recommendations, and that will also be submitted to the LCB with my recommendations on how we could either agree to do it or agree not to do it or partial to do it. Like I said, on the first study, I do not agree with the shift relief factor. And it's not something I could come back to the legislature right now and say, hey, we need 1,000 more employees because of shift relief factor change. It doesn't work like that. But I do have a plan for over the next 6 years for that.
No, if I may follow up, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate that, because what will be helpful is the study has been given to LCB, but you're thinking about it. Here are your comments. Here's your plan. Even if it say it's going to take us 6 years to get there, it's going to take us 3 years to get there, or these are 2 or 3 things that aren't appropriate or don't fit, and here's why. Because we don't know, we don't do DOC, and so knowing that and having that information will really help us be able to take a look at it and then support what we need to support or see where we're lacking or whatever the case may be. So if those can be together on the staffing study as well as the operations one and so on, that will be very helpful.
James Renner, for the record, I agree with you. Only the study was provided, not the plan.
If we can get that, Madam Chair, I'm throwing it out to the universe. Not that you're in the universe, but if that would be very helpful. Thank you so much. And as well as the same, once we get this other study, would be very helpful, Director. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this couple of minutes. I'm having trouble getting over this synthetic drug thing and how they do it on paper, and you can't scan the mail in to be read on their tablets. I think you did say that happened in 2023, that you could no longer. I mean, is this synthetic drug thing new since then? Because why would this body do something that would endanger people in prison?
So James Renner, for the record, this synthetic drug issue is new to the whole country. When we were presenting and arguing stuff back in, it was AB 121, not 151, AB 121 back in 2023, it was more we were looking at the drug issues with fentanyl and that coming through the mail. This whole synthetic drug issue is new across the country. It's not something that has been going on for years, and if it was, we didn't know anything about it and wasn't at the level it was. We were more concerned when the bill came out was of the drugs that were coming through the mail that were narcotics, not synthetic. And this synthetic is new to everybody. That's why you haven't heard of it. You can Google it and see what's happening around the country, and it is a new phenomenon. And it's the same thing that happened when I first started working in the jail system back in 1985. They were talking about bringing in the PCP on the back of stamps. I mean, these are just phenomenons that happen that we got to, just like I said, whack-a-mole. We got to stop the way they're doing it. Yeah, they'll find a different way, but we have to figure out what they're doing at that time to stop it. We don't see the stamps anymore with PCP. We're seeing the synthetic drugs. This is a new issue.
So just quickly, I guess my real question is, do you think we need to change back to what we were doing before? Do we need to change the statute again from what we did in?
So James Arenda, for the record, I truly believe if we can scan the mail to come into tablets, it's going to stop 90% of the synthetic drugs coming in. The rest of the 10%, we should, if we get these, which we are, these drug mail scanners, we can hit that other 10%. But with that at $250,000 a piece, High Desert would need like 8 or 10 of them. It's just not feasible to hit every single mail. And it slows the mail down. It slows the mail system down. So you send a letter into somebody, it could take a week if we did every mail coming in.
Thank you. And thanks, Madam Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you very much. All right. Any additional questions from anyone or comments? All right, seeing none, I will accept a motion. Vice Chair Monroe Moreno, would you like to do that for me? Thank you. And you may take as much time as you need.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel we have to approve this, although I wish we did not. However, I would move for approval, but this committee has to receive a copy of that operational study that is being requested. It needs to be sent to IFC so the members have it and our staff has it once upon its completion. In any other new staffing plans that come out of it, I would like to get a copy of that submitted to this committee as well.
Motion by Vice Chair Monroe Moreno, second by Senator Wynn. Any discussion on that motion? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for can we have some add-ons on the things that they should be reporting to us, especially related to the scanners, the synthetic, what they're doing in order to try to mitigate the synthetic drugs, what's happening within the medical transport, what's causing this, the other area that was alleged that is also causing an increase to OT that is not found in the audit. There are things that were put on the record that make it sound like the prison is a Wild Wild West scenario going on there. And I think we need to have some additional information where we understand a little bit deeper on the statements that were, I guess, brought forth today that basically seem to be an uncontrolled environment. And I think that causes more problems because if somebody was to come back and listen to this hearing, they would be like, wait, what people are like overdosing in prison? There are questions around searches. There's questions around what are we spending money on when we're looking at ramping up offender monitoring areas, and we spent money on that, and that's not clear on like what exactly did you do. We've had conversations around cameras since 2019, and so there are lots of questions about, I feel like he should be providing a plethora of information to us because I think I'm stumped when you have cameras in the prison and then all of a sudden you're like, well, I don't know until they die. So can I just make a list and then just
and all that?
Yeah.
And I will accept that amendment to the motion with the list of all of the items that came up during discussion of this agenda item to be added to the report to the IFC.
All right, an amendment and a second. And with that, is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move forward to 3B, which is the Department of Conservation and Natural.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's just not the highway.
Oh, 3A, I'm sorry, Division of Water Resources will be before the Department of Forestry. I apologize. So 3A, Department of Water Resources.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kelly McGowan, Deputy Administrator with the Division of Water Resources. That's KELLYMC, capital G, OWAN. And I'm here today on behalf of the division we've put in for a request for an allocation to maintain or restore the funds in the account for the channel clearance, maintenance, restoration, surveying, and monumenting program. We're grateful that SB 108 recently passed, which increased the amount in the fund that makes available to those doing work in our streams here in Nevada. The request was for $500,000. We have an existing balance of about $168,000 in that account currently, and so the amount that we're actually requesting to restore it up to the $500,000 is the $331,841. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee on this?
Madam Chair?
All right. Yes.
Senator Titus.
Go
here.
ahead.
Thank you.
Senator Titus, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir, for being here. SB 108 was a bill that I introduced, and I'm curious. So you gave those figures, but very specifically, have they been allocated? So you said you have in the account. So if I remember the bill correctly, and what we were trying to do is make sure that you can ask it to be, once those funds have been allocated, they don't have to be spent, but then you can ask for this. So just for clarification, you said you only have $168,000 left, and the others, that other amount is gone. Those aren't necessarily spent.
Thank you for the question, Senator Titus. The balance that's there hasn't been spent, but it has been encumbered. We do have a grant in place for $125,000 that we anticipate receiving an invoice sometime this fall from. And so that would leave roughly about $43,000 in the account. And we've had 2 verbal requests for funding. We haven't seen anything official yet, so we don't know what the amount will be. But we do anticipate probably as soon as, if this were to be approved, we'll probably hear from those parties and putting in an application for funding.
Great, thank you for that, because that was exactly the intent of the bill, because it takes a while to sometimes, if you're asking for matching funds, et cetera, to be able to apply for them, and they might not be spent. So this is exactly what I was hoping would happen, some early intervention. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions up north or down south? All right, seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second from Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And now we will go on to 3B, which is the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and we welcome the Division of Forestry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Casey, State Forester Fire Warden for the record. I'm here before you today requesting an allocation from the IFC Contingency Fund of just over $1.3 million for 3 replacement wildland fire engines, and I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, any questions? Can you just give us the short cliff notes? I know that we had some purchases and we did some extensions. Can you just kind of give us the cliff notes of why we're doing this now instead of during a regular session and how that works?
Yes, thanks for the question. Again, for the record, Casey, this was actually approved in the 2023 legislative session. We worked with state purchasing, went into contract with Siddons Martin on these 3 engines. Included in the bill as passed in 2023 were 4 replacement other vehicles. Those have been purchased and we have them. This was intended to carry forward in the last biennia as requested by the agency. And so now that part got a little missed. And so now we're here asking for the contingency fund.
Thank you. I just wanted a reminder, A, for some of the people that maybe weren't here at that time, and B, thank you for giving us a little historical perspective there. All right, if there are no questions, any questions up north? If not, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question. And is there a reduction from the original amount of $34,056? Is the amount that's being requested today $1,290,000 or the $1,324,000?
Thank you for the question. And again, for the record, Casey, I believe the amount requested today is the $1,324,056. That's the full amount of the 3 replacement engines and the necessary safety equipment to go on those to make them roadworthy.
Madam Chair, if I could ask our fiscal just to do a clarification of why I asked that question.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, it appears that there were 2 trucks that were purchased in the original appropriation, an F-150, and then another 2 trucks, an F-250. Those were purchased, and there was a residual amount that wasn't spent for the estimated cost of those trucks. And I believe our staff had determined that that residual amount was $34,056.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you. Anyone else have a question? All right, with that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that information, I'll make a motion to approve the adjusted amount as stated by staff.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair, second from Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us today. All right. Now we will move on to L, and I will turn it over to Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick before the agency gets up to the table to provide testimony. On the agenda for agenda item L, there are $3 amounts listed. The first amount listed is for the State Public Charter School Authority sponsored charter schools. The amount in the agenda is off by about $550. So just a correction for everybody's awareness. The amount on the agenda, the $17,929,000, I put a line through it, 634, is actually the correct number is $17,929,083, and that's what matches the material submitted by the State Public Charter School Authority, and that's what will be considered for this agenda item. The dollar amount for the Washoe County School District sponsored charter schools on the agenda and the Carson City School District sponsored charter schools, those dollar amounts are correct.
All right, thank you very much. And so with that, Senator Neal, did you have a question? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll wait till they. All right. So my question is, how did the state public charter school authority ensure the proposed plans compiled with the provisions of AB 398?
Thank you for the question, Melissa Mackedon. For the record, Melissa Mackedon. As a reminder, before I answer that question, the State Public Charter School Authority is administering the AB 398 dollars for all charter schools, not just those in our portfolio. So with me today, I have AJ Fueling representing Carson City and their charter school, and Rochelle Proctor representing Washoe County and their charter schools. So to answer that question, we created a guidance document using the language of AB 398. There was some back and forth with LCB staff to make sure we were interpreting things the same way. We distributed that guidance document to all charter schools. We conducted a training around the guidance document and the procedures for accessing these funds. That training was recorded and distributed to all charter schools. We then got the official guidance after it had been distributed from LCB, but we did a cross-check to make sure that their guidance was in line with ours, and it was. And so that is how we ensured that it was in line with the provisions of AB 398.
Madam Chair, is there an opportunity to specifically call certain charters to the table?
Yes, there is.
So I would like to call Democracy Prep.
Go ahead, please, Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was looking at the backup material that was submitted for salaries, and if you look at the list, you have to be determined for a kinder teacher, to be determined for attendance clerk, and to be determined for a kinder paraprofessional. Yet those to be determined teachers were given a raise of 22. It was roughly $2,225 or $75, and then they got a PERS of $1,001. So how, if they weren't teachers, how did they get a raise and how did they get a PERS contribution?
All right, Tristan G, Tristan, last name Gee. We put these vacancies on the chart just to account for them and the potential in the future of potentially filling those vacancies. So that's why we just try to put an estimate in there for them just in case we do hire them in the future, and we wanted to make sure that we had just accounted for all the potential funds that we would use for this.
Follow up. So also on the document, it said that the CMO, I believe it's the CMO or the charter holder. So is the charter holder the CMO Democracy Prep?
Melissa Mackedon, for the record, the charter holder is the board of directors, and they have a national organization also called Democracy Prep, who is their current CMO. But they are not the charter holder, the board is.
Thank you for that. So I'm glad there's a distinction because there's two different names and I think it can be confusing. So it's my understanding that the CMO is going to be leaving and is no longer going to be a part of Democracy Prep, although they have the same name. at the end of the academic year. And that the charter holder, which I guess is the board, will still be in play, but can I get an understanding on, we gave ARPA money to this school, I believe last cycle. What is going on?
Sure.
Why is the CMO leaving?
Sure. Melissa McAdin for the record. A CMO is essentially a vendor to the board, just like, maybe a janitorial service or a food service vendor is. And the vendor, in this case, Democracy Prep National, and the local board have amicably decided that it is in the school's best interest to be an independent charter school. They feel like they can better utilize those funds that are now going to the CMO to better serve their kids on the ground. We have a lot of independent charter schools in the state that are very successful. So that is what's happening here, and the State Public Charter School Authority is working very closely with the local board to ensure that they have a solid transition plan to make that shift from having the CMO to not having a CMO.
Madam Chair, follow up.
Certainly.
So I'm glad that you guys are closely paying attention to what's happening at Democracy Prep. Were you aware that last year high school students had a schedule that they followed, and then this year they don't have a schedule in which there's like, I don't know how they get to classes if they don't have a schedule to go from math to reading to history.
Melissa McAdam.
Is that something that you don't question them about, on how their children move from class to class?
Melissa McAdin for the record. Once a school is up and operational, we get their bell schedule and their calendar annually. But unless we were to get a complaint that a parent, that a student didn't know their bell schedule, this is the first I have heard of this. I'm happy to investigate it, but we have not received any information about this that I'm aware of to date. Happy to look into it, though.
Well, while you're looking into it, can you also look into some of the internal metrics that have been implemented around faculty and staff, and whether or not their contracts have actually been honored by Democracy Prep? Can you also look into a extreme exodus of middle school students and elementary? And also, can you look into whether or not the per pupil funding that DPAC lost, or how it's working from year to year, whether or not it's been actually accounted for appropriately between, I guess, how the CMO or the board has actually managed or mitigated the per pupil funding that they received. And it appears that at a certain point, the star ratings for the elementary significantly dropped. So elementary, my understanding, is at 1 star, middle school is at 2 star, and the high school is at 3 star. And then the prior year, when Democracy Prep was there, the elementary was actually higher than a 1 star, and then there was an exodus of certain teachers and a change. And then also, if you could look into how are staff grievances being managed on site, because what I'm hearing is that staff grievances is that if you bring up a grievance, you will be fired. And that is my list for Democracy Prep. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Buck, did you have a question?
Thank you, Senator Dondarello, Chair. I wanted to point out, like my colleague, I believe that we need to make sure that we're holding charter schools accountable But before I ask my question, I just wanted to highlight, according to the Nevada School Performance Framework, some very exciting news, especially in the charter school space and with all schools that we've been seeing, Clark County School District schools, growing students. But the number one spot for elementary school is Somerset Stephanie. 6 out of the top 10 schools are charter schools. Am Plus Rainbow, Doral Cactus, Am Plus Durango, Pinecrest Northern Nevada, Pinecrest Springs. And then we have a magnet school also on the top 10 list of elementary schools. And then in middle schools, 8 out of 10. In fact, there's a 3-way tie for first place on the Nevada School Performance Framework, and congratulations to Somerset Aliante, Coral Academy Windmill, and Legacy Southwest. There's 8 out of 10 middle schools are charter schools, and in high schools, 4 out of 10 and 2 magnet schools, with the top spot going to the Nevada Downtown Henderson, Nevada High School. So congratulations to Coral Academy Sandy Ridge, Nevada State Meadowood, and Coral Academy High School. And the reason I say this is my question, Melissa, is how important is the raise money, the dollars for salary equity for faculty in public charter schools?
Melissa McAdin for the record. I think, almost goes without saying that charter schools really took a hit when they weren't included in the previous biennium's raises. They saw, a loss of a lot of highly qualified teachers on their campuses. And so we all know in this room that the foundation of every great school is the quality teachers in their classroom. So it's mission critical, really for the students in these schools to have the best teachers available, and the closer they can get to the local district's salary range, the more, competitive they can be, the more high quality teachers they can attract.
Thank you. And I appreciate, calling out schools and the exemplary information the exemplary jobs that they are doing and having the information. I mean, we know we could do this tit for tat all day long. Our advanced technology, our West Career and Tech, even the Meadows, even Davidson Academy. I mean, other notables, Nevada State High School, I believe our National Merit Scholarship finalists were from Clark High School. I mean, we can do this all day long. We need to quit the we're better than you or they're not as good as us and start remembering that all teachers work hard. All parents do what's best for their children. It's not about what school you're in. It's about us having a good education system in Nevada. And that's what we need to do. And we need to partner together to do that and quit trying to call out who's better than who. Because we spend a lot of time in education telling kids to be friends with all kids and to treat all children equally. Why? Because we want kids that maybe don't have everything to be friends with somebody else. So let's just be all supporting education. And at this point, we've got this on the docket. Are there any other questions from somebody here in the southern half, or is there anybody up north that has a question?
I do have a question. It's very quick, if I may.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Very quick, the senator's questions from earlier, when I was looking through just sampling some of the charter schools, how many of the charter schools actually do have in their contract that their employees are at will versus that has to go through a process? And you don't have to give me that answer today, but if that is something that we could possibly have when you're doing that other report, how many of the charter schools' employment contracts are actually at will versus a total process that has to go through? Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Melissa Mackinnon for the record. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I'm happy to get that for you.
Thank you. All right. Additional questions, concerns, thoughts from anyone? Thank you. All right. With that,
sorry.
Assembly Member. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Titus. I did not call on you. Thank you.
No,
Go
no
ahead.
problem, and I appreciate the opportunity. Just more of a comment. Suffices to say that we gave teachers, we made charter school teachers second-class teachers last session, the session before. This session, we tried to make up for that, and charter school teachers, we recognize that they indeed are public educators and they needed to be rewarded for the work as the rest of the teachers were. So the sooner it can be implemented and these teachers, well-deserving across the board, get those raises, the better. So that's just a comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I remind a lot of people that, teachers in every school could be me. I may have taught 30 years in the Clark County School District, but I also could be teaching in a private school right now. I also could be teaching in a charter school right now. So our teachers do move, and our teachers are the same teacher they were at school A as they are at school B. So I think that we need to value all of our employees. So with that being said, Assemblymember Torres Fawcett, did you have a comment? That's the motion, right?
Okay. Assembly Bill 398 of the 2025 session, which is the basis of the item on today's agenda right now, relates to the payment of salary increases to teachers and education support professionals at charter schools. As an administrator of a charter school, the provisions of AB 398 do not cause any greater benefit to accrue to me than it would accrue to all administrators of charter schools in this state. Therefore, under the guidance from legal and Assembly Standing Rule 23, the independent judgment of a reasonable person in my position would not be materially affected, and I'm not required to make a disclosure. However, out of an abundance of caution, I wish to put my employment on the record, and I will be continuing to participate in consideration of this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so with that, I will take a motion.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second by Senator Wynn. Any additional discussion? Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you for being with us. And we will go on to item M.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brian Bowles, Director of the Office of Project Management, currently engaged in the Core NV project. Thank you for your invitation today to the committee. I just wanted to give you a short project history lesson. It was on November 8th, 2023 in this very room here in Carson City. Once again, thank you for the use of the facilities back then. That the Office of Project Management and our then new vendor partner, CGI, kicked off the Core NV project. It is my pleasure to announce to you that we are going to make our October 20th go live date to culminate phase 1. That is Monday morning at 7 a.m. It is a scant 23 months and 13 days after that kickoff, and we couldn't be more pleased than to say that on Monday, the MVP portion of phase 1 of the Core NV project and the deployment of our finance system, human resources system, payroll system, and bringing the Department of Transportation into the financial system for the state of Nevada for the first time in quite a long time will be complete. I'm going to turn the rest of our request over to my colleague, Administrator Brady Phillips.
Good afternoon. For the record, Brady Phillips, Administrator for the Office of Project Management. Today we are here requesting $15,611,940 from the IFC Restricted Contingency Account in accordance with AB 593 for the Core NV project. During the June hearing of this body, OPM was funded for Q1 funding for FY26 for anticipated costs on the project. This $15.6 million requested here today is the anticipated cost through the remainder of the fiscal year and should cover project costs accordingly. With that information, we stand ready for questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Assembly Member Shea Backus, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I may have like a few questions in different areas, but starting back with that first quarter allocation, and I understand, and I may be corrected, that during the first quarter, not all of the funds were used, and there was actually a credit of about $5.9 million. And so I'm kind of curious, one, why was it that the office did not spend that money? And then part two of my question would be the lack of spending that money, was that going to cause like delays? Was there work that was not accomplished that was supposed to be accomplished in Q1?
Brady Phillips for the record. Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Backus. For the first part of your question, we have not spent that money because of two reasons. One, we were slightly overfunded for what would have been the Q1 expenses. The dollar figure that we came to the table with for the reduction in costs at the June hearing was different from the dollar figure discussed with LCB personnel prior. The dollar figure that was discussed with LCB prior was the slightly higher, and that is the dollar figure that was approved. So we were slightly overfunded in our CGI contract costs, who is our main vendor. So those savings from Q1 have been accounted for and are rolled into what our Q2 costs will be, thus lowering the overall dollar figure asked for today. And that should answer your second question. They are savings that we're rolling forward. They will still be used on project for the same contract. It was just in a different quarter.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. I think you contemplated my next question, but then I have another question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of transitioning over to the NDOT transition. Can you briefly discuss the contingency plans to address potential issues during the NDOT transition to advantage for financial and the statewide transition to the advantage for human resource system?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. Through the chair to you. For the record, Brian Bowles. I'm not sure exactly what you're speaking about with contingency. I can certainly describe what we have planned prior or proposed rollout starting on Monday that will service both the the Division of Human Resource Management and the Department of Transportation in their new systems. And that is that we have a hypercare period of 2 months, 8 weeks, in which CGI staff will be directly supporting the state of Nevada and the Office of Project Management for any issues that may arise post go live, and to immediately assist those agencies with the prosecution of their duties.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I was kind of looking at, even though I'm sure you all are totally optimistic that everything's going to go smooth on day one, I was just kind of curious what those contingency plans. So it sounds like you do have CGI ready for those 2 months. I know in the past there was like timelines with like tickets and things like that, but I'm assuming that is also being contemplated in that 2-month time period with CGI.
Thank you for the question, ma'am. Again, Brian Bowles for the record. Yes, we are optimistic, but also we live in reality. Certainly we experienced our fair share of bumps and bruises through January and February, as members of this body I'm sure will remember. You never know what you don't know until it happens, and you're called to go and fix it. We expect that will happen again. So we are staffed and ready, and we are much more clear-eyed about what's coming this second big rollout than we were the first big rollout. So we stand ready to assist when we find those bumps, and we know they'll be there.
Thank you so much for that. And I kind of am like living back into session with the wonderful Core NV, and glad to hear things are moving more smoothly. But kind of transitioning over to the Plant Morgan independent verification vendor. Can you clarify why Plant Morgan identified the project budget as a significant risk, given the 83rd Legislature fully funded the project and all vendor payments remain current without delays in payment?
So our budget status indicator, which is how we grade the project throughout each of the reporting periods. For budget or cost has significantly downgraded since we were before you last in June. The realities of what had to happen, and I won't rehash the recent history that we spoke about at length in June and during session, has caused the project to have to completely exhaust our change control funding. In other words, we don't have a contingency amount if something were to arise that we needed to address immediately. For that reason, and because of the decision of this body to only fund us a quarter at a time, in project terms, that is a very restrictive funding profile that does not allow project to pivot if there is a contingency need that occurs because of the administrative time in which it takes to make a request and get scheduled and come before this body and ask for more funding. Sometimes needs arise that need to be addressed immediately that we can't contemplate that particular administrative timeliness burden on the project. So that particular area of our project has been consistently graded either as red as a higher critical risk or yellow by all three of our associated vendors, both Plant Moran, the independent verification and validation vendor, Barry Dunn, our project management office, who does both a weekly status indicator grade and a monthly, as well as CGI, our primary vendor. So just the fact of where we are with our funding profile right now is not somewhere that you want to be on a project, any project really, but certainly not one of this complexity and scale.
Are there any additional questions from the committee down here in South? Up north? Okay, with that, Assemblymember Backus, did you want to make the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I was thinking about, because obviously I right now it sounds like things are going good and fingers crossed, toes crossed, that everything rolls out smoothly on a Monday morning at 7 a.m. But just kind of hearing with the Plant Moran and like issues, and I get like sometimes it's good to have money available so that you can ensure that the vendors are getting paid and that there's no holdup, even though what I'm saying right now is definitely not opening any contingency fund. It's purely based on what our budgeting is, just because of the frustration with that last time. But I would feel comfortable, obviously, saying, okay, give the money through the end of fiscal year. But I would ask that you guys would be willing to come back, because I think this has been so important. So much money has been invested into this system, and we have had our share of problems. But like I said, my toes and fingers are crossed that things do go smoothly on this rollout. That would be my motion, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Senator Wynn, is there any discussion?
Yes, I have a question. So could you explain that they're going to come back to IFC to do what? We're going to go ahead and approve the money, which you have more trust than I do. But we're going to go ahead and approve the money, and then what?
Thank you, Vice Chair. What I would say is just ask they do come back to the next IFC to kind of report on any updates, any issues that they had since that, like for this next quarter period.
If I may make a comment, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. In response to that conversation there, we certainly came today with just a baseline request for the next 3 quarters of this fiscal year. We do know there were a few items that we discussed last June that we had to take off of the plate, so to speak, that we would request in the future to revisit and have another conversation with you about adding on some of the enhancements that we spoke of during session and in June. It is our intention to basically come in today as clean and baseline as we could, because those items couldn't be worked on until later on anyway, and that we expect to come before you again potentially later this fiscal year and have that conversation to talk about funding some of those items.
Madam Chair, if I can just make a statement.
Yes, please.
I can agree with my colleague and go ahead with the motion as stated, with the agency coming back at every IFC to give us a report. However, the enhancements that you spoke of and any future enhancements must not be added on without the approval of this committee. You cannot come before us and say, oh, you know, we did it, sorry, we've added it on, you got to give us the money. Do not put us behind that 8 ball. If that happens, that's going to be a major problem for anything moving forward. So you cannot do that.
It's well understood.
Because I believe we've said before not to do some things and things have happened. We don't want to do that again.
Thank you so much. I need to rescind my first motion. And so I'm going to remake a motion that will say we'll go ahead and approve the 15 point, I had it written down, $15.6 million that's being sought that would carry you all for the next 3 quarters. But obviously, just to make sure, and I think I kind of said it and my colleague said it, is obviously the monies can't be used for like any contingency items because it's not. It's the budget that includes the $5 million that wasn't spent in Q1. But with that, we would be asking you all to come back to each IFC. I understand you may be submitting other requests at that time, but we do want you to come back at the IFCs, even though that you have that money that's available, because it seems like it will solve one of the problems with like Plant Morgan, and if there's payment, so it can be made to the vendors, but it just cannot have any additional enhancements without our approval. So it just sticks to your guys' budget through those 3 quarters.
Okay, with all that being said, thank you, Assembly Member, and a second from Senator Nguyen. Now, is there any discussion? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're doing the 15.6 million and then the 5.9 million that was not expended. Is that so? What happens to that? They still have it. So then technically so that would be 21 million. Well, they already have the 5.9. So why isn't this a subtraction problem? I'm sorry. Why isn't this like 15.6 minus 5.9 and then giving them the difference?
Chair, if I may provide a response.
Please.
Brady Phillips, Administrator. For the record, this is not a subtraction because we have put together all of our deliverable costs through the end of the fiscal year. Saving that $5 million from Q1, those deliverables are still due in Q2. The $15 million is in addition to for all the additional deliverables. So we already accounted for, instead of asking for $20 million up front, we've only asked for the $15 million in this request.
And I guess that's why I'm confused, because it's a direct one-time implementation cost that you're saying is going to carry over, but yet it was a direct one-time implementation cost. So why is it carrying over? That's why I think it's a subtraction problem, because if it was a direct one-time implementation cost, it's one time, right?
Brady Phillips, for the record. The one-time implementation cost is for the project in totality. The costs that we had for Q1 and what we're requesting today are for deliverables within each of our contracts, plus paying for contractors and other items on the project. And those are dollar figures that we are anticipating. It is just when they became deliverable and when we will actually be invoiced for those dollar figures moving forward. So in totality, we still have an additional approximately $20 million in anticipated costs through the end of this fiscal year. We need the additional $15 million, including the 5 that we have now, to cover all of those costs.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I think in summary, if I'm reading from my notes, 15.6 million is requested from the IFC contingency account to continue for the remainder of fiscal year 26. So that 5.9 million in unspent funds is the one-time implementation costs that were expended. So with that being said, are there any other questions, comments up north? I don't hear any. All right, with that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, both of you, for being here with us today.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we will move on to item N. Statement of disaster relief account. And Mr. Thorley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. The disaster relief account statement can be found on in volume 2 of the meeting packet, beginning on page 163. This is a much smaller statement than the contingency account statement, simply because the funding from the disaster relief account is not allocated on an as frequent basis. As of today, there's a little over $15.2 million in the disaster relief account. There is one request on the agenda item O, for an allocation from the disaster relief account of $7.3 million. If that request is approved at that dollar amount, there will be a little over $7.9 million remaining in the disaster relief account. So this request represents a little under half of the existing funding in the account balance. I would note that there is an ongoing statutory funding mechanism for the disaster relief account. There are transfers of up to $500,000 into the disaster relief account every quarter based on the amount of the balance in the rainy day account. And I'll spare everyone the math, but what that works out to is there's a cap of $500,000 per quarter, and that's where we're at. And so the disaster relief account does continue to receive ongoing transfers every quarter of $500,000. And happy to answer any questions if the committee members have it.
All right, this is informational only. We won't be taking a vote. So are there any questions, any comments? Up north? All right, with that, we will move on to item O. And go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrea Rivers, R-I-V-E-R-S, and I serve as the acting administrator for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health within the Department of Human Services. I'm joined today by Brett Compston, who serves as Nevada's Emergency Manager and Homeland Security Chief, as well as Tiffany Greenemeyer, Director of Governor's Finance Office. Before you today is work program number C79419, requesting disaster relief account funding as outlined in NRS 353.274 subsection 2 in the amount of $7.3 million. This request is in response to the ongoing federal shutdown, which began on October 1st of 2025. While not a traditional natural disaster, this emergency funding is being requested to ensure that participants of the Nevada's Women, Infants, and Children program, commonly known as WIC, will continue to receive essential nutrition assistance, including access to nutritious foods during the shutdown. Without this state's intervention, the result could be a threat to life for vulnerable populations that already face increased food insecurity and health risks. As of September 2025, Nevada WIC has approximately 55,854 participants enrolled in the program. These are pregnant women, new mothers, and young children, including infants, who rely on WIC not only for nutritious food packages, but also for essential items like infant formula and specialty infant formula for infants with metabolic diseases such as PKU. It's important to note the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, did provide funding yesterday afternoon to us on October 15th to support the Nevada WIC program through approximately the end of October 2025. This funding received is what has been referred to as the tariff revenue to support WIC programs in the media. These are much needed federal funds to keep both local clinics open and to access food benefits that our participants need for a couple of more weeks. Based on average costs, the division projects the emergency funding requested here within this work program today would support the Nevada WIC program food redemption costs for approximately 47 additional days after any and all federal monies have been expended to support food redemption costs if the federal government remains shut down. This would be at least through the Thanksgiving holiday, where benefit utilization tends to be higher for participants. Though our hope is that the federal government shutdown will not last that long, we want to ensure that we have a plan for our Nevada WIC participants and they do not have to fear losing access to their benefits during this time. This funding, if approved, will not be utilized unless absolutely necessary and will be issued to the division on a weekly basis only in the amount of actual food redemption costs. We appreciate your time and consideration of this urgent request, and we're happy to stand for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do believe that Senator Taylor up north has some questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions. Thank you for being here, and thank you for coming up with a way to help, right, in this situation. I just want to begin with, I know the idea is to, move the 18 employees so that we don't lose them, they don't lose their jobs. I just want to confirm that in those new positions that they're in, that they will be not doing WIC work, right, but doing work in those areas that they're getting reassigned to. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, to Committee Member Taylor. At this time, we have not had to move any state FTEs nor shut down any local WIC agencies. We receive money for both administrative costs as well as food redemption. This $7.3 million requested is only for food redemption costs. If we get to the end of the month and we don't have any additional USDA funding or federal funds, we will have to make some choices, if you will, on what we do with state staff. We do have positions throughout DPBH we can move them to. And depending on those positions, if they have a tap to maternal child health, we can still utilize them for WIC. If they don't, unfortunately, have a tap to maternal child health or something, then they will be working for other programs until the government reopens and we can reassign them back over to the WIC program. I hope that answers your question.
It does very much. Thank you so much. And just a follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Just can you give us the division budget accounts that you anticipate these 18 employees will be assigned to?
Sure. It's going to be budget account 35 with an RGL of 4747.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for doing what you can to find a place so we can continue to support these families and these mothers and children.
Thank you very much. And I have Assembly Member Hibbets would like to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarification question. Should this disaster relief money be needed and then at some point later the federal government actually pass a budget, would the money coming in from the federal government be allowed to be used to replenish the disaster relief budget?
Thank you for your question, Madam Chair. Through you to Assemblymember Hibbets, for the record, Andrea Rivers. Yes, the USDA hasn't committed fully, but we anticipate that those funds would be able to be repaid.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I believe Senator Titus has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's exactly what I was going to ask, is making sure that this shutdown's not going to go on forever. We will eventually have some sanity on both sides in Washington, and it will be resolved. But I want to compliment you for finding really an avenue to keep our WIC and our families going. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments or questions from the committee? Up north? Hearing none? All right, with that, Senator Wynn, please go ahead.
I appreciate our staff. I appreciate everyone coming up with solutions to make sure that we don't lose this crucial funding for our women and children that are in need. I think this is a program, as you can see, is an incredibly important one that we're able to provide to some of our most vulnerable in our state. I think I'm just frustrated because when I'm looking at how we had to be creative, we had to take this from a disaster relief account. So this Republican-controlled Congress has chosen this political theater that we are seeing here in our state, where we are forced as a state to take an extraordinary step of tapping into our disaster relief account. This is an account that would cover a emergency flood in Lincoln County, or earthquake in Nye County, or any other kind of natural disaster. And unfortunately, we are having to tap into that disaster relief fund to make sure that mothers and children don't go hungry. I'm just incredibly sad that we are at this point, because our representatives in Washington, D.C. refuse to do their job, considering that we are talking about how we would rather do this than feed hungry women and children. And we don't have any guarantee that this is going to be paid back when the government, if we're able to come to an agreement and open back up the government. And so this is just one example of a program that is looking at being cut for that. So it's more of a statement than anything, but I appreciate the time, Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we've got a motion, we've got a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will go to item E. The Department of Administration. All right, welcome to the table. Thank you for waiting all day long for us. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee. I am Administrator Will Lewis with State Public Works. I have with me my Deputy Administrator, Brian Walker, and we are here before the committee requesting modification, really a transfer of funds. We're requesting the modification of CIP project 23M11, which is the replacement of the cooling tower piers at the Southern Nevada Veterans Home. The request is to increase the project authority to receive and expend additional funds in the amount of $365,000 pursuant of NRS 341-145-1F. That transfer amount, we're asking for the committee to approve us taking it from CIP project 23C32, which is the storage building at the northern Nevada State Veterans Home, and that is pursuant of Section 23 of the Assembly Bill 1 of the 34th Special Session. So basically what we're asking is to a project that is completed, 23 C32, that had funds available. We're asking for those funds to be transferred over to 23M11 so that we can complete the project. And with that, we'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions, comments up north? Seeing none, thank you for being with us all day long. We know it's been a long one. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
I move to approve.
And a second by Senator Wynn. We did that. All those, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience. All right, with that, we will go to item Q, the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator for the Division of State Parks, and I'm here with Elizabeth Kingsland, who is one of our project managers. We're here today to request approval to expend up to $200,000 from the account for maintenance of state parks to support a dredging project at Big Bend of the Colorado State Recreation Area, pursuant to NRS 407.0762. These funds will be used to leverage approximately $110,000 of Land and Water Conservation Fund dollars, which has already been awarded. And I'd like to turn it over to Elizabeth to provide more details about the project.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Kingsland, Elizabeth, and Kingsland is Kingsland. Again, we were looking for funds from the account for maintenance of state parks to dredge approximately 700 to 1,000 cubic yards of sediment from the mouth of the Big Cove at the Big Bend of the Colorado State Recreation Area. Currently, it's silted in with sediment from the Colorado River. Motorized boat traffic in and out is nearly impossible. Nevada State Parks is not able to assist in emergencies getting their boat out on the Colorado River, and it's also preventing the public from launching their boats to get out on the river. We're going to be completing the dredging using a suction dredge, and then the dredge spoils will be pumped directly from that dredge, basically the dredge that's on the water, to an upland spot on a state park land, and allow all the water to evaporate in that location, and it will be stabilized in that one spot. The project is anticipated to take several days for the dredging portion of it and probably a couple weeks just for the entire project to get done. As Janice mentioned, we already have funding from the Land and Water Conservation Fund that will provide the remaining funds needed to implement the project. Our engineer's estimate for the project is approximately $300,000. We will plan to move this project forward as soon as we have all funding and permits in place, and we are available for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Up north? Seeing or hearing none. With that, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. A second from Senator Wynn. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience today. All right, with that, we will go to item R, establishment of a salary for an unclassified position in the Office of the Governor. Welcome back, Mr. Gluzzi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Exciting day today. For the record, Timothy Galuzzi, and thank you so much for hanging in there and for some great conversations today. First and foremost, I want to show some sincere gratitude and appreciation to LCB staff, to this body's leadership, and to GFO for allowing us to get this item on the agenda, even though it was submitted past the deadline. This is the first time in 4 years that I've had to request an unclassified position, so there was a misstep in the workflow, and that is on us. But as you can all see the title of this position, it is absolutely critical for us right now. And so we really could not wait until December to move forward on this. This is a senior cybersecurity leader for our office. This is the position that was discussed at length within the last legislative session in the policy committees during our conversations with SB 12. This is the state's Chief Information Security Officer. We envisioned transitioning this position from classified to unclassified. Unfortunately, due to how this position was going to transition, it did not make the unclassified pay bill. And so that's what brings us here today. So with that, I will be available for any questions.
All right. Any questions? Senator Wynn, did you have a question? All right. Up north? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second. Vice Chair and second by Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you for waiting all afternoon. We appreciate that. All right, with that, we will go to item S, which is the Department of Business and Industry and the Housing Division.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Madam Vice Chair, my favorite people. Christine Hess for the record. Wonderful to be in front of you this afternoon, providing our Home Means Nevada initiative update that we provide for you every IFC. You have before you, of course, our report, and typically here I just provide an opportunity to give you the hot off the press number. We've actually gone over our $300 million reimbursements, and we're now at $305 million. And I like to bring you a little tidbit. The last 3 months, each month we average about $17 million in transactions. So really, I just want to thank all of the team members that are working so hard on this. Madam Chair, if I may, Senator Wynn asked a question earlier during the ARPA presentation by the Governor's Finance Office. That was a great question, and I thought I could give you a little insight into how the Housing Division is considering the end date and
please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So it's a great question, and I will tell you, at least for our project, and we'll work very closely with the GFO, and they've been on us, if you will, to make sure we're going to spend our money too. But for the Housing Division, unless we receive other direction, how we've been considering the spend is really thinking ahead every quarter. All of our projects, which number well over 40, submit a spend plan. And we review those, rate the risk, and risk varies for various reasons, not just their spend rate, but we rate the project's risk. Come December, I was going to be taking a much harder look at them, and really all projects that have spends in the last quarter, I was going to be requiring a much more detailed spend plan in the first quarter of calendar year 26, so third quarter FY26. We have already established a cost overruns application, so we do know that there are projects that have cost overruns, may need some more funding, so we feel confident that we can redeploy. We don't have a drop dead date. I think that was something that was asked. If the Governor's Finance Office wants us to set one, then we'll be working with them to set one. But certainly we are proactively working.
We appreciate that information. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. All right, questions from the committee. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hess, can you provide an update on the Windsor Park expenditures on the general fund side.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Neal. The general funds for Windsor Park, which are also the ARPA SLFRF, one of the ARPA SLFRF funds that also has general funds with it. Those funds have been fully spent. That was $12 million that was appropriated that had an expenditure deadline of September 19th, 2025, and they were spent in FY25 and reimbursed before the deadline. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions? Up north, any questions? All right. With that, I will accept a motion. Oh, sorry. Informational. We wanted to vote for you. You're a yes. All right. Thank you. And thank you for being here all afternoon. All righty. Thank you very much. All right. With that, we will go to item T, which is an informational item, Office of the Governor. We were looking for you this morning.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Brian Mitchell for the record, Director of OSET. And Madam Chair, I'd just like to start off by offering my sincere apologies that you were looking for me this morning. Incidentally, I was on a permitting call and thought my agenda item would come up later. And so I hope you will express my sincere apologies, but I'm here this afternoon. And if I can, just say, I understand there are concerns and I completely understand exactly why there are concerns.
Well, you had to sit in timeout all afternoon, so we understand. Thank you for the apology, and please go ahead.
Okay. Well, and my purpose today is I hope to be able to answer all of your concerns and put you on being confident with me, in these projects. So let me give you some hot off the presses updates, that go beyond what we submitted to the committee earlier. I'll provide both an expenditure update as well as a permitting and construction update. So thus far in FY26, we have paid out $5.7 million in reimbursements. We have $7.3 million that we have submitted for payment and are in the queue and will get paid once the Advantage 4 comes online next week. We have $24.7 million in milestones that have been completed and are either in the review process, where we are auditing those reimbursement requests, or are reviewing, doing site visits to review those, and or the subrecipient in question is in the process of submitting that paperwork to us. We have about approximately $8.9 million in milestones that we expect to be completed in the next 4 weeks. So in total, I expect before the end of January, once all of these go through the payment queue, that we will have approximately $46.6 million in spend. That is in addition to whatever we continue to receive as these projects move forward. Just in the last 48 hours, we have received $1.3 million in reimbursement requests that have not been added to the queue yet, but are beginning to be reviewed by our fiscal staff. We are ahead of schedule from the budget projections that we gave you during the legislative session. In terms of our construction update, I'm very pleased to report that we had, that just in the last few weeks, we received 200 miles worth of permits from the BLM. This 200-mile project or set of routes will all be completed. We broke ground earlier this week, and those 200 route miles will be completed before the end of calendar year 2025. I know there was some discussion earlier today regarding, are we going to be able, does construction, is construction going to take a long time? And, are we going to be able to get these projects done by December 31st, 2026? And the answer is yes. And I've been before you before, and we've talked about permitting. And permitting is absolutely the long pole in the tent, and it's the longest. We have probably the longest pole in the country because 86% of our land is owned and managed by the federal government. So we are expecting another 200 route miles of permitting in Elko County within the next 4 to 6 weeks. And that construction will be done by early to midsummer. We have a project that one of our major project areas in and around Carson and Lyon counties will be done in February, after which we will pay for that. In southern Lyon County, we have all of the permits necessary, but we are waiting for one of the stipulations we have in our permits is that we cannot begin construction until migratory birds have finished migrating, which will be here in a few weeks. That project will be done in June. The final big permit that we have is a permit that stretches from Clark, Nye, and Esmeralda counties that crosses 6 BLM field offices. That is a permit that I met with the BLM state director about 2 weeks ago on the second day of the shutdown. And they are committed to the longest permit that we are still waiting for it. I am confident the project will get done by December 31st, 2026, because we will have 4 construction, once the permit has been issued, we will have 4 construction crews working on the project and expect a 75-day construction timeline. And so we have we still have a very long lead time, before we hit any kind of a drop dead date on that. Those, all of those are the middle mile projects that we've talked about before. So I know that the funding has a December 31st, 2026 deadline. Our contracts with all of our subrecipients have a September 30th deadline that wherein they have to have all of the construction complete. And we anticipate all of those projects being done by September 30th. The last mile projects that we have are all on track. Every recipient has submitted to us a budget and a construction schedule, and all of those projects are on time and or ahead of schedule. We don't have a drop dead date yet, but as the Housing Division commented, if that's something the committee would like us to work with GFO on, we would be more than happy to do so. So overall, I feel very good about where we are. And I understand when you look at the bank account balance that, if that's all you're looking at, then that's, there's cause for concern. But I want to assure you that based on recent events, the permits that we've received, the reimbursement requests we have in the queue, and the construction timelines, that I feel very confident that 100% of the dollars will get spent in advance of the deadline. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Wynn, did you have a question or two?
I do. Thank you. Thank you for that information. I think it is such a large amount of money. I think everyone sitting here wants to make sure that we don't send it back. I think I know that it is tied to some matching funds, which if we aren't able to complete it and we do have to send it back, we would have to come up with that 100 million or so to match. So, I appreciate that update. You kind of had indicated some of these things, but what do you think, are there any additional obstacles that you think you're facing with to meet that deadline? I know you had talked about permitting, a lot of encountering a lot of these federal, the federal land and the permitting of the federal land. Given kind of the shutdown right now, given some of these other obstacles, do you have any concerns that we are going to be unable to spend this federal ARPA money because of the federal government shutdown or the federal government's inaction on federal lands in our state?
Thank you for the question, Senator Wynn. Brian Mitchell for the record. One of, I think, the shutdown is awful, but one of the perhaps I don't want to call it necessarily an advantage, but at least one good thing that's come of it is that when we submit a permitting application before a federal agency like BLM will consider the permit, we have to pay a cost recovery fee. And so the BLM staff that are working on our permits are able to, in lieu of being furloughed, are able to charge their time to that cost recovery fee and continue to do work. So when I met with BLM staff, when I met with the state director 2 weeks ago, he was charging his time to the money that we have already paid them for them to evaluate and issue the permits. So in terms of the impact of the shutdown, thankfully, that won't be the case for us because the funds that they are using to pay staff are not part of the appropriations that haven't been appropriated yet, and so that is so that's not a concern for us. One of the things that we're doing is, as we get closer to these permits, we have assigned a project manager to each of these projects, and that project manager is working with the selected provider and their contractor to ensure that we have all of the materials staged and procured, and that the construction crews are in place, so that as soon as the contract or as soon as the permit is issued, that we're able to move forward expeditiously, and that we have all those other things lined up, so that we don't spend weeks and weeks after a permit's been issued, when we could have been doing work. So the other thing that we're talking to all of our subrecipients about is, there's a lot of administrative work that goes into submitting a reimbursement request and all the back and forth that we have with them to ensure that we have all of the proper documentation on file, and that every dollar that they are requesting and that we are paying out has all of the right, that we have all the right backup information, so that none of these dollars is being misspent. And sometimes the subrecipients prefer to hold on to and batch these into bigger reimbursement amounts, and we're encouraging them to say, hey, our friends in the legislature and our friends at GFO would like to see these dollars out the door, so we're encouraging them to submit their reimbursement requests more often.
Chair, I just have one other question. Do you have any, this is more around some of the evolving federal guidance around that, like, for example, the BEAD restructuring requirements and how those have changed project implementation. Things are very dynamic, it seems. I mean, it gives me anxiety to read about it, so I can't even imagine what you're going through on a daily basis. It actually gives me some comfort to know that you may have that same anxiety. But how are you, what challenges are you dealing with as an agency in adapting to those kind of changing federal, I guess, guidance and guidelines?
Thank you for the question, Senator Wynn. Brian Mitchell for the record. It's been a whirlwind, the last 9 months, and the BEAD restructuring guidelines that came out on June 6th rescinded Nevada's approved BEAD final proposal and required us to do in 90 days what previously we had done in 9 months. Luckily, we had a lot of the infrastructure in place, and we were able to utilize a lot of that to put forward a plan and submit a very positive result. I'm extremely proud of what we were able to put forward in the benefit of the bargain round for BEAD. Since September 4th, when we submitted, I've been going back and forth with NTIA nonstop on different items within that, and getting that to the point where they are going to approve it by the end of. They've committed to approve the BEAD funds by the end of the calendar year. In terms of the changing federal guidance, it is anxiety driving, anxiety inducing. We have had to put in place new policies and procedures. We have had to rework our grant agreements. We have had to, change our approach to permitting these projects based on new rules and new guidelines. And so there are some things that will be less administratively burdensome, and there will be other things that will be more administratively burdensome. And in some cases, NTIA has still not released the guidance, for how we will be expected to administer the program post-award. So we are still awaiting for some of that guidance, and we'll have to adjust on the fly.
Have you found ways to make sure that we have structured, because I know that BEAD funding is later on. Are you ensuring that at least the ARPA funds are expended by, that portion is expended by the time necessary, even if other parts of the project are potentially, have a couple more years to be able to complete? And what are you doing in that respect?
Thanks for the question, Senator Wynn, and Brian Mitchell again for the record. Expending the ARPA funds is, I spend tens of hours every week working with our federal partners, our permitting partners, our subrecipients, their contractors, their environmental consultants. We have a whole team of project managers. We have our own environmental consultants that are working with them. So this is absolutely 100% our top priority. Now, certainly the BEAD program takes a lot of our time as well. And we have, in many cases, major, requests for additional information or changes from NTIA where they require 48-hour turnarounds. And we have to drop what we're doing and get those in. Having said that, nothing that is going on with NTIA or with anything with the BEAD program has any effect at all on the progress of the ARPA grants or the ARPA projects. Those are proceeding independently of any rule changes. And in fact, some of the, if there's a silver lining, I think some of the administration's procedures on permitting have helped us to be able to convince our federal partners that there is a faster way to do things, and they can go ahead and, for example, we've been able to, talk to them about certain Section 106 consultations that, where the National Permitting Steering Council has stated that those are not necessary for buried fiber projects. And, in the same way they would be for, a project where you're building an oil pipeline or a solar field. So, and it's taken, and because, BLM staff sometimes, been doing this the same way for 30 years, it's taken them a little while to catch on, but we're making good progress there. And so, and which has been shown in, in the recent issuance of our permits. So bottom line is that, the BEAD projects will move forward on their own timeline. But in terms of implementation, all of our focus is on ARPA, getting those projects completed, and then we'll turn to the focus of the BEAD program. And the grant recipients who have won both BEAD funds as well as are currently working on ARPA funds, our instructions to them are, once we get the BEAD awards, let's finish out all the ARPA projects first before you go and start to really dig in and work on the BEAD projects, because we have a lot of time. We'll have 4 years to do those projects.
Thank you very much. And I believe Assemblymember Hafen has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Mitchell, for being here. I understand I'm going to kind of try to separate the projects. You have the middle mile and the last mile, and the middle mile is the one that's been running into some delays now with the federal government shutdown, getting the approvals for the rights of ways for the BLM. And so I hope that they get reopened soon and that goes up quickly. I would ask that at our next meeting, we do get an update on how that's moving, because that is critical. I mean, heaven forbid the federal government still shut down by then. We'll probably won't have any approvals from the BLM, and that would be very problematic. I did reach out to a couple of them, and I know they had already ordered the materials to get going as soon as they got it. They do, like you said, have the contractors lined up and ready to go. One of my questions on the last mile portion is in regards to how that program is supposed to work when there is already, I'll call it overlapping services. So if there's already fiber in the community servicing, could you just explain, are there any restrictions on the last mile dollars that would prevent another fiber company from using these ARPA dollars to now come in and provide overlapping services?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Hafen. Brian Mitchell for the record. These are scarce dollars, and there's a huge amount of need in Nevada for broadband. We knew that we would not have enough money to bring fiber optic internet to everyone, which fiber is the gold standard technology. And so we knew we would not have enough funding to bring that to everybody in the state, just because of how rural and remote and frontier many areas of the state are. So furthermore, it's a policy of the federal government that we don't, the industry terminology is overbuilt in places where there's existing infrastructure. And so the BEAD program, as well as the ARPA dollars, set a standard for whether or not an individual location could be considered served or unserved. And so the first thing we had to do was work with the FCC and NTIA to come up with a list of all locations in Nevada. And then the next step was to determine whether or not each location was served or unserved. And part of that process was using self-reported data from internet service providers wherein they shared whether or not, they would report at a location level whether or not they served a particular area or not. At the end of that process, we determined that there were close to 60,000 locations in the state that came across as unserved. And then our next step was we ran what we called a challenge process. And so any internet service provider, any local government, or any nonprofit had the opportunity to challenge the map. So we said, here's what the FCC is reporting in terms of service. These are the locations that the federal government says are unserved. This is the opportunity for Nevadans, including ISPs that report to the federal government, to either say this location is showing up as served, we actually think it's unserved, or the reverse, this location is unserved on the map, but we actually think it's served. We also allowed providers the opportunity to not only submit a challenge that says, hey, we already serve this location, you should take it off your list and not fund it, but we also allowed them to say, we are planning to serve that location. Now, certainly you couldn't just say, hey, we're going to plan, that's in our strategic plan, we're going to plan to serve that eventually. There was a pretty rigorous evidence review process where they would have had to submit to us permits, as-built and engineering drawings, that for the locations in question that would prove that, okay, we're pretty far down the path and now we just need to construct to these locations. So we did an entire challenge process, and the result was that, we received a number of challenges. and some locations were taken off the map, some locations were added to the map. At that point, that became our list of locations. And at that moment in time, those were the unserved locations, and those are the locations that we have bid out. So any location that we have awarded funding to is one that we have certified to the NTIA and to Treasury that was an unserved location through this process. And so no location that we have awarded funding to is served by another provider, insofar as that challenge process was concerned.
And if it was discovered that it was served, and we granted these funds to somebody else that in an overbuilt area, would the federal government then come back and take those dollars away from the state?
Brian Mitchell for the record. Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Hafen. No. So ultimately any of these federal broadband projects and programs do not stop any investments or any projects that private companies using their own dollars would do on their own. One of the reasons why these areas are unserved or were unserved, is because there simply isn't an economic case or a business case to serve them, which is why they require a government subsidy. And so we were extremely conscientious, about only funding areas that were served at the time, or excuse me, that were not served at the time. And and because everybody agreed on that as the list of locations, those are the locations that are funded, and those providers have the ability to go serve those locations with funding.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, if I may. Yeah. Thank you. I am going to follow up with you after the meeting on some specifics. I don't want to get into specifics on here, what I've heard. But one of the other concerns that I do have is that I've been told that some of the projects still don't have the entitlements to actually go and do the construction yet. And so I would like at our next meeting an update exactly, line by line of the ones that have been awarded, where they're at and the approvals that they've got, because I'm being told that at least one of them or two of them do not have the local approvals and entitlements in place, which is very concerning to me because I don't know where they're at in the process. That could be, done next week. It could be take another 6 months, and that would be very, very concerning. And so if you could just give us an update next month and let us know, hopefully they're all done by then. And you could say 100% done, all their entitlements are done, and they have all broken ground. And that's the other part of it, is that I would like to know that every single one of these has broken ground. If they have, and if they have not, why not, and when that will take place. And I guess that's just a request to come back, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. And I will go to Senator Neal. Did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to talk about the BEAD program, because you were saying that, you're giving instruction, but in the NOFO, I think what's super concerning to me, and I think I don't know how you addressed it, because I think there's a moral question within the NOFO, right? Because it literally eliminated the need to contract with women-owned businesses. It eliminated the need for these companies to adhere to fair labor practices. It eliminated the need for them to comply with civil rights. So although we had the money, although we are saying, oh, I don't want to give it back, there's some questions. And when you get money that basically tells you to violate provisions of law that have been standards for at least the past 20 years. So that's the first part, because the other part of that NOFO also said that you no longer had to discuss the impact with identity-based groups as you move through their communities and put in this infrastructure, that's a problem. Because the notice requirement to then go in and talk to the communities about impact, et cetera, was eliminated. It wasn't delayed. It said it is eliminated. So when you started to give instruction at the state level, because I do believe that there's a conflict between what is currently in state law and what is a requirement of a state agency to act and perform in Nevada, and then what then are the hand or ties of the federal money that is then acting in the state of Nevada. I want to know how you're navigating the fact that that NOFO peeled back provisions and practices that Nevada law actually supports.
I'm just going to swing around here so that so we can look you in the eye. Thank you for the question, Senator Neal. Brian Mitchell, for the record. I think you raise some important questions, and I want to make sure that I address these. The NOFO did make a number of changes and removed provisions, or rather, I should say, the restructuring BEAD policy notice made changes to the BEAD NOFO and did remove certain provisions. And so I want to be clear on what was removed and what was not. So there were provisions in the BEAD NOFO that required entities to did not require contracting with women or minority-owned businesses or labor area surplus firms, but it did require notice. The restructuring BEAD policy notice removed that requirement. However, when it comes to civil rights and fair labor laws, the restructuring BEAD policy notice did not remove our requirement to comply with federal civil rights laws or federal fair labor laws. Furthermore, nothing in the restructuring policy notice would prevent us from following any state laws in those regards. So in terms of federal and state civil rights and labor laws, nothing has changed, and we will continue to comply with all of those. And we will also, it is a contractual requirement for all of our subrecipients that flows all the way down to contractors and subcontractors, that those are a requirement. The restructuring BEAD policy notice also removed the requirement that state broadband offices conduct community engagement. And what that means practically is that I cannot use BEAD funds specifically for community engagement. Having said that, I am not BEAD funded, and nothing stops me from engaging in doing community engagement with these projects. And so the community engagement that OSID has done in the past, while we won't use BEAD funds, that does not mean that engagement won't continue to happen, and that we won't continue to ensure that communities that are becoming connected for the first time understand that. The other thing that I'll mention is that it is still a requirement that any internet service provider that brings new service to a certain area provide notice to the community and have a marketing plan. And so we intend to hold all of the service providers to that requirement, that they have a marketing plan that does outreach to all of the places where they were funded. And that, and ultimately, if you build a fiber network and nobody knows about it and nobody signs up, then what have we done? So that their communities will continue to hear from us about these projects.
Madam Chair, a quick follow-up. So tell me exactly how that works. So you have the notice, but in the NOFO, it eliminated, because they use the word eliminate at least 57 times. It eliminated the requirement that eligible entities in the restructuring of BEAD develop, implement, and provide a middle-class affordability plan, right? Strict was out. It's gone. They also went in and eliminated the low-cost service option clarification, because they said it must offer not less than one, but it made the low-cost option align with the lifeline option, right? So the lifeline option is 135% poverty level, which means as an individual, you must make $19,000 a year in order to get the low cost option. But there's no mandate that that under the BEAD that they actually serve and go into communities and offer multiple low cost options or a middle class affordability plan. So what were your instructions to any of the BEAD folks who went back in and did the bargain round? How are you going to deal with middle class Nevadans and offer them a plan since it was eliminated?
Senator Neal, thank you for the question. Brian Mitchell for the record. You're correct. The middle class, the middle class plan was eliminated from the BEAD NOFO. But let me clarify what that really meant. That was not the intent of that provision in the original BEAD NOFO. Was not a service offering, a middle-class service offering from an internet service provider. Rather, that requirement referred to the state having, or in which case the eligible entity, which is the state, having a middle-class affordability plan as a state. And so we are no longer required to do that, to submit a plan to NTIA. So we had already developed one. It was in the original proposal that we submitted to NTIA, but now we are no longer required to have one. So, but I just want to be clear that that was not that there was not a required service offering in that was previously required of internet service providers.
Thank you, because I feel like what's plain language and then the instruction is interesting. So we'll see how it rolls out, because it also removed net neutrality, right? Said it eliminated it. So are we going to say that, I mean, I can go to I literally have it pulled up, but it literally said, no, there's no requirement that they produce net neutrality. I don't know. I just see this as, we want to do broadband, which is important. But at the same time, it's like shaking hands with the devil and saying, yeah, I'll take the money. Although all of these things are stripped out, I'll take it anyway. And I don't think that's a Nevadan principle. I've been in the legislature for 15 years, and that has not been a principle that we have held on to in Nevada, that it's okay to take money just because it's money, but there are all these negative attributes associated with that money that eliminate communities, eliminate women, eliminate people of color, eliminate conversation, eliminate having to actually do the true engagement, and then say, but at least I got, my hundreds of millions of dollars, therefore we're good, right? And because that's just wild to me that there wasn't any kind of philosophical or moral question to say, hey, I know we got this and we spent a little bit of this money, but maybe this isn't one of the programs that we should go forward with, because how they restructure it is opposite to the principles of what we should care about in Nevada, right? Because if there was a woman-owned business who was trying to get in the game, they're not in the game anymore. Because they technically would not have made it through the bargain round because they were fitting into a certain quality. Or they were saying, I wanted to serve a particular demographic. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence, and thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any additional questions or concerns up north? I see none down here. All right. With that being said, thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us all day. And please follow up with Assemblymember Hafen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will go to T6. Not the last, but not even the least. So here you are. Thank you for hanging in there with us, State of Nevada School Districts. We know how hard you work, and we know that your time is precious. So with that, we are going to ask Clark County School District Superintendent Joan Ebert to come forward first. And welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, members of the committee. Good afternoon. Thank you for hanging in there for your long day and asking great questions of everyone. So I'm very appreciative of all of the work you do and what you've done over many years, many of you sitting here. So thank you. I'm very pleased to share that, as you know, on April 11th in 2024, last year, that the IFC committee allocated the Clark County School District $805,080 and $891 during that IFC meeting, and to increase the pay for licensed professionals, our education support professionals, and police officers. So I'm pleased to sit here before you and to let you know that all of those dollars have been expended. Your team at LCB was amazing to make sure we got all of our paperwork done properly and turned in. With that, I attribute, as you know, I'm just 6 years in this role, but opening up the school year, we had 94% retention rate. The last school year was 90. And so when you have pay that people want to remain in the profession, they see that you are valuing the work that they do with our children, and they've stayed with us. And what that does, as you know, is that we don't need to go out and look for more and more teachers. We actually started the school year with just over 300 vacancies. The last school year, it was over 1,300 vacancies. And I truly attribute that to the support that we received from all of you, the legislature, as well as the governor signing off on that. I translate that into this current school year, which thank you for continuing the funding. And I know that's not what I'm here to talk about, but 2 seconds. Because you have continued that funding, we were able to negotiate our contract with the teachers union prior to school starting, the fastest ever to negotiate that contract. We've just also finished our support staff contract, and we expect here shortly we'll be finished with our administrators contract. So as you continue on the funding that you allocated in the 2023 legislative session, it continues to pay off. And I could share much more about our student achievement and all of that. But I would like to introduce you to Justin Dayhoff, who is here to my left. He is the Chief Financial Officer for the Clark County School District. He moved his entire family across the nation. So he was back east. He has been a joy to work with, and the principals, we want to make sure our principals are always happy, and we're getting thumbs up from the principals, which is exciting as well. But he will share some other details with you, and then we'll stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Nevada, Mr. Dayhoff. We're happy you're here, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Again, Justin Dayhoff, Chief Financial Officer for Clark County School District, for the record. It's a pleasure to be here today and to be here in Nevada more broadly. To be
and you get rewarded for saying the Nevada, right?
All right. And to be stepping into a place where the legislature has made the kind of investment it has in Nevada teachers, so that, as Superintendent Ebert expressed, we can realize the kinds of vacancies that we have here. We were able to distribute those proportionally across our units. 66% of those resources went to our licensed professionals, 33.4% of those to our support professionals, and the balance of that to our Police Officers Association. The majority of these funds, as you've seen from the report, were expended this most recent fiscal year in 2025. That is in sharp contrast to the previous fiscal year. But just to reiterate the superintendent's comments, those were expended in full. And so with that, I'm happy to pass back and respond to any questions with members.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Ebert, did you have anything else you wanted to add yet?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any questions from the committee? I just think that I don't know if it's not really a question, it's a comment, but I think that it's important to note that that the teachers appreciate and the principals appreciate this funding, and the fact that I know I have personally not heard from 85,000 of them with constant. The responses are pleasant, and we are so happy, and it feels like a breath of fresh air. So I think that the payment, the leadership that you have brought, Mr. Dayhoff, you're part of that team. I just want to tell you that it feels good when we do something right, but it feels even better when we can see the fruits of our labor, right? So I appreciate what you have done. Are there any questions? No questions? All right, I think we're kind of worn out, but I will let Assembly Member Backus go.
Thank you so much. And I was going to hold off. Thank you, Superintendent Ebert, for being here. Welcome, our new CFO to Clark County. I did have a question. I know it's not totally on point, but it kind of is. With respect to SB 231, I think Clark County made kind of like an effort to look at those funds, not only for teacher raises, but also for retentions to address some of those hard to fill positions. But this last session, we were able to pass Assembly Bill 398 that provided additional dollars for those hard to fill positions. And so I was just kind of curious. I just wanted to make sure, I know it's all subject to like bargaining, but were you able to still maintain those teacher raises that were kind of like looked forward to with SB 231, as well as adding funding for Assembly Bill 398 for the hard to fill positions?
Sure. Justin Dayhoff, again, Chief Financial Officer, for the record, Madam Chair, through you to Assembly Member. We were in accordance with Senate Bill 231 and moving forward out of this most recent session, the Assembly Bill 398 resources are able to sustain, and we reported to the state a request to sustain the same amounts that we had provided in the previous year. It's approximately $5,000 per eligible professional for those various stipends. In addition to that, and separately from it, the Senate Bill 500 resources and the approximately $89 million in each of fiscals 26 and 27 that the legislature provided specific for bargaining. With that, and with, as the superintendent noted, the recent ratification of the support professional contract, for example, we were able to maintain that 3% using those funds specifically.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us part of your evening already. But we appreciate that, and we hope to continue this and make some positive adjustments in our teachers, but also our students. It's a little bit of a family wraparound, right? We need to take care of our students first, but we also have teachers and administrators, support staff, and others who work with our children. So all the team is important. So thank you very much. And we look forward to having you back and maybe hearing more information about what's going on in the Clark County School District. Thank you. All right, with that, we will go to Elko County School District up north.
Hello, everyone. I'm Clayton Anderson. I'm the superintendent of the Elko County School District. It's lovely to be here with you today.
Well, thank you very much. I know. Well, we didn't really start out like this, but thank you very much. And thank you for hanging in there all day with us. We know that you have to drive over, so we appreciate that.
No problem. I guess I'm just ready for questions if you have them.
Little bit?
Oh, sure.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your what happened and how you used money, et cetera? We know it was for teacher raises, but if you could just give us a couple sentences, that would help us. Thank you.
Certainly, yes. By way of reminder, for those who were here before and information for those who were not, we collectively negotiated an agreement with all of our bargaining units, or both of them, I guess, the teachers and the classified units, to have a flat rate disbursement for the SB 231 funds, and those were distributed over the course of the 2 years of the biennium. And part of the reason I think why I'm here today is because not all of those funds were expended, and I am happy to answer questions about that, but primarily the residual money that was left over had to do with, number one, our projections for how much we were going to need were based on, if we were able to fill all of our positions, and that was at a time when not all positions were able to be filled, so we did not have all positions filled. Additionally, when a position is vacated by someone, that typically takes, on average, anywhere from 3 months or more to totally fill again, if it is filled again throughout that year. And so during those lapses of time, that can also lead to not having a position to give those funds to. So over the course of a year, as many of those positions, especially in our classified positions, go in and out, that money doesn't get filled there either. So those resulted in, let's see, we had, so for the biennium, the disbursement was 7.38 or 39 million. And over the course of the biennium, we spent right around 90% of that, which resulted in an excess of 804,000 over the course of those 2 years.
All right. Thank you very much.
I would say we are similar. Sorry, it's CJ or Clayton Anderson for the record. As is the case in Clark County, as we just heard from Superintendent Ebert, things continually look up and up as far as retention and filling positions and all that goes. So we are in a better spot there now as well.
That's great to hear. Thank you. And we're happy that Elko is making some strides in filling those vacant positions. So thank you very much. Any questions from the committee up north? Any questions? Senator Taylor, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, no, I don't. I was going to ask about the reversion of funds, and you provided that information. So thank you so much, Superintendent. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure. We do appreciate you giving us that overall, that 90% of that was spent. I think that's an important piece. And additionally, that these vacant positions are slowly being filled. So I'm just curious, where are your teachers coming in from other states like Idaho, Utah, et cetera, or are we homegrown?
I think Clayton Anderson for the record, I think that the best areas we're pulling from are homegrown. We're growing our own. We're taking advantage of many different opportunities and partnerships to grow paraprofessionals into teachers and open those positions for other people to come into. And so we're seeing a lot of success there. And that is most evident in how many long-term subs we have had recently and how few of those we are needing now. So I think we're being creative and doing a good job of filling those positions, but they do take time as people complete degrees and other programs and certifications.
Sure. Well, you have a huge geographic area as well. And so for you to fill positions in those outlying areas is another little bit of a Charlie Foxtrot, as I say. So thank you very much. I believe Assemblywoman Anderson has a question for you up north.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you again for being with us all day today. This is actually not about the money per se. It's more for planning purposes, possibly for the future. Do you see a decrease in the number of students attending Elko High School, middle school, elementary school, and pre-K, or has it been pretty standard and across the board set, or an increase, which would be also good to hear?
I wish I could, this is Clayton Anderson for the record, I wish I could say that we've seen steady enrollment. However, over the last few years, we've seen a more than steady decline in enrollment. So while we are doing a good job of filling positions, as enrollment decreases, it is more likely than not that positions will also have to decrease. And so, as a response to that, we're likely to go that route. And in fact, in certain cases, we already have.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you very much. And thank you very much again for spending your day with us. I know that wasn't the initial thought, but here we are. And so please drive safely back to Elko County.
My pleasure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, we will go to Esmeralda County. The tiny, tiny county after the big, big county. Sounds like a kid's book, I think. Welcome. We are happy to see you. Thank you for waiting and spending your day with us. And please give us an overview of what Esmeralda County has received and what is happening.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Jonathan Firme, F-I-R-M-E. I am, as of July 1st, the new superintendent in Esmeralda County. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for this opportunity to share. Mic just turned off. About the progress in Esmeralda County. We deeply appreciate the allocation of funds through Senate Bill 231, which have been crucial in our efforts to transform Esmeralda County School District. ECSD operates in the communities of Goldfield and Dyer, arguably some of the most rural of rural Nevada, which lacks basic services like healthcare, grocery stores, broadband internet, and gas stations. The isolation requires us to offer some exceptional incentives to attempt to attract high quality staff. And the funding provided by SB 231 is a valuable recruitment and retention tool, along with school housing and our friendly, family-oriented school climate and culture. The district distributed approximately $118,000 out of the approved $155,000 across fiscal school year 2024, 2020, and 2025. This expenditure was used to provide supplemental ongoing salary increases for our certified, classified, and confidential administrative staff, which aligns with requirements in SB 231. I'm going to skip some of these numbers because it's early evening. The encumbered balance of $36,000 is directly related to budgeted salaries and benefits for positions that we were ultimately unable to fill. Despite improved salary schedules, ECSD continues to face severe recruitment challenges, largely due to our isolation and available housing in those communities. Specifically, we had budgeted funds for several teaching vacancies that received 0 applications. In fiscal year 24, to maintain instructional continuity, we assigned some of our existing highly effective paraprofessionals to fill those teaching positions. And then, unfortunately, those paraprofessional positions that we moved, they also received no applications for those positions. In fiscal year 25, we were able to hire 2 certified teachers, one of whom is now our literacy specialist, and the other one is me. And then the resulting SB 231 dollars account for $36,746. That is now unfortunately being returned. Still, the investment of SB 231 made in ECSD was successful in securing a core of highly effective teachers and ensuring the instructional stability for our students moving forward, even as we still manage those severe limitations of living in the middle of nowhere. To that end, this year we have 2 long-term substitutes who have completed the certification program through UNLV, and they are currently awaiting certification. And the vacancies created by my promotion, as well as the creation of our literacy specialist, have both been filled with highly effective certified teachers making use of the critical needs positions. So we have 2 teachers who previously worked with me in Tonopah and had retired, and then came back to Esmeralda County to work again with us. This year, we fully expect to utilize all of our SB 231 funds, and we have been and still are committed to being responsible stewards of all the funding that we are fortunate enough to receive in order to do what's best for our students. And I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for stepping up to do this job. It is isolated and it's very small, but it still has children, and it's still important. So no matter the amount of kids. So I appreciate that. Assembly members and senators, any questions? Up north, Assemblywoman Anderson, any questions?
Not really a question, but just thank you so much for the work that you're doing in our school districts. Really appreciate the information.
Yes, and I think we really say that because as Nevadans, we know how isolated that is, and we know that it's important for somebody to be there for those kids. So thank you. Thank you for spending your whole day with us.
It's been an educational experience.
Well, and then there's that. So please feel free to have your kids learn about the legislative process.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much. We appreciate that. And with that, we'll move on to Mineral County, home of the serpents. I believe they're probably up north. Welcome, Hawthorne. It's always my pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Stephanie Keuey, Keuhey, for the record, Superintendent, Mineral County School District. First, I want to thank you for allocating these funds for our educators. They really did see that you valued them and understood what they go through on a daily basis. So thank you for all of them. Mineral County did much like Elko County. We negotiated a flat rate for all of our educators and education support staff. We were fortunate to be able to spend 88% of those funds. We didn't fill some of our vacancies as with Elko and Esmeralda. So same situation. We're unable to fill some of our vacancies, which is why we have to return some of the funds. But really excited about the work that we're doing and still working on recruiting and retention. And enrollment is declining slightly.
Okay, I know we're all in the same boat. How many educators are you actually short?
Well, right now we are actually fully staffed. We utilize critical shortage teachers as well as long-term subs who are part of our Grow Your Own program. So technically, we have a teacher in every classroom.
Right. Perfect. Yeah, the Grow Your Own program is important because when somebody lives in a small county and has a small school district, you are you're busted.
That's letting me know it's 5:30.
There we go. And then there's that. I mean, honestly. Well, we are happy you're here, and please tell the Grow Your Own people, thank you for working on that process. And we'll see you next time we drive through Hawthorne.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Last but not least in this list, Washoe County School District. Mr. Ernst, thank you for your patience with us. Thank you for you and your team for waiting and being here with us. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the committee. Joe Ernst, Washoe County School District Superintendent, happy to be here this evening and happy to report that we have spent all of the allocated funds on all eligible members. And I meant to preface that with how grateful we are for the historical investment that we've made into our educators. And we have certainly seen it pay off in substantial ways. The past 2 years, we started the school year with approximately 15 unfilled classrooms compared to over 150 classrooms the prior 2 years. We also have seen a retention rate around 94%. And we're happy to report that we have approximately 200 more students this year than we had projected in our enrollments.
Well, that's good news. Thank you. Oh, come on. You got to say hello to us. We've all hung in here till 5:30.
So, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer for Washoe County District. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. I know how happy you are to be here. We are happy you are here. Thank you for what you do for all our kids. We recognize that you have more kids, so your teachers, how many of your teachers are in the Grow Your Own program or in some other program that is producing teachers? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Madam President.
It's okay if you don't.
Yeah, Madam President, I don't know if I can give you the exact figures, but I would be happy to follow up and provide that information.
I was just curious. Those programs have been very successful, and so we're happy to have them. Well, thank you very much for being here. I think I see Mr. Carson City back there in the corner, like hanging in there with us.
Madam Chair, may I ask just a quick question of Washoe?
You may, Senator Taylor, please.
Thank you very much. Welcome to both of you. Thank you for hanging out. Just a quick question. I mean, the report is great news. So tremendous job to you and your teams. And Mark, Mr. Mather, making sure no dime went unspent. And that's certainly a feat with turnover and so on. Just quickly, a little bit of a soundbite. I mean, those are all really good trends. One or two things that you think you would attribute that to?
I would say thank you, Senator Taylor, for the question. Joe Ernst for the record. I think there's a number of aspects that contribute to that. I think that there has been great intention into innovative hiring practices and really trying to make sure that we are casting as wide a possible net as possible. We worked on AB 49 this past summer to make help with reciprocity and provisional licensure. And so it's really been a continual effort to start the process earlier. We've also started providing preliminary enrollments to our schools before January. And so we've really moved up all aspects of the hiring process with intention of being able to get to mid-year university graduates. And so it's just been a number of practices that have gone into place that have all contributed to the success of the unfilled classrooms. We're still grateful for long-term subs. We're still grateful for our critical needs teachers, but it's been just a concentrated effort and very intentional to try to make sure by the start of the school year that we have our classrooms filled to create that stability to start the whole school year.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to just get a glimpse, even though we're all challenged with so many of those same things across the state. So even that, and including, increasing enrollment. So just great work, great job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very, very much. And we appreciate both of you being here. Thank you for what you do. I look forward to visiting you when we get up there. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Fueling, are you desiring to say anything, or are you just kind of like hanging out because it was a safe spot?
Chair Dondera Loop, I would love to give you a 30-minute breakdown of our use of the funds.
You have 30 seconds, Mr. Fueling. 30 seconds.
Assemblyman PK O'Neill asked me to do that. No, just here to support and really thank you. It has made an enormous difference. We are seeing all the same movement and filling positions. So thank you very much, and I wish you all a wonderful evening and safe travels home.
Thank you, and thank you for what you do with kids as well. Thank you. All right. With that, we now can go to our very last item, and that is public comment. And we will start here in Las Vegas, which is empty. We'll go to Carson City. I believe there's no one there. So we'll go to the phone lines. AVH, when you're ready.
The public line is open and working. There are no callers at this time.
All right. So with that, I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you to those of you that substituted, and we are adjourned. Please drive safe.